Okay, everybody, we're back. It's been a whole week already, and welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. And you know me, I'm happy you all are here. I'm happy to be here myself, and it's going to be a great show. We have a very special guest joining us today for his very first time. His name is Thomas, and he's in Germany, and he's going to talk about spirituality, in general, but boy, he has a wealth of knowledge to share. I can tell you that. I've known him for several years, and I'm excited to meet him in person finally, sort of in person. But anyway, welcome. This is our 102nd show, and would you all believe I still get nervous before it's time to come on? I'm watching the time countdown. I'm like, oh gosh, but I've done this 101 times, so it should be okay. But anyway, as you know, we are the one and only twin solar system podcast. Sam and I were talking about that earlier this morning, and we decided we really got to stress that, because it's not like you can just find this information anywhere. It's just us, and you know how I feel about that. That's pretty cool. So anyway, but yeah, let's go ahead. Speaking of Sam, let's go ahead and find out how Sam is doing up in Montana and see if he's staying warm enough. I know it's cold, so here we go, guys. Hey, Sam, how are you?
Hello, yo. Hi, everybody. It's warming up finally. It was 22 below the other night and 6 below the other day. And today our forecast, we're going to be like 30 degrees with 40% chance of snow. And tonight it will be 23. So we're warming up a little bit with a 60% chance of snow. So, up here in our, last week I said, we had a blizzard and nobody noticed. Normal Montana weather, which at this time of year is lucky. And now more is coming to everybody else on the East Coast for the Midwest next week. And we get missed on the western side of the Rockies. This is all going to be on the East Rockies. So get ready, everybody, and be prepare ahead of time. It's going to be a biggie.
It's supposed to get down to 2 degrees. 2 degrees like Tuesday night. I think it's Tuesday night and Wednesday.
This is going to run all the way down into middle of Mexico. On the inside, right. On the inside Gulf of Mexico side of Mexico, on the eastern side of Mexico proper, it's going to get cold all the way down to Mexico City.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's noteworthy.
It will go down that way, or thereabouts. Right. The computer models. Speaking of which, anyway, I could do a rambling speech, but I'll let you move on.
Okay, well,
We're here. It's another week. Hello, everybody.
It's been a whole week. I know. It's pretty cool.
By the way, again, I'll shut up really fast. I swear. It is February 15th. It is Site Drawing Day for Montana Sky Watchers and Nibiru Followers Anonymous and all of our sister sites. So we'll go into that detail when we
I'll show that in a moment. Mm-hmm. I know. When you sent me earlier today, you sent me a bunch of pictures, and I thought you resent me last month's drawings. It didn't even click that today was the 15th. It wasn't clicking, until later. And then I'm like, oh, that's what those drawings were. Yeah, they were different. Yeah. So anyway, I wasn't awake yet either. So I'm running on 2 hours of sleep or something like that. So wish me luck, y'all. So, but anyway, let's go ahead and get Gillian on here, our friend in Scotland, and see what's going on with her. Okay. Hopefully she's ready to roll. So, okay, here. Hey girl, how are you?
Hiya.
Miss Watson in Scotland.
Yeah, Miss Watson's fine.
How is the weather? Tell us if it's hot or cold.
Actually, it warmed up because when I got up this morning, I had to you have to dress for the occasion, you have to make sure you've got your waterproofs and stuff if it's going to be wet. And it said, both of the apps actually said, snow. So that means it's now 2 degrees Celsius or whatever, because that's the ideal snow temp for here. But during the night it had been minus. So when I opened the door and it was 5 degrees all of a sudden, I realized, it's not going to snow. And luckily,
the cutoff on that will be probably about -7 for you Celsius. I'd have to look that up. I still, to this day, Celsius equation is annoying, which is I think why we never went to it. And I did study it in high school, and we never bit onto it because it just didn't fit. Anyway,
just like we didn't do Fahrenheit in South Africa,
right,
so
right.
And
and don't forget daylight savings time. Oh my God, what a week, you guys! What a week!
Yeah, I know.
Saturn yellow moon is getting bigger. Uri's going up higher, and Atu's moon is getting smaller, and Nepesi's dancing all over the place. And oh my God, talk about that full moon that we just went through. I got it. Yeah. I went out on my porch and I definitely absolutely saw the yellow object behind our white moon, without a doubt. I walked out there, looked at it for about 8 seconds, went, yep, same. Yep, it's back. And then walked back in the house and didn't even need to look anymore because I've been watching it 7 years now, and pictures are showing up, and oh my God, what the sun is doing, and the coronal hole that we just went through, and let's talk about Santorini. Anyway, we'll get back to that.
Oh man, yeah.
I'm very excited. I'm
scary.
I'm desperately, fearfully excited as to what's happening right now as we speak, which we'll cover here in the next hours or so. And
I was gonna say it's like 6, 7, 9.
I know the problem is you're afraid to put YouTube on in case they're talking about earthquakes in Greece again, because
do not be surprised if we don't even see something while we're on the air this evening, because I was just I got up at 3:00 this morning to do the site drawing for everybody to make sure that I was early, because last month I was like 6-8 hours late because I was sick that week. And so I just couldn't get into the swing of things. And I see Christoper's there. We need to bring him in.
Yeah, let's go ahead. I don't want him to feel left out. That'd be sad.
Oh, God, we can't leave Christoper out.
Nope.
No. All right. Well, let's
go
ahead.
Part of the Mickey Mouse Club, Roll
That's
call.
Right. Get up here, Christoper. Come on in.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Here he is.
Hey, Chris.
Hey, everybody.
Well,
how's everybody doing in the comments today?
How are they all?
We'll find out in a minute, won't we?
Now, I will point out to everybody after this, I remembered what I wanted to say. We are experiencing some rather unusual human resonance offset harmonics that's going on, and it defies standard current science. Earth is humming. And Earth is actually putting off the very strange Schumannic harmonic resonance rather than the incoming ion plasma streams from the coronal hole of the sun. Now, when that coronal hole thread lets go, because it's turning away from Earth right now, and we looked at it, and it's almost like the bottom of a smiley face on it. If you were to make a ball and a smiley face, it's the mouth only. But there are some oblivious coronal holes that did form in the last 18-20 hours as well that aren't as distinct. But as the sun turns toward us, there's some new coronal hole activity that does not look like anything I ever studied on our normal sun. It's in two horizontal bands and when normally our sun only has one, and then we're seeing equatorial north and south coronal hole rotation coming into play that I've never witnessed on our sun before. Now, yes, our sun is going into a coronal maximum, a solar maximum event, according to scientists, which I humorously snicker at behind my hand. But because they're not linking what's going on overall with this other planets and stuff like this. And I really think because of planetary proximity, Earth's harmonic is being affected. So there's way more going on, and I'll make it brief and let you move on there. There's stuff happening, and Earth is humming.
Yeah. Busy
stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember, I was going to say, it's been busy for years, though. I mean, we've been watching it just slowly build and build. But I remember when I first started studying this, like 2017, that's when I started, reaching out to all the people that share things online. Because you can't just find this. Most news stations are not going to tell you and show you all that's happening. Barely they do.
Right. That's why
so when you start Well, yeah, when you start looking for it, I was blown away.
Okay.
I was blown away.
Today,
And so it's been going on for
Earth,
years.
All around the Earth today, all of the tectonic plates are moving bigger than they have in months and years. We're having a similar event right now. 2 years ago, there was a major series there were 2 earthquakes in Turkey, and actually there was a bunch after the fact. And people don't stick things together, A, B, and C. They always just look at A or C, and like if you go back to August last year, you wouldn't believe the planetary Earth-wide disasters that happened in June, July, and August. It was insane. Now we are coming back up onto the 180-day cycle in a few weeks, which has also affected my sight drawing, and that's why I drew it in literally the same position and yet not. So you got to look for the finer nuances between the difference of what's going on. Of course, source leads me to draw these things, and I strongly, and Rebecca and I have talked about this, and I have this inner gut feeling, and I do apologize in the forefront, and I'll probably apologize after the fact, but I have to be a little bit more arrogant and get you guys to listen. My accuracy ratio is beyond denial. Absolutely. So please, you have to listen to this information. So I am this good at this for a reason. And if you don't listen to it, A, you're not doing yourself a service, and B, you're not doing me a service. So like, subscribe, tell your friends about this, tell your butcher about this at the butcher shop, so that these folks out there that know there's a bunch of smart people out there on the planet. But I will also at the same time reiterate, do you know the average education of the American public?
It's not good, looking good right now.
Glitch.
Yeah, you're cutting out.
Maybe I'm not allowed to tell the truth right now.
But you know,
they hit the button again, so
you can say
I'll change subject. Go ahead, Rebecca.
Robot. No, but you can clearly see that there is, like, if it's on an agenda. I mean, it sure looks like it's an agenda to. They call it the dumbing down, because they're letting kids pass and graduate now that couldn't. They would not have allowed that 20, 30 years ago. They're letting people slide through the cracks just so they can, I don't know what they're supposed to do when they get out there, because they can't.
Federal funding, as long as they have them in the room every day and can account for it, they get the federal funding.
Yeah, but they can't hold down a job. They couldn't manage.
What's really scary is, have you seen these kids? They're calling these kids, I think it's between the ages of 6 and under. They're calling them alpha babies or alpha generation or something like that, because they're so connected to their devices. Like 80% of these kids, the statistic is 80% have a device, and they're so connected to them they can't function, they can't read, and they can't even write. The muscles in their hands have literally deteriorated because they can't write. They're sitting there scrolling all day. They can't write. So that's really sad.
I've been working on my daughters over cursive handwriting for many, many years, and they still argue with me over it. And their handwriting is absolutely horrible. But in my day, we were raised to work on our handwriting. We were, we were raised to spend time. I mean, my God, for detention, we had to copy the Bible.
Man, you can see through the generations. My parents have pristine handwriting. My mom's cursive is impeccable, and my wife's dad's handwriting, he's military. You can just see how obsessive compulsive he is with his handwriting, and then you can just tell, like, throughout the generations it just gets worse and worse.
But when they did that to us and made us write on the boards, "I will not talk in class," etc., that we didn't realize it was actually strengthening the hand muscle to do these kind of things, because
there's more to Pink Floyd than we know. Anyway, we need to stay on track, because Rebecca wants to hurry through saying hi to everybody.
Yeah, and, it's because
there's an agenda.
Our special guest is in Germany. It's 11 p.m. for him. I'm cutting into his sleeping time. I'm he, who knows? I don't know his sleeping time, but anyway.
Yeah. Yes, and he's going to visit us for we have other guests following that, so we have to shuffle
I think
along.
So yeah,
Great.
I think so.
Stay on topic, Sam.
Waiting to hear back.
That ought to be interesting.
Well,
let's see if Sam can stay on
let's
topic.
go ahead and look at the comments. Let's do that and see who all is here, so we can say hi to everybody. So let's start at the top. And okay, cool. You know who that is, right? Nibiru System Skywatchers.
Yeah,
that's Christoper. Hi.
That's that Hollywood movie star guy, isn't he?
Yeah.
That's it.
That doesn't count.
That's so if you are not following that channel yet on YouTube, TikTok, or on Facebook, you should. Okay, just point that out. That's the name of Christoper's channel and group. So cool. All right, now that you all know, let's move on. And awesome. I'm happy to see Carol Ann. Yay!
Yay, Carol Ann.
Carol Ann. I know. Let me find her a little something. Oh, thank you, something. I have not had a chance to catch up with her the last couple of days, but I hope she's doing well. We need to get caught up, girl. We're both falling apart. We're both kind of falling apart the last few days. But thank you, Carol Ann. Thank you. It's good to see you. Look at here, little kitty cat. His little tongue hanging out. Yeah, I thought so. Anyway, speaking of kitty cats, my little Theo, he's doing better. If you've been following, his situation, he had to go to the doctor this past week because he was so congested, and he was just, limp in my arms. I was kind of nervous for him, so he's better.
I was too.
Better.
Aww.
So he's, each day is a little better. But
the vet.
Yeah, we ended up taking.
Yeah, and people out there, you can send $5 to heal Theo. And
right.
Have your banner on the bottom so people know how to send you some money.
You can do that.
Because those vet bills, and she's got a lot of cats, and she's a cat rescuer, folks. So
yeah. They come to me to be rescued.
Well, yeah, and then of course Taylor. Real quick question: how's Taylor? Did he get the job?
Yeah, he's at work still right now, or he should be home.
Okay, well, everybody out there, let's send healing thoughts to Taylor so he fits comfortably with his job, and so that people love him as much as we do.
Thank you.
And
truth spreader.
It's going well.
Yes, truth spreader. And may he hold his tongue at work and not get himself into internet.
Yeah, he's learned. He's grown up a lot. He has. He's had younger years where he was less mature, but now he knows how to.
He does have a slightly militant side to him, but as a younger person, I respect him dearly. That's a fine young man that you have raised.
I'm just going to let Woofy
go. He really is. He's ideal.
I like Taylor a lot.
Well, cool. Hopefully, maybe he'll hop on later. We'll see.
It's always nice to see him.
That'd be fun. So,
I'm thinking.
Let's see.
I'm thinking back of when I was doing the Radio Wasteland shows with Chauncey. All of a sudden, I don't know why, but it's sort of like, we're having our radio show. Anyway, I apologize.
I know those were fun days. It was fun. Just the excitement of Sam having a new, interview drop. We were all just like eagerly waiting, for the day it'd be shared.
Only got those once every couple of months.
It was a big deal. If that often, maybe even longer, really.
Yeah, sometimes it was 3 months between shows. Yeah, but we broke it down into 87 shows.
Super Bowl for us.
You can go to YouTube and type in Radio Wasteland. Samuel Hofman number 13 was my first show. So if you type in 13, you'll probably get the bottom segment of a series of 87 videos for you. And I missed his interviewing skills, and I was thinking about him earlier, like 5 o'clock this morning, going, God, I wish I could, contact him and actually let him know how good he was at his job.
I wonder, we saw him on a different show. What was the topic of that show? I can't remember.
And it was him and a couple other guys all sitting in a room with microphones in front of them. And they had 37 views, and this was the show was older, and it was like, and he deserves. He is one of the better host interviewers that I've met in a very long time, and I hope he knows that.
I know. It's like
he always yanked me harder than I wanted to talk about publicly. So he'd always ask.
It'd be fun to have him on as a guest.
Oh God,
I don't know. Wouldn't that be fun?
That would be great.
That'd be great. That'd be
Moving along.
Okay. Well, we'll see if we can find him. I don't know where he is, but anyway, let's move on. Oh, here we go. Wow. Jerry Lynn. Hang on. Thank you, Jerry Lynn. Good to have you here too. Good to see you. Let me find you a little something.
Wow, that's generous.
I know. I appreciate that. Really, I do. Really. Because it all adds up. I mean, every time I turn around, there's another charge coming off of my head.
Yeah.
I'm like,
That and the cat, trying to get that cat.
I know. Where did that come from?
Huh? What, Chris? What'd you say?
I think
I don't know.
I think he's walking out.
There. Finally found that. But thank you, Jerry Lynn. That is very generous and it helps out. It really does. So I always look forward to like the 21st of each month when I get the YouTube funds, that way everything can stay active. So appreciate that. So, okay, let's go ahead and keep looking and see. Hey, girl, it's Nicole. Nicole is here from Colorado.
Hi, Nicole.
I hadn't seen her in a minute. Where have you been, Nicole?
Hello,
She's
Nicole.
not been here in a couple of weeks, but it's
she said it's further down that her children were sick and the dogs were sick, so she's been a head cook and bottle washer.
Her entire family was sick all last week and stuff.
Yeah, it's going around.
There is so much sickness bugs all over the place.
I'm supposed to I'm supposed to go to the doctor to get a referral for a X-ray.
Dude,
and I don't want to go to the doctor.
Right, you get sick.
I don't want to catch anything.
Right.
I'm afraid to.
You got to wear gloves and a mask and without that M95, you got to have that M95, which is the only filter mask.
Yeah, I want a bubble.
That fills out the bacteria.
Yeah, a bubble.
Yeah,
bubble. Spacesuit. Seriously,
it's just gonna have to wait.
I went to a community hospital a few years ago, and I wore my gloves. I wore a mask on purpose, and I swear to God, I got so damn sick, and I think that's just literally where I ended up with COVID. And I shouldn't have said that word. Anyway, to get back on track so we can say hi to everybody, shall we speed this up and say hi to Carol Ann?
We're doing it.
And
let me keep on rolling. We got Dennis. He's in the house.
On track rather than
hey, Dennis. Gossip. And good to see you. Good to see you. I'm glad you're here. And Sharon is here, our friend in Australia. How are you? Good to have you. You have to come back on the show when you can.
Yeah, I know. She's bring another one of them plasma balls.
I mean, of course I like her, but I like listening to Sharon. She's like,
I want a plasma ball. I want a plasma ball.
Tie-dye lab coat. She tie-dyed her lab coat, so I want to see that.
Oh, okay. Oh. Well, okay. We'll have to figure out something, Sharon, because she's in high demand. So, and oh, look at this. Dennis says Saturday is the best day of the week.
Thank you.
That's a compliment. That's a compliment. It really is. I appreciate that, and I always appreciate we have this mostly the same consistent group of people. I mean, they never fail being here. Like they look forward to it as much as we do. That's cool. So, and speaking of, here's Freezy Peach. See what I mean? She's always here. Hi, Freezy. Good to have you. And Robin is here. Hi, Robin. Always good to have you and see your name there. Oh, good. I was hoping Brendan would be here. My friend Brendan in Ireland. Isn't that neat? We're all connected right here now. That's pretty neat. But Brendan, it's good to have you. And hey, it's our friend Tara. Hi, Tara in Texas. Good to see you. Yeah, same thing for you. You got to come back on the show when you can. She knows that. She knows she can come on at any time. She knows so. But it's good to see you, Tara. Hey, and Maria is here. Hi, Maria
in
our
Alaska.
Special friend. Yes, in Alaska.
She's back in Alaska now.
She's a nice lady.
They've been having some nice earthquakes lately, too.
She's like a nice lady. So, good to see you, Maria. And Egg is here. Yay!
Egg.
She's in New York. Yep.
Hi, Maria.
Good to see you, Egg. There's Chris. It's getting back up here. Hang on. Where is he? I mean, it says he's on, but he's not.
Everybody keeps getting tossed out.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm going to hit remove.
Talking about. My internet is horrible today, and I think this is directly connected to that human resonance. I do.
Chris, I think you should leave and come back in because it's not. I'm gonna kick you out and then come back in. Try that because it's saying he's there, but he's not. Anyway, hi Egg. I'm happy to see you. It's good to have you.
They say what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
That's that's it.
Hi, Audrey.
He's stuck.
Sorry,
Hi,
we didn't connect too much this week.
So she's 11 p.m. also, I see. Okay. She's the same time as our friend Thomas, who will be
It's
here
always
in a moment.
strange how you know the time zones. That if you go down the earth like that, everybody was like
It's
on this end of the pole or that end of the
right. Hey, and it's our good friend Indica Land. Hi there.
Hiya.
It always makes me happy to see your name. Yeah, nice to have you, Indica. And let's see. Oh, yay. Looky here, everybody. It's Alexander.
Hello, Alexander?
In Germany. Yeah. So
Hi, Alexander.
it's always good to see him as well. He's a nice guy.
And I posted a retraction from last week's show. Alexander was correct over the top of me. I was wrong. We were talking about that moonshot. And I was so involved with what was going on around the moon that we were talking about that other crescent to the left, to the upper left. And he was typing in it. I did not read his post. And I only, when I watched the show a second time, did I read his post. I do apologize. He was correct. I was wrong. They were filming through glass. The extra crescent in the upper left was a glass doubling. He was right. I was wrong.
Yeah.
I
figure he's probably right.
I sent him a post, and I posted a public retraction on about 5 other sites. And when I'm wrong, I want to tell people I'm wrong. So therefore, I posted a public retraction. And now I've done that on show 102 to cover show 101. I was wrong.
Write this down. No, okay. In the history books. So wait.
Yeah, it's it's not often that I am incorrect, but I mean when I am, I want to say so. And especially it's disrespectful to Alexander that I didn't read his thing because I mean we were busy, and at the end of the show we were like I can't remember this, or well over 2 hours into it, but I don't always read everything right in front of me sometimes, and I was guilty of that. And he was right, and he was of course sane-minded, where I was trying to spend more time on what I was looking at with the moon. Anyway, go ahead.
Right, I hear you. No, I mean he really. I trust him on that when it comes to that. It's not just an opinion. I mean, he really knows what he's talking about. Like he
films enough to have learned a great deal.
Professional. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he has filmed enough to learn a great deal, and he knows what he's looking for. I just hope
we're fortunate to have him.
Yeah,
honestly, to have
he close down on some of his close-ups. So I don't get sick, and B, I get an opportunity to look at it from afar and then realize where it is and then zoom in. But I mean, his work is phenomenal. So I mean, it's just
we love it.
He's just faster on the draw than.
I'm glad he found us. I'm glad he found us. Really.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we are lucky to have him. Thank you.
Right. Let's keep going and see. It's okay. Wow. Hey, look, it's Katie Joe.
Hi, Katie Joe.
There she is.
Sorry, guys.
She's in New Jersey. So I have.
Ooh.
What's going on?
Nice heartbeat, man.
He's gone again.
He's electrical, man. We are suffering temporary difficulties.
Hey, you hear that, Chris?
That's your heartbeat, dude.
You got my heartbeat.
There's like some
sprinkling paper.
Are you putting out high wave electrical signals from your body?
It's been cutting out and doing all sorts of weird fuzzy sounds. I don't know. It sounds better now.
Now you sound like you were on helium or something.
Bad. Okay, I remuted his mic. I think it's your mic or you have. Yeah, do you have
it's electrical?
Something
I
on
told you we were gonna have internet weird things, and this is very electrical. The Earth is doing. I mean, something's afoot here. There, you can feel it.
He was good before we left, and then he came back, and it was. He's a robot. All right. I don't know what to think.
It's still bad.
was doing this last night as well, because last night I couldn't get on to watch some of my YouTube stuff.
Maybe he needs to reboot. I don't know. But hey, Katie Jo is here, and I can't wait to show you all. She took a cool picture. Well, she's in a cool picture. I don't know who took it, but one of the pictures she sent me, it's a light pinch, and it clearly shows a curve going both directions. Planet here, planet there. It's pretty cool. I'll show it to you all in a minute.
Okay, cool.
Anyway, hi, Katie Jo.
Some awesome pictures coming in.
Yay. Doobaloo is here.
Doobaloo.
I know. She's always with wherever we are. She's here. So it doesn't matter if it's this or TikTok or anywhere. She's, right there. So good to have you, Doobaloo. Always is. I think she's in Canada, if I remember right. Pretty sure. Somewhere in Canada. So, hey, and it's Kaylee. Nadine is here. Hey, how are you, Kaylee? I just love that name. I've known a handful of Kayleys in my life, and I just, that name. I love it. It's pretty. But, yeah, good to have you. And, hey, Esther. I see Esther's here. As always. She's always here. So, good to see you, Esther. And let's keep scrolling. Let's keep looking. Oh, man, it's our good friend Nina. Hi, Nina. She's in Ireland, right? Yeah, she's in Ireland.
Nina, yep.
Yeah, good to see you, Nina. And there's Jackie. Hey, Jackie, that's Christopher's wife, just so everybody knows. So good to see you, as always. She's a nice lady, too. Anyway, okay. I like her pictures.
Yeah.
She takes some really cool pictures.
Yeah, she takes cool pictures,
She
too.
really does. Yeah, she does. Hey, ABCD is here. ABCD. Hi,
Back
AB.
again. Glad to see you.
I know. It was good to see you. And we're just moving right along. Hang on.
Good.
Let's see.
We have to.
Farrell. Hi, Farrell Forest. Now, that's a new name, I think. Is it? It seems
The
new,
Wild Forest.
good to have you. I like it when we get a new person. So that's nice to add to our group. And hey, look who's here, Sam. It's Robert.
Aloha.
In New Zealand. So
I'm glad
good
you're here.
wow.
Thank you for being here.
And we're a fan. We are a fan of Robert's.
Robert's pictures always gives me a good brain spin. Trying to figure out. I've actually gotten used to his view. I have more trouble with other places, but I've actually gotten used to Robert's view. Good to see you, bud.
Sweet.
Hello. I'm on the show. I'm on the show. Just
We're having
get
a
the big
fun
one,
day, Sam.
or the big one.
What's
the
that?
Jack. Yeah.
Jillian?
Okay.
We're having a
I gotta
fun
go.
glitch
Okay,
day.
bye.
Yeah, well, this is what I was
Sorry,
saying. Right,
that was
no
Taylor
more.
calling, and I'm like, do I answer it or no? But I better. But anyway.
Is he okay? Is that him finished work now?
Yeah. I asked him to pick up a couple of things before he came home. Anyway, we're good. It's all fine. Okay. But hi, Robert. I'm glad we didn't get cut off and all that. So let's go back and let's keep going.
Well, we're almost done with everybody.
Looky there, Crystal Kate. Crystal Kate is here. I'm glad to see her, and I appreciate your contribution as well. Let me find you a little something cute. See what this is. I don't remember. I need to label them so I'll know, but it's a surprise for all of us. Come on now. Come on. Why is it? There it comes. Yay, it's a unicorn.
Fluffy unicorn.
Oh, thank you, Crystal Kate. Oh, boy. Surprise for everybody. Yeah. I need to make more of them, so I'll have a bunch. Okay. Let's see. Oh, hey, Search for Truth is here. Hi, how are you? Good to see you. And again, that's a newer name to me. Maybe not, but I kind of usually remember everybody. So, but thank you for being here.
Good to
And
see
hey,
you.
here, Sharon. What a surprise. I appreciate that. It helps out, y'all. Really, it does. I mean, we don't have to repeat ourselves, but it takes money to put all this together. So all the fees for everything. Oh yeah, he's counting his money. Look at him. Where'd it go?
That's him giving it to the vet, though.
Where'd we all go? Do you
I
all see
skipped
us
out
on the
too.
screen? I don't see
Yes,
us on
now.
the screen at all.
I clipped out for a second there as well. Like I said, we're experiencing planetary weird shit. And
can you all see me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, well, my screen, all I see is the background. I don't see you guys at all.
The thank you is stopped, and I see Gillian and myself and you.
Wow. Okay, well, I'll finish the hellos and then I might have to leave and come back in.
Yeah. I can speed it up for you. Jerry's here. Why don't you go back out? Why don't you go out and come back?
I want to see who's here too. I want to say hi to Jerry. No.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I just want to make sure I know who all's here. But hey, Jerry, he's our good friend in the UK. So
John Boy is here.
Let's see. I'm sure they have a 30. Right. I'm sure this all happened 50 years ago. So how could you have seen it before, Sam?
Oh, I see lots of stuff.
I'm not sure.
Yeah. I just say that I've been sort of traveling along with these asteroids all my life, and having expected their arrival, I saw them a little sooner than most would. And I mean, I wrote a paper on it in 78. By the way, I sent everybody a copy of the Immanuel Velikovsky story again this week. Hope everybody has a chance to watch that. You can type that Immanuel Velikovsky on YouTube. And I read his book when I was a teenager, and I'm not sure if it was after I wrote my paper or before, but I wasn't driven by him. But his work is very similar to mine, although he added a very strong religious aspect to it, which was part of why he was strongly ostracized. And then I also described that to everybody that I sent a copy of it to, the fact that the same thing is happening to us as well. We are strongly ostracized because of this topic. So I would invite you to look at that older work of Immanuel Velikovsky.
Yeah, I'd seen that plate tectonics are moving. I got one of those things across my feed today that was describing how much more accentuated all of a sudden people are noticing the gigantic crack that's going all the way up Africa.
They had a 6.0 on it today. There was a 6.0 that hit that exact area today.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, I was telling everybody last show and the last show before that, even on our 100th show, that there is vertical activity of the tectonic plates visibly moving in the quake ratio. And last week we were up into the 5s, and this morning we hit the 6s. So what's coming next week? And and there's this talk about the Schumann resonance harmonic on Earth, which is odd compared to the sun cycle, which is what normally creates it. And the levels are unusually high and not connected to the shift of the star, but yet somewhat Earth exteriorizing, where Earth is harmonically humming. So that something is afoot. And
I've seen light pillars in China. If you look at that other channel,
that's
World
ionic.
of Science, full of it.
That's the superhighway thread linking we talk about between planets. There's this electrical bleed off that actually drains off of smaller Earth onto the larger planets as well. Now, we do know that Isatum is thought to be, and I'm saying thought because there's no way we can take, I don't have a measuring stick and fly out in space and measure Isatum versus Earth. But it is imagined or believed to be that Isatum is slightly larger than Earth.
Wow.
And her yellow moon right now is currently huge. Christoper, in your videos this week and this weekend, you showed that the ion tail is literally moving more vertical. You may have noticed that.
Oh, yeah.
And it's become 4 pathways instead of 3, and sort of got these cool, awesome fingers. And we can't make this stuff up, and you can't go, there it is out in the sky, because literally lately we've been talking about this a lot. The number one identifier, first thing that you see when you look at the sky, is that damn ion tail.
Yeah.
It's hard to miss, and then you go from there and you start sighting your planets. And anyway, where are we? Is Thomas in the green room?
We are time for John Boy. John Boy's here, and he's looking around. Yeah, he is. So we're almost.
Don't want to leave him sitting there too long, because
but I want to say hi. Oh, I was curious if Feral Forest. I was wondering, is that Bruce Martin? Is that what you're telling me, or no? And are you just saying he's here? I don't know. I haven't seen Bruce's name yet. But I'm just curious if Feral Forest is actually Bruce, because I've been chatting with Bruce on Messenger, and yeah, he's going to be joining us in the upcoming one of our upcoming shows. We haven't planned it out yet, but we're working on it. So hi. Anyway, so hi Bruce, wherever you are. How's that? I don't know. He's here though. Hi Nancy. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Good to see your name. Let's see.
There's people in the comments talking about Thunder Snow
Kid. Punk Rock Kid. There's another.
Hi there.
Hi Punk Rock. So great work. Thank you. Right. Good to have you. I'm happy you're here. Glad you found us. I'm always inspired when I see, new people hopping in the chat, and we might be caught up. Let me just do. Okay. No, we're not done yet until we say hi to Michelle.
Hi, Michelle.
We're not complete until Michelle is here.
Yeah. I don't know if you noticed T. Racy is here.
I have. Yeah, she's next. Hi, T. Racy.
Okay.
Good to see you. I knew she'd be here because Experimental's here, and they're always together. So let's see. We're almost
long thread today. Wow, I'm still not at the bottom.
Yeah.
Hey, Howie's here. He has a gift for us. He says. Okay. New Jerusalem coming down. Revelation, Texas Cube. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, well, I'm happy you're here, Howie. Good to. I don't remember seeing your name, but I do actually. It's been a week, I guess. I've been taking care of poor little kitty cat. I don't know. I've been a little busy.
It's been a weird week.
I know. I mean, I held that cat for like 4 days straight. I'm not.
Did we just do a show 2 days ago?
And let me tell you, have y'all ever had a cat want to jump in the bathtub with you? Not normally, but he
cat. He's gonna jump right in.
He does not care if it's water. He does not care. He doesn't care. He
just wants to be with mommy.
He got scared, obviously. That's one scared cat.
So yes, did I hold him in the bathtub? Yes, I did. So
oh
my gosh.
You may not be, but the cat's been.
Whatever he wants, okay? Because I want him to feel good.
Cat rescue.
Hey, it is Bruce. Yay. Okay. Now
how you doing?
Now we know. Hi, Bruce. Again.
Hi, Bruce.
Fifth time probably. Hi. Well, I'm glad you're here. So I'm excited to meet Bruce too. I see that he's a good friend of Sam's, and Sam sent him to me to line up for a show, and I'm like, well, that's an honor. If Sam has selected you for a show,
definitely.
My God,
you got to get on the show.
Well, I thought to have people that have been around for a while that
that's pretty cool.
are on common ground that they would come in, and hopefully they'll tell us, how they found us and what they see in the sky, and we all, including everybody here, the experts today, we have to stick to top, guys, because how easy it is to fall into gossip.
Mm-hmm.
So, moving right along, I'll shut up.
We are caught up. You know what, guys? I'm gonna back out and come back in and see if that makes it better, because I can't see anybody. This is the strangest thing. Kind of weird, isn't it? It just happened all of a sudden, just popped out. All right, I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, we were just talking about, all the volcanoes and the seismic activity, and my wife is really into all this all this new activity that's been happening, and she was reading last night about the Santorini and all the Italy volcanoes and the earthquakes that are happening right now. I guess there was like 3,000 to 8,000 earthquakes
Yeah, we're
And
over 3,000 now. Yeah.
Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah, 3,500. My feed said today. I mean, it's kind of shocking.
There was new activity this morning.
Well, the information I read said that it is the Santorini area is part of the largest recorded volcanic eruption in history 3,600 years ago.
Yep. Wow. The last time when the planets went past or we went into them, that's when it went off before.
Wow. So I posted that on our group so you guys could read all about it.
And the Colombo,
I thought that was pretty compelling.
The submerged Colombo volcano system. The worry about that is if Colombo were to blow, or and now Santorini is also increased mounding. It is rising in elevation.
Wow. Yeah, they say it's mounded. You could see it.
Right,
like
and the harmonics, and this is part of the harmonics I was talking about earlier. The harmonics in that area signify volcanic magma fluting. There's movement underground, and it's this harmonic that's going off. Now, like I said, a couple of years ago, that happened right before Turkey had a major one. And that was
2 years ago. Mm-hmm.
On last week's show, I said, now watch the high tide 12th through 14th. And we're now on the 15th, and it still hasn't sprung. But there's obvious evidence that something very unusual is going on very deep. Now, this also includes the volcano in Sicily and the volcano in northwestern Italy, and the Campi volcano and everything. All of that is connected to each other. Now, it was 3,650 years ago that the last time this thing blew, and it wiped out an entire civilization. And if you look at the topography of the Greek islands per se alone, it shows you millions of years of this kind of behavior. Now, remember, the Nibiru passing planets are cyclic. This happens over and over and over again. Now, at the same time, simultaneously last week, when it started acting up, there was that major earthquake in the Gulf of Mexico. And that was a side-to-side tectonic plate slip. That's why there was no major tsunami. However, there was a smaller tsunami. The major effect of what they're worried about in the Mediterranean is everybody is seaside in the Mediterranean. And if Santorini or the Colombo system blow, especially if the Colombo goes undersea, it's going to be just like Tonga, and it's going to be big because that water pressure makes it blow even harder. So if it were to, open up a shaft and that water was to sink straight into that magma,
can you imagine?
You're going to have a very large boom. And that would create a tsunami that would go from Israel all the way to Spain.
Wow.
And everybody in between would see, 30, 100-foot wave. Depending on how big this is. But we know that there's been 3,000 earthquakes. And, all of the news out there saying, well, it's tectonic. It's because Africa is moving. Yes, Africa is moving. There was a 6-point quake on that fracture that we know Africa is splitting a new island off, just like Madagascar. It's making a second calving as Africa proper is moving northward, and that island is staying in the same place, or actually maybe moving downward according to. I'd have to look up those tectonic movements.
Yeah, because it's breaking off, and it says that there's going to be like a new
new inland sea. Yeah, right. And just like between Africa and Madagascar, and that process has happened because Africa is moving. Now, everybody remember that India is the fastest moving continent, and it came literally from where Madagascar and Antarctica used to be and rammed all the way up into the Asian plate, which is why we have the Himalayas and them being the tallest mountains, and the fact that they're still constantly moving. India is also moving, as well as Africa, and they're the quickest moving continents. Mm-hmm. There is a crash
site. Look at all the flooding in that area.
Magma displacement of the African plate running into the Euro-Asian plate and subducting underneath it.
Wow. It's incredible how there's sea life, fossils and everything on these mountains, what is Mount Everest?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Almost 28,000 feet or something like that. There's all sorts of
fossilized shells and sea level, and it's because it's crashing into, it's being pushed upward into a fold. Numerous folds. That whole area is being up pushed, even though the layer used to be at sea level, it's not that area was at sea level at one time. It's been moved upward into place that it's at. So you are seeing breaking of new stone, but it's actually exposing stuff that was laid down during the Cretaceous period.
Wow.
And which is, they do samples and they know where it was, and this is where they know how tectonic plate movement has to do with water temperature and the sea life that's embedded in the stone and all of this. Geology is a very strongly studied science. It's one of our best sciences, next to chemistry, of course. But after that, so are we ready for
I'm
Thomas?
ready. Yep. I want to say hi to Sandy Cheeks is here. Hi.
Hi, Sandy Cheeks.
Hi, Sandy Cheeks.
Yeah.
She is here.
SpongeBob.
I was wondering. No. and then
And for the record, no hamsters were injured in the making of this video.
Yeah.
So far, so good.
Right. How small. I know we really are kind of just kind of caught in the crosshairs of all this. We're just in the right place at the wrong time or what? I don't know.
Velikovsky. We're being suppressed. Our information, our science is being downplayed. And our view count is much higher than we are being told.
Yeah, it's unfortunate too, because this is so incredible.
It's such a big deal. It really is. How big
everybody should be getting taught this in school to understand
Absolutely.
What's going on. It's a miracle. It's something that happens so. There's such long time periods in between. It has to be kept. It has to be taught, and things would make so much more sense. But then there's so much more that comes with it that they won't do that, because then other things that they make money from, they wouldn't make money from anymore. If you know what I mean.
Show number 101. 4 hours, 20 minutes says it all. That is literally the best capture live that we could have ever hoped for. Discovery of Christoper's film and the Texas Cube. That I wrote it down. I went and watched it a couple of times. Go to show 101.
Jeez, look at that thing.
And this isn't doctored in any way. This is still capture of what Christoper filmed in Las Vegas. Now, I am going to here's that arrogant part that we talked about at the beginning of the show. There isn't anybody out there talking about this. And here is an example of what I have been screaming about since 2015. And again, you can take a soundbite. Are you listening yet? Because we've been screaming this for many years. There are thousands of captures. We're trying to get the word out to people. This should have gone viral long ago. And the realization and the fact that we have a Federation fleet, or fleets plural, parked over the top of us, as well as other factions. By the way, Christoper, I saw your additional Klingon cruiser photograph of the last few days. Unbelievable. We mention things and then we start to see way more of it.
Yeah. It's like, I don't know, like, have you ever seen like a commercial on TV for a car, and then, you see that, you've never seen it before, and then all of a sudden you see like 50 on the road.
You buy a car and then you see more of your car. Yeah.
Sure.
They made that movie, and this is kind of a joke. That My Magic Crayon? I thought about that the other day, and it's like, okay, My Magic colored pencils, because we talk about shit, and then all of a sudden we see tons of it. And and Rebecca, if you feel like you could show this month's site drawing,
I just pull it up. It's funny you mentioned that. I just got it ready to go.
And it's like disclosure. They said disclosure was
this year.
Disclosure was coming,
we are disclosure. We are disclosure. We've been doing this longer than anyone.
Yeah, because you can't really trust everything they say. You know what I mean? I mean, it's like.
Well, this is why we have a coalition of people from around the world.
Half right, half not.
We're not one person saying, "Oh, I see this." We are a coalition from people from around the world. And our close friends who are here today show that, and our guests and stuff.
Yeah, Ionized is here. I just want to say hi.
Hi.
Good to see you.
How you doing?
Yeah. All right. So here's the first of 2 drawings from today, the right side of our sun.
Yeah, this is making a lot of sense now.
Yeah, it's actually, I was explaining to Christopher earlier today, we were talking about, oh, look who's here. Get over here.
Another one.
Mittens.
Look how fast she is.
Mittens, how are you?
Oh boy, I caught her. But no, I was explaining to Chris about, the layout of when you're outside looking at the sky and you're doing a turnaround and where things are. It's just like the drawing. I mean, Nipicity really is just to the right of Isatum right now. Say Isatum is at sunset. Say Isatum is in the west or northwest, right?
Yep.
Right.
If you turn 1/4 of a turn, Nipicity is in the north at sunset. Okay. And if you do another quarter turn, look what's there, Atu and its moon.
Yep.
They're right behind you. Yeah, that's right where it is.
You just
And
get
then
chills
another
when you
quarter turn
see
and
it,
there's
and
Fury.
it's like, oh, it's just incredible.
We're just
It's just like the
swimming.
drawing.
We're swimming in these things just now. No wonder Earth's going
Yeah.
like.
And just
Sarah
like
Ruth
Sam
right
says,
under the
like
sun.
they're above us pretty much during the day, right? It was so cool the other day because it was like you could see how round everything is, each one of them, and there was like this layer of clouds underneath them. But they're all doing their signature effects, and then as soon as sunrise comes, then they start to pass beyond the horizon. It's just incredible.
Pretty neat. I know.
Love it.
And I was appreciative of Sam. He put Nibiru Followers Anonymous on there as well. Look at that.
Awesome. Cool.
Yeah, I caught that and I'm like, that's an
Nice.
honor. Thank you, Sam. I appreciate that.
Well, you've
That's
earned
nice.
it.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. Look at that.
We do our shows through Nibiru Followers Anonymous. And I will admit, years ago when you first came up with the name, I was minutely jealous because it's the perfect name.
Cool. Yeah.
I stuck with Montana Skywatcher because we started out back when before anybody was out there, and we were localized, and now we're worldwide.
Right.
And then people told me to change the name a long time ago. Oh, you should get away from Montana Skywatcher. And I went, no,
No,
do
you
that.
can't.
Can't do
who
that.
You are. You're the Montana Skywatcher.
Right. And I'm not giving that one up. And
right.
And God, I sit there and I try to deal with people in public and not say too much, like Gillian had an event with her butcher. And it's so hard not to include the information in our daily conversation and realization, because we're on a tech level of knowing, and it's like, yeah, well, did you see the Texas Cube? Oops, did I say that publicly to the gas station?
It's just that when I'm finished with working and I'm back in the zone thinking, right, I'm going home now to do the podcast. It's that one day of the week when I get to be with my friends and I get to be able to talk about, geez, I've seen these things all week all around me, and I'm going, no, I have to go to work, or I'm coming home, I have to watch out that I don't go under a bus, and
yeah,
and then you get in there, you're like, I couldn't believe I actually said that, but I thought, you know what, this is what it's all about. We have to tell people. It's like, once you feel comfortable with what you're talking about, you know what you're talking about, and you know that you're right.
And we give
it's like Sam saying we have to be a bit arrogant with the knowledge and just say it. It's like, there it is.
Yeah,
I mean, how can you not see it?
It's absolutely undeniable. We have to tell everybody it's frickin' there. Oh my God, I can't believe you don't see it. And did you see it today? And I drive to the store and I see that, and it's just like, and I've gotten out and I've done the parking lot 360 and looked at the people, not just the sky.
Yeah.
And I've watched them get in and out of their cars and go get their gasoline and open up their energy drink on the way back to their car. And oops, that guy dropped a napkin off of his hot dog. I'll go get that. And I don't leave garbage on the floor. Anyway,
I feel you.
Nobody looks up. Nobody looks at the sky. They don't look.
Or they'll come up to you and ask you what are you taking pictures of, and
the cops get
then
called.
You have to, you get the courage to tell them, and then just look at you like, "I'm sorry, I asked." It's
yeah.
I mean,
the other week there was all those like little square neon glow clouds, like multicolored little. I sent you the pictures anyway. I mean, it was like there were little cubes all flying. I mean, that's not normal. I mean,
no,
and you're taking a picture of it, and everybody's going past you in their car going, "Oh."
We don't even see an eighth of what's really going on the net, because I'm not out farming pictures from TikTok, or because I avoid doing that. I try to stick with member submissions that way we are entitled to the rights of the pictures. Now every once in a while I'll pull one off,
right?
That's really, oh God, this is this, and I know it. It's so cool. I have to share it.
Right. Sometimes you just have to, because.
Right. So I feel like we're leaving poor Thomas in the green room far too long.
Yeah.
Is he there?
Yeah. Let me get my headset. I had to change out headsets. I'm dying. So, all right.
Yes. Welcome to technical difficulties.
Yes. I know.
Great.
I knew it was going to happen. I got booted off the show 5 minutes in.
Oh, Sandy Cheeks. I just kind of let slip. I said, like, I wanted a couple of bones for my dogs, and I was away home to do my podcast, and people were interested, so I gave the information. I hope they're listening. If they are listening, hi guys, and go out there and start taking pictures too. Mind you, you'll be at work. So
I think it's time to make a pamphlet or a flyer or something we can, or even a business card.
Yeah, it's really hard to keep people's attention.
Yes.
I ran into this in the early stage. The moment you start dropping the planet names or anything in front of people and you've got their attention, and then you drop a few of the planet names, their eyes start to roll like, "Oh, you've just lost me." And then they've actually said to me, "Well, this is beyond my education." And then they drop it because either they're personally fearful that they're going to come off as being dumb, or they're not interested at all, and it doesn't really matter. And Chris is making that face. We who are really awake to this topic, and I hate to use that term, awake to it, but we who are aware that this is going on can't even believe that other people don't find this massively important, because this is massively important. I mean, this is our freaking planet. This is climate change. This is
our only home. This is the place where.
Right. Why wouldn't you want to see what's happening up there? Because when the asteroids come in and you really see it for what they are, and it just that moment when you realize, oh my God, that is exactly what Sam has drawn. Those are asteroids. That's a planet. It's just the most incredible feeling. It's like nothing you've ever experienced.
Right, it's just too unbelievable. Like when you say that's
it's almost too unbelievable, because when that thing first pressed through the atmosphere one time when I was in South Africa, the actual, how we understand it as like the friction between the atmospheres and things. Other people, I mean, I didn't realize what that was. When I stared at it, I could see like. It was like little smoky ion trails coming off it. I mean, this thing had just bumped into us, like probably. But what you don't understand is the magnetosphere it's bumped into. It's not because you have that cognitive dissonance yourself at first. Like, it must be so close. That's a piece of it sticking through. But essentially, it's not. It's their call sign. It's their. Right, like potato printing, like a boof like that, and then it's like a stone skipping on the pond,
Right.
And it's so beautiful, it's amazing.
Well, they don't crash into
because it's never been taught to us. Sorry, I get excited about that one because that was
nobody else out there has the orbit model for the last decade plus. I've laid out I've shown you guys month after month the orbit model of these planets for 12 years, Prior to that, I was doing cutouts, and prior to that, I was doing the Understanding the Sky series. Go to Sam Hofman on YouTube. You'll see a bunch of that older stuff. It'll teach you some of the earlier sightings of the planets. And back to dropping the names of the planets. The moment you start mentioning the names of the planets, people back away because, oh my God, it's too complicated. And a lot of people say, well, where do the names come from? This is all research. This is all research that I have done for, going all the way back to 2010 and before, and me knowing and expecting these planets to become for 44 plus years. And so there, this is that brag part again that I don't like to do, or being arrogant or whatever you want to call it. It's not arrogant, it's knowledgeable. I just happen to know about this topic quite well.
I mean, it's confidence.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's confidence. It's not arrogant. You know what I'm saying? But
Right.
some people
You're not telling a fairy tale here.
Right. Some people get offended with confidence and they take it as arrogance. You know what I mean? Because since they don't know.
No, but do you want a confident surgeon, or do you want a nice surgeon? Or in any
everybody was the first person. When something was first started, there's always that first person that pushes the idea out there and sets it floating in its little boat. And then everybody else will be, oh, well, those two actually believe him now, so maybe I should get on, and then it grows. Mm-hmm. Well, and that's how a new science
another example is the OCG, Object Cluster Group. I've given you hand drawing patterns. On Montana Skywatcher earlier today or yesterday, somebody said, why is it called the red asteroid?
Okay.
And I went, wow, okay, I'm going to reach back into this drawer over here and blow the dust off the handle. The red asteroid is called the red asteroid because it's red, and it emanates a red illumination on its own. Sometimes these asteroids actually put off light they're sort of like this capacitor between the planets, and there's this discharge electrically, and then ion bleed off between Earth and the larger planets, and the asteroids in between the planets actually put off this luminescent glow. And 90%, 80%, we'll go 80 to 90% of the time of all of the sightings of the red asteroid, it's red. Now, there are times it's yellow, there's times it's green and blue and rainbow and all sorts of shit. But we've identified the shape of this, and the red asteroid has a different shape than everybody else, which tells me it's probably more of a rock, silica or volcanic chunk of something compared to a lot of the other asteroids. Like the lead asteroid, the way it looks on close-ups, and we've had close-ups going back 8-10 years, and I just posted a bunch of them on Montana Skywatcher today, as a matter of fact. We have close-ups of all of these asteroids over this last decade of close observation. And we saw the asteroids coming in earlier than most of the planets even. I mean, we were dealing with this illumination in the sky that was there, and it was there, and God, there it is again, and God, there it is again, and then it got bigger and bigger and bigger. And that goes all the way back to 2009. And me, pointing my camera up in the sky before I even started Montana Skywatcher. And then literally 2009, 2010, I see a close passing planet that was no way, shape, or form one of ours. And it was smaller, and I still have reservations, and unfortunately I can't absolutely prove it, but I do believe it was Matim, because Matim has a really wide orbit, and compared to all the rest of them, it was very possibly a Matim close Earth pass that we had not documented, but I cannot prove it, so therefore I don't generically say blah, blah, blah. And I try to lay low on things that I can't physically prove. Anyway, long story short is we have this information going back so far that it is absolutely time proven. And this is why we have to be a little more common about it. And then some people are ready for it, and they'll have a tendency to shut down on us when we just, sort of dump our box of toys on the floor when we get there. Is that a tolerable metaphor?
Yeah.
My action figures.
Tolerable.
I just brought a big box of action figures. Let's play.
Yeah, let's play Planet.
Yeah. All right, we should probably bring that poor man.
Yeah, I know, but we could just ramble forever, annoying us. We can just
Right.
honestly, it's easy to do, isn't it? It's so
Yes, it
easy
is.
because we're so obsessed. We're like, finally,
Yeah.
we get our planet fixed, get to talk about it with other people that want to talk about it. So
Yeah, because
it's like,
you don't tell your neighbor this, or
no,
you can, but
Oh no, that's a big mistake.
no. I remember,
Especially if they're right next door.
There's a lady that used to live next door. She moved, but I was telling her about Sam and the podcast and the planets, this last summer. And she was really interested. She said she was telling her mom about it and this and that. And then I started talking about the aliens. And it immediately stopped. She quit talking. I never talked to her after that.
Sorry.
And then she moved. I don't know.
No.
But anyway, so no, she was not open to aliens. So I was like, everything was fine until I said alien. Anyway, so I thought that was I think that's common knowledge by now. I just
there are still a lot of people that are very, very fearful.
Still.
And Rebecca, we were talking about that in a topic that we can't go into too deep, but there are people that are still greatly afraid of aliens, and
I am.
Well, fearful is a good idea. I promise you, fearful. I would if that thing's landing, don't go running up. Take me with you. That's not wise.
No, you don't. I just remember being a kid, like, I would be just terrified to even walk down a dark hallway. And I remember going to the library one time, and there was this book on the shelf. I forget the name of the novel. This book. It had a big face of a gray alien on it. And I knew right away what it was, but I'd never seen it.
It was probably Whitley Strieber's book.
Yeah, I'll have to find out what it's called. But yeah, I can just see it. Like that picture of that gray alien freaked me out. It just stuck with me forever, and I can still feel like how I felt when that happened. That wasn't fun.
Yeah.
But it was like I had seen it before, but how is that possible? I don't know.
Okay. Rather than continue, I'm waiting for you, Rebecca.
Oh, I was just checking the comment about truth seeker, but my son does not have a group by that name. So his name was Truth Spreader 101, I think. Truth Spreader 101. But anyway, so no seeker or search the truth for truth. That's not our group or mine or his, or you know what I mean. So anyway, just clarifying that. So yeah, let's go ahead and get our guest on here, Mr. Thomas. Is it Polat? Polat. Polat. We'll have him pronounce it, so so we'll know, because I'm not sure. But regardless, I've known Thomas a few years. I found him, or he found me in my group on Facebook, and we became, connected at that point. And same for him and Sam. They connected not long after that. So we both had known Thomas for a good while, and it's actually kind of exciting to get to see him. We get to see him and hear him and all that good stuff. It's one thing to chat with people on Messenger.
Right.
Yeah. So here we go, guys. So let's go ahead and hopefully he's ready. I think he's ready. So, all right, Thomas, here, I'm going to bring you on now. I see he's there. So, ta-da. Hey, Thomas.
Hi, guys.
Hey,
well,
how you doing?
There he is.
Oh, it's going.
You look just like the picture. Yeah, you look just like I thought you would. Well, how are you? And I don't know where to start, to be honest. He sent me so many things of material, pictures, unlimited. Yeah, pictures and videos of just really good knowledge and information for us and our everyday lives. So tell us a little bit about, how you got involved in all that. Like, I'm sure you've been doing this for decades, by the way appears?
Not really. So at the beginning,
No?
sorry for my not the best English. So I try that you can understand me well, but I want to answer your question like this. So I start meditating in the spirituality about, I think, 7 years before. So active, but before, as I was a child, I have this feeling already, and then I lost it a bit, and after I get it back, and so now I'm here. I'm doing my best in this way.
Yeah, it does come in ebb and flow. Spiritual sometimes gets put in the background, and then it comes back to haunt you and remind you that it is real. And sometimes it's actually better if you get 2 doses of it instead of just 1. Once you realize there's a lot more to what's going on than what we know, and true human spiritualism.
Yes, of course, that's right. So it's about the feeling. So what you have inside, that's the important thing. But about the culture or the life, you lost it, but it's important. You must feel it, and that is the important thing, I think. Huh?
Absolutely.
So when you talk about feeling, I mean, how does that connect to the planets? Either you or Sam. I'm just because I know we're feeling the planets. We can hear them. We can see them. I know we feel them too.
That's correct.
How we feel, they affect how we feel, like whether it's anxiety or pain or crying or depression. I think so it's hard on us.
I understand at this point, but in my case, I started the meditation, for example, for 5 or 6 years again, and after I have time to look in the sky and I see, oh, it looks strange, and I think about it, but I don't get the right answer for myself. And after I find the Facebook group, talk to you, talk to Sam, and for me that fits. So I understand it all very good, but I'm not like you all guys complete in the details. So if I look in the sky, for me it's clear, it's a planet, it's like this, but I don't want to name them clearly like you. So for me, it's only I live in the present 100%. So I just look and see, oh wow, it's beautiful, and that's all for me. But of course, the plants are real, and people can't understand this, I think, because they don't have the consciousness and the feeling and the other things for it. So they want to live in the matrix, so they go like this, and that's all. So, and you can't even tell them because they are lived like that, and that's it.
They live with those blinkers on, Thomas. Hi, nice to meet you. Sorry, I had to go for an animal break there. They all wanted to go out suddenly.
No problem. Okay, Gillian.
Nice to meet you. How cold is it in Germany?
Oh, in Germany, actually, we have, I think, 4 degrees, not Fahrenheit, so 4 degrees. I don't know what it's in Fahrenheit, but I hear one time you must add 30 and then +6, so maybe about 40 or something like that Fahrenheit, but I'm not sure.
According to Groundhog, we should have spring here pretty soon. There are comments coming from like Tasmania, for instance, that their summer has changed to fall already. So we perhaps will be seeing an early spring. However, it is going to be really nasty for us here in the U.S. next week. Go ahead.
So next week we have 10 degrees or 15 degrees here in Germany. That's good. Next week in the end, but it's okay.
Yeah.
Right. I was checking to see what day.
We are gonna fry.
Well, somebody says that their cabbage is growing like a 4th season. It seems like plants are reacting all differently to the second sun's rays, you see. So your plants are doing all sorts of weird things early or late or
The
double
bird's
time
been singing at
growing.
night again, so there's been more videos coming in of people filming the crazy birds in their neighborhood in the middle of the night going crazy. So
Yeah, there's a lot of
we know
those.
that the planets are going beyond Earth at and reaching in our out view in the night sky, because as Earth turns away from the sun, that's where we have night, just to define it for everybody. So, and now that the planets are going beyond Earth, they are illuminated for, in some cases, brief periods of time or even longer periods of time. You'd have to be outside watching at night. And I assure you, is the footage possibilities right now are increasing percentage wise by the day. And this is all going to be an awesome show. And it already is. The stuff that's coming in is just unbelievable.
Isn't it good how we're all seeing the northern lights for the last 2 years? I can't believe it. Like, how they always said, oh, there would only be like a certain time, like, and you might see it. Well, and now it's like you can go out every second night and see it, because
ask yourself what the northern lights are.
Mm-hmm.
We talk about these light pillars that are reaching from the ground and going straight up to the overhead passing planet. Well, all the planets have been documented by NASA within the last decade to have a glowing north and south pole, which is showing the increased illumination electrical disturbance in our magnetosphere, which is where you get accelerated ions put off light when they bump into each other. And this is also because of the second star and these other planets. All of these planets are putting this off. And we've talked about this for a month or so now. The lead asteroid is starting to self-illuminate. The red asteroid was sighted again this week, self-illuminating in the nighttime sky. The spiral asteroid is now self-illuminating in the nighttime sky. The skull asteroid is now being self-illuminated minutely along with its following asteroids, because the asteroids glow around it more than the skull asteroid per se itself, because there's usually one in front of it in our out view. But that and the salamander asteroid group stuck to the side of Uri. Now that we're seeing more of the bottom of Uri, and as we head into the 180-day close pass cycle of summer, we're going to have one hell of a show. And it might be dangerous.
That's something that Nancy was asking about.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
She was asking if you could elaborate on that, Sam.
The 180-day cycle is really easy. It's just where the planets are. Now, all of their asteroid and their asteroid fields and everybody is laid out in a separate orbit from Earth. They are not in ours. We are not in theirs. They're doing their thing right in our faces as they meander, and we're slowly going through them. We're tinier than they are, and they're tight, and we're spread out. But we're connected, and we're just trading places with each other. And it's cyclic. We do this over and over again. In 2012, when the two stars came together, they did what's known as a binary star discharge pattern. The backblows CMEs of 2012, you can look that up. Now, this passing and this transgression is electrical as well. These polar aurora borealis that we're watching now are red, and we've never seen the red spectrum as strongly as we are now, or the multicolored spectrum. You have to take into account that some of these could be attached to the electrical dispersion between Earth and that other body. So when you're looking at all the beautiful colors in between, look for a big rounded dark face or illuminated or crescent illumination enveloped in that aurora borealis. That same light is the same light. Earth's aurora borealis is the same thing as the self-illuminating object cluster group or the self-illuminating ion poles of these large hidden planets that are there, but they're not hidden, but they're hidden to man's eyes until they understand what they're looking for, because they're so big we don't take them into account as being there. And you got to get past that. And remember, look at the dark areas first in everything, including the aurora borealis. Look for the dark areas and then work your way to the light. And you'll see a whole new world, and they'll jump out at you. And I had to train myself over the years, because I'm sitting in 2012 in my yard looking at Nibiru and the land masses and the oceans and the clouds and the two concentric moons, and I'm watching this, trying to tell everybody. And I actually had to teach myself to see it the next day. And I looked at it and I went, what am I looking at? What am I looking at? And then you block out the sun that's blinding you and you look at the planet and then you start with the dark. And then before you know it, you just keep seeing it. And gray black sunglasses really help. You know, and this is why we put out the monthly sight drawing for everyone, so that they can see where it is. And it's getting more complicated now that they're going over and beyond, and we'll have to work that out as we go.
I keep the monthly sight drawing on my phone, like the wallpaper, and that way I can just just hit the button and there it is.
I encourage people to screen capture a copy of it every 15th of the month.
I tried carrying a copy of it in my pocket, but then it got ripped up, and this wasn't really great to look at, all crumpled up. And
see, that's where you got to put it on a card, and then you put it in a laminate.
Yeah, that would work too. Mm-hmm.
But
we should have one of those laminate things that just flips.
Yeah, you can buy one at Walmart fairly cheap, I think.
Yeah, or carry a phone and actually just look at it. Babu, and I don't use a cell phone, and I wish I did, but I'm glad I don't. I don't have that addiction, thank God. And,
yeah, right. I know. I was using the phone yesterday taking pictures, and I stepped in like a pothole in the street, and I totally fell over, and I totally threw the phone in the air, and oh God, I thought it was over with. But yeah, no broken glass, or didn't break it.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
I have an idea for a patent for that, and I talked about it with a friend.
I dropped mine flat on its face like the other week.
Yeah, I was going to say Taylor dropped his last night, and it cracked it right in the middle of the screen. And it just, I know, it just, when you drop it, every time you're scared to pick it up and see if it.
I know, right?
I've dropped mine so many times. I've never had a cracked screen, but yeah, sure enough, and I'm like, golly, it's
It's almost like when you buy it, you need to just throw it on the ground one time.
Yeah, and I have a good friend. I have a good friend that never puts a case on her phone. I'm like telling her all the time, you need to get a case. You need to get it. How do you even hold it without a case? I have one that has a little ring on it. Like I put my finger
Those
through
are cool.
it. So I won't drop it. Hopefully.
Knock on wood. Knock on wood.
Right, because they're not really. Oh, look at that.
Here's a few I'd say.
Yeah, Thomas. How do Europeans view this thing right now? Look at that.
Yes, it's an electrical exchange. So it seems like that the energy goes up and down, or I think.
I got one too.
Wow, it's looking great, but yes, what can I say else? What is it?
There's videos coming in from around the world.
Oh wow!
And that one,
look at that.
The one on the right is, I believe, ground generated, but the overall bleed off in the pink and the purple is planetary, and it's Atu above. And Atu does drag an awful lot of ions from Earth, and these are where these tower rings are coming from. And we never saw guys like this in 2005 or 2000 or 1990. So people have to realize that, there's a whole new generation of people that have grown up with seeing this as their normal sky, and this is not our normal sky. And ion towers, like you're looking at, we talk about the electron superhighway. There is an electrical trade, a give and take between these larger bodies and smaller Earth, and this is a generation of that bleed off. The light, accelerated ions in our atmosphere that we generate by electricity. Those accelerated ions exist, and they're light, and they all gather together and go straight up to the larger planet because it's a conductive superhighway of planets and the electrical universe, not gravitational.
Yes, of course, it's clear for me.
Yeah.
And that's great. Einstein didn't have. Einstein did not have a connective unification model between the properties of space and the properties of Earth.
Wow.
Now what we're looking at here, all of those shining, those are metallic atmospheric objects that are they're like an electrode, in between the planet above and the planet below. And because they're metallic, they also get static charged, and then they become accelerated electrons themselves, which is kind of what most rings, like the rings of Saturn, has to do with an electrical as well as orbitational placement. It sits in what's known as the weak wave properties of the magnetosphere of the planet, which is why rings form. This is material that weighs a certain amount and it falls into place and stays there.
Wow.
These are asteroids.
Hi to Andrea. Hi, Andrea.
These are asteroids in space doing this.
And that's right, Andrea. We have a guest. His name is Thomas. That's our new guest. She's quick. You know, she knows a new face.
Yeah.
So yeah, and Thomas is from Germany, Andrea, just so you know. So it's his, of course, you know, it's his first time here. And so he sent me some pictures and videos to go over. Thomas, do you have a preference on what we look at first?
No, I sent you all with a mix.
You sent me a lot, yes.
Yes, and you put them and choose them. So for me, it's not necessary. So they are mixed, and if you want, we can discuss them. Or I don't know what's your plan. So I'm very
right. I know, right? Well, I would say let's look at the videos. Let's look at the videos first. Since you know, there's so much information can come across in a 1 minute, 2 minute video. So, and there's several series, and I'll play a video and then we'll stop it and we'll discuss what we want to talk about and then proceed. How's that? Cool. So let me go ahead and get it rolling here. Let's see. Bear with me. Did I save it yet? I know I sent it. Hang on a second. Yeah, let's see.
Yeah, Jerry, some of Einstein's theories were crazy, and then there was a lot of his stuff that was good. But I never swallowed a gravity well. Didn't make sense to me.
Oh, you have other passion, so you can't believe in this shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And, you know, what really threw me back in the early 70s was Isaac Asimov and all of that. And everybody was talking about Planet X and how Uranus and Neptune were, jogging out of orbit for some strange reason. And it was this unknown effect to our solar system, and then I automatically knew that it had to be either a star, or this is where they came up with the Planet X theory, saying it was some body out there floating all by itself, this unknown dark planet. And of course then all the 1980 and 83 information came out, which was sort of correct, mostly wrong, and then after that it became a blender of internet garbage all mixed into one. And unfortunately, that's a good portion of what everyone learns right now, is that blended form of the reality of the binary solar system and the planets and the extra star. Now, the other star is a larger, it's not a dark star, it's not a, what else do they call it? A red dwarf or whatever. And then they mix the fact in, they think Nibiru is a red planet and it's the winged planet. And we found that Saturn is actually the winged planet. And currently the winged planet is very close to Earth, over the top of us. It's the first thing you see in the sky currently is that wing. And normally it goes off of Saturn's facial yellow moon and goes on both sides of the planet, but around is Saturn. But because of our outview and our proximity, we get to see it now, only one side of what's really going on. And then if you look farther over to your right, you'll see Nibiru as well. But Nibiru is getting harder to see because Nibiru is actually getting farther away as we speak. However, if you know what to look for, you can find Nibiru as well. It's unbelievable.
They do definitely overlap just like that too. I mean, I was looking at some pictures Christopher sent me, and it was, it was like that. You could see planet here, and then you could see another one behind it. I mean, it's Man, they're accurate.
Yeah, no, this is out.
I can say that over and over. They're accurate.
If you look at the orbit model of how it is, then you would understand that the Uri, Atu, Seru, Nepesity side, which is on the left, and the Nibiru and his Saturn side, which is on the right, there's two arms to this octopus. And the one octopus arm on the right is spinning towards us, which is Nibiru and is Saturn. But Nibiru is so big, it's pretty much going past us while we're actually seeing inner close to Saturn, as these in the orbit model are rotating in directly in front of us and going past us. Yeah. Thank you. That's exactly the picture I was thinking of.
Yeah, cool.
Now, if you look at it right where it says think about out view, you see a Saturn that has come towards us, and Seru and Uri and Atu have also gone up higher above us. So we are going towards and inside the definition between, just underneath, in the middle line between Nepesity is Saturn, and our out view is affected by, we see Atu on our left, and we see Nepesity on our right. We see Nibiru on our deep right. We see Isatum in front of us and over us. We see Uri out to our middle left. And then we see Saru dead center in by the sun now, while Matim is spinning the orbit around Saru and Uri. And we're actually seeing currently Matim between Saru and Uri in the center, coming forward into our out view. Does that explain that for you? Because the right arm of Nibiru and Isatum are coming close to us, over and past us. And then the rotation will be that Saru will come in, and all of this will rotate over the top of our heads to one pure keep going. If you can imagine in that manner. They're rotating in front of us over time. And we were, and I tried to describe this over the last year, we were on the left-hand side of Uri and Atu a few years ago. And now we have moved to where this drawing is more accurate. And then over time, this drawing is a little bit obsolete, but you get the general direction of out view with this. And this is one of the smaller ones I've drawn like this, and it's pretty accurate. So we keep using it. And if you take into account of the asteroids, and we said lead asteroid and all of that. Now, what's happened with lead asteroid, and I do need to make a new drawing. Lead asteroid has come, as you can see, it's on the left there. It's a tiny little marking there. It has actually gone in front of our center out view and almost in between our right side and center out view, because lead asteroid is orbiting way in a circle around Uri and Atu. Same thing with the red asteroid, same with the blue and the green. They're way out orbiting in a hook. And now they're hooking. They've actually gone past center, and they're headed back to the left in our out view over the next few months. And all of that is coming in over the top of our heads when we hit the 180-day cycle, because we're going to join into the summer orbit where they're a lot closer. Of course, they are getting smaller, so we have less to worry about than we even did even a year ago. But we don't know the effects of passing beyond Earth into the nighttime placement, so we'll see what happens. And there's a lot of, if you notice on this drawing, there's a lot of asteroids under Uri and between Saru. So we don't know fully what's coming. And we've got NASA released footage of that cloud of asteroids and bodies and stuff. We're going back, to our 5th show or something like that, or our 10th show, or whenever it was that we were viewing it over and over again. And we know there's a huge cloud formation of debris, and of course it's been a given example, proven time after time for years about the rainbow material that were in our sightings from around the world. So we know what's up there. We know the patterns. Montana Skywatcher and Nibiru Followers Anonymous are providing all of this information for everyone, and it is documented. And this is where my little touch of arrogant snicker comes in. And I can say, we know what we're talking about. If it's up there, we know it. We know. Anyway, somebody else talk. I'm going to have a sip of this.
Okay. All right, I'm back.
Jubilu was asking how to find the drawings on the Facebook group. They're on Sam's account, and just scroll through the Facebook group and you'll see them, or I'll post them on my TikTok page after the show.
Yeah, and
Anonymous.
I'll send her a copy
Nibiru System Skywatch. It's on. I didn't send the whole gambit today, but I did send a lot of the main sites the pictures today.
Yeah,
I didn't do a bombing run.
I just when I saw them this morning, I was like, that is just exactly how I was picturing it in my head.
Pretty cool.
The other day, it's just great to see how Sam does it.
Not a lot of change from last month. A little bit of nuances there.
I feel like a little bit of change on your drawing is a huge amount.
Yeah, at least we're not hopping right to left or right now. They're doing a in our face so big you can't tell who's who half the time. And I can't even imagine being a novice walking into this right now. I mean, this must be just nightmarishly daunting. And then here these idiots are talking about these cube alien invasion fleet over the top of us. There's no way these guys could be real. There's no way. And yet, all of us from around the world have been documenting it for well over a decade. That they're here. And
if you actively, start watching the sky and taking pictures, you will take. And if you follow where Sam has said the cube is, you will end up taking a picture of it.
And we couldn't take it as just an anomaly,
right?
Because once these topics that we talk about, they only become public Montana Skywatcher topics after serious scientific debate and research amongst us. Now, last show 101, I'm going to say this again. You saw how we were taking Christopher's film, and he took it, he videoed it, he sent it to Rebecca. We saved it for the show. We all watched it together, and all of us together discovered that unbelievable capture of the Texas Cube. It is not photoshopped. It is a still capture, screen capture that Rebecca took of Christopher's video, and we all together saw this sighting live.
Yes, that was so neat.
Yeah, it was an incredible sunset too, and I watched it. I didn't realize I even took a picture. I did not know I took that picture until Rebecca showed it on the show, but I did see it. And at that point, my phone had died. But I had been taking pictures for about 20 minutes prior to that. But I watched that cube as soon as the sun set, the whole sky turned purple. I captured that, and then I watched the cube. You could see it glowing, and it turned this bright red color. And it was just a solid square cube in the sky. You could see a 3-dimensional shape happening. And it glowed for at least, it was insane. It was really cool.
Kaylee, I'll show you real quick the part that we're talking about. Let me pull it up here, and I'll show you.
On the YouTube site at show 101, at 4 hours, 20 minutes on, is the cube sighting from show 101.
It's a really good picture.
Not long after this. It's right in this part of the video.
Yep.
Yeah, we were just sitting here watching, his little.
Yeah, there it comes. Look,
and
that whiteness.
The illumination. Yeah, it's starting to do
Slightly
its thing.
Purple. And the light changes, and the angle of illumination, so it gets shined on from underneath.
And there it's moving around. Look, and save
it a little bit.
Oh, the planet.
Wuzzy. There it comes. It's moving.
Their location is stable. It's the planet they're parked next to that moves. Now the white illumination is the bottom of it, because it's lower than the rest of what it's above. And what we're looking at is the bottom of Atu's moon.
So what is that illuminated part? Is that what we're...
Well, Atu's moon A is illuminated. The bottom on the left is the asteroids orbiting below it at that same angle that we've watched for years. And here is the lead asteroid and other ships.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Okay.
Coming out into the illumination. They're brighter white because they're closer to us than the planet and the asteroids, etc., except for the ones that are in front of it, which is why they're parked there. And they've been parked there since 2019 of April. And we documented that. Now, and I will sit there and I will say this for the 10,000. Yeah, you can see the bottom of it right there. The square bottom is illuminated.
It's getting ready.
And, you know, had Montana Skywatcher and Nibiru Followers Anonymous not shared this generic information, going back all the way to the Texas Cube first sighting in 2015, it would just be a random, we saw this and saw some anomalies filmed in the sky you wouldn't believe unless it was caught on camera video. And we have correlated the Texas Cube and the long box.
Here he comes. Look. There, look.
How?
Look at that thing. It was down there and it goes like boink.
And then it becomes illuminated because the light angle changes after sunset.
That's
so
crazy.
The light is
That is insane.
Now the major
I have to
illumination,
watch it again.
the major white illumination
I can't believe that.
lower down is Atu's moon showing its white face. And that's both sides of the screen. Now on the left-hand side at the bottom is the asteroids that are in front of and below Atu and Atu's moon. Now, if you go to the monthly site drawing, you will see those smaller asteroids. Now that the red asteroid has moved farther out view to the right.
Yeah, I was going to tell you, man.
Look at Chris's disbelief. It's just
I'm still in disbelief. It's just
yeah, you didn't make that up.
in.
You filmed it. It's real. We know it's there, and you know I have to pat myself on the back for trying to bring this subject, because nobody else would have brought anybody this general information if I didn't see it in my head as well as see it by eye. And this is where, you know, to make a long story short, why Montana Skywatcher has been so strict in the gathering of our information, and having seen it by eye as well as we watched it since 2015 on, and we've got thousands of captures from around the world. And Christoper, this is one of the better ones. That your photograph is going to go down as one of the, you know, the top 10 close-ups of Texas Cube, because we got to watch it all together. We discovered it together live.
Yeah.
And see that that illumination right in front of us here, that's Atu's moon, and in front of it there's the square.
Yeah, look at it.
And then remember, there's always asteroids that are coming in and orbiting down below Atu. Between Atu and Uri, there's all that debris.
You know, a lot of times you'll see it and you'll start doubting yourself, like, you know, is that really there? Maybe I'm just looking, you know,
you got to remember
something else. So that's why I'm always telling myself, if it's not under Atu's moon, or if it's the long box cube and it's not on
Uri right there
in front of the Ice Adam Jello moon, then it's not. That's not it.
Yeah, look at the dark areas of what you're looking at here. That illumination is an illuminated planet above the clouds because it's past sunset. And they over. I mean, a few years ago, God, I'm trying to think of what year it was. 2019. Everybody was going, God, it's amazing up here in Montana. The sunshine lasts till like 11:30 at night, and they were all wondering why. And that was because the planet at that time, the planets were being illuminated from underneath, and so it stayed lit in Montana for hours. Because there was a big light bulb over the top of everybody's head, but they didn't see it because it was so large. That is the bottom of Atu's moon.
Definitely, Sharon.
And you can see the shape of it. We know the pattern of what Atu and Atu's moon look like. And we're looking at it right here. And then, you know, and it's overhead, and it's in, you know, right in the place where it is supposed to be, according to the drawings. And over and over and over and over again. And there's the asteroids, and there's the asteroid. And if you look back and behind it, oh, there's the Texas cube, and it's there all the time. It just
that's what Sharon was just saying. Once you, like she said, you kind of train your brain on what to look for and where. It will just, you'll see it more and more. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't move Atu, and Atu's moon moves, but where the cube is parked, it always is, and that makes it so easy to find. You just have to wait for that 5-minute illumination period, like Christoper got, where you can't argue with it, and it even matches the exact copy of when it first came through the wormhole over Texas, which is why it's called the Texas cube. And the facial markings are identical on that capture, as well as 10 years later, 2015 to 2025.
Crazy.
And you can't make that up, and you didn't Photoshop that. And I know you even did a Photoshop background check to check yourself. I don't even know why.
Because I'm just like
fact check yourself. Ooh.
I ran it through all sorts of different like I checked it for artificial intelligence tampering.
Hey, we weren't
one of the websites I used said one of the websites I used said it's artificial intelligence if it's positive over 80%. And I ran it through several of them because I wanted to have different software saying that it's unequivocally wrong. It's not been messed with. So
basically, let's boil it down in a nutshell. You were doubting the video that you filmed.
Sure. I mean, and I've taken pictures of it before. I remember when I first started, and Rebecca
you've got dozens
sent me a picture saying you got a picture of the cube, and I didn't know at all. So I was shocked then. I'm still shocked.
Yeah, you have a whole lot of actual captures of the Texas cube, and that's why I refer to you a lot of the times, because you've seen it as well. And I've seen it directly overhead, and I've seen the long box cube completely, floating by during the day, and I'm, standing there for hours watching the darn thing, and it wasn't enveloped in any clouds whatsoever. And here you're watching these Star Destroyers and support craft and all kinds of crap flying around, and there it frickin' is. And you go, oh my God. And I tried to point it out to my neighbors, and they looked up for about 3 seconds, if that. And then they went, then they crawled in their car and went to the store. Meanwhile, I'm watching Star Wars going on right over my head, and now we're seeing, Klingon cruisers galore. Oh my God. I mean,
the thing is, when you say Klingon cruiser, then people laugh at you and go, see, they're talking about Star Trek. They're faking it.
We're seeing Star Wars and Star Trek over the top of our heads. And had we not keep seeing it, I wouldn't say it, but it's hilarious.
It's just, it is creepy that the things we're seeing in the sky now have been on these movies for the last 40 years. It's just, when did Star Trek start? In the 70s?
It's just shapes and clouds. It's just shapes and clouds.
I think 1973.
Right? And there they are with that one weird ship we saw on the show last week that looks like Sam says. It looks like a Klingon cruiser with weird bent wings, and it's like, what is that? Why does it look like that? And how did they
And then we get more captures of it. Things. And then and the same wing pattern has been showing up for about 6 months. And then there's another group of ships out there that we haven't got too many photographs of. And I do talk about it because they're still coming in. And when I get a file created, then we'll announce that they're real and share that. But they look like a half crab shell, like a soft shell crab. And then it's got this box on the end of it, with sort of kind of wings on the back tail of it. And I'm not sure if they have a leap-off observation deck or what's on the back of it, but we've got, and we've seen those craft as well as, all of the orb sightings and all of the Star Destroyers and fighter craft, and oh God, and they're coming in every day for years now. And yet, we get 900 views. Did I lock up?
I'm used to it now. Yeah. Sorry, Thomas. Yeah, I had your video ready too. So
I was going to see Thomas's videos. Do you also take lots of pictures, Thomas?
No, not from the sky. This is about the consciousness and the human body and a little bit of this, because I told you before, I watched the sky and I love it. It's beautiful, but for me, it's not necessary to take pictures because I'm living in the complete present moment. And so I'm enjoying this because it's not necessary for me to know all the planets by name and this. I don't know if you understand my position, but I'm just relaxing.
You're just connected and living the dream, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Thanks. That's right. I'm living a dream. Yes.
Yeah, and I'm going to get another Coca-Cola to be totally
poison thing. What?
Living in this, and I only drink
the dream,
during
man.
the show, and believe me, I suffer for every one.
We gotta find Sam some kind of
power of
all natural energy drink or something.
Right, a natural.
Natural is the best.
It doesn't taste like
I know.
total garbage.
I don't know. Actually, I don't
know yet either.
All I drink is coffee and water. It's like I'm the boring person there is, but
I must be the other boring person because I do tea and water.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta stop with the coffee because I have to have cream and sugar in my coffee. So, it's not good. If I have 4 cups of coffee, and the sugar amount is just ridiculous. So
sugar part.
Pomegranate and ginger ale.
But I think you guys coffee is also not the best for the human brain. So it affects the brain. And sorry for the only nature thing, but I know this is all poison. I don't drink coffee or anything like that.
That's all our food here, man. It's everything we have at the stores is full of sugar. Everything has got sugar in it. It's crazy.
It's a doping.
Hopefully they're going to start dealing with that soon.
Yeah, and 87 other things that are worse for us than sugar.
Yep. No, definitely.
It just when you think about what has changed, how much it's changed since like when I was a kid in the 70s. Because plastic didn't exist. At least the pop came in like glass bottles, milk came in glass bottles, and you know what I mean? I mean, it's like Chris was saying, everything we put our hands on is full of chemicals, and
including our drinking water.
And it's just, I don't know. It's mind-boggling. Actually, it's like I want to be.
Like the people that are creating these products and everything, dumping all these toxins in the water and stuff. I don't. How do they sleep at night, for one? And I just don't get it. It's
that's
really
that
scary.
job stuff out. They have a job to do and they do it.
I know. Yeah, I know. But it's like, it's not
poison the humanity. So that's their job. So you can't stop that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like that idea. How can you can't stop them poisoning the planet?
Well, it's like look at ketchup. There's you can find regular ketchup on the shelves now, which has got all this ingredients in it that is not sold in other countries like that. It's the same brand in like Canada, doesn't have all the stuff in it, but you can get it like that here in America, and it says organic on the bottle for $13 for ketchup. So either you get the crap for $6 or you get the stuff that doesn't have all these added ingredients in it for an extra $5.
How do you actually know that it isn't in there? How do you actually know? You can't really trust it.
There's an app you can get on your phone. I don't know. I forgot what it's called. But you can get the app and then scan the products at the store, and it will show you what is in that product and if it's, what level of, I guess how toxic it is for your body and all that stuff. So cool. I thought that was pretty interesting.
Wow.
Now let's see if we can
So
find
have we
that.
come to that point where we have to scan these products before we purchase them because they're that? Or, yeah, I guess so.
I'd like to hear more what Sharon has to say. She was a quality control person in a lab for a flavor company for 10 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, imagine.
What's in it? Oh my word. Maybe I don't want to know. So
I know, right? And that's
The less you know, the better.
right.
Okay. Well, let's switch gears. Let's go back to
Yeah.
Thomas's videos. I put these in the order that you sent them to me. I know there's no particular order, so we're just gonna play them and talk about them.
Let's
Okay.
hope. Maybe
Yeah.
the order is not the best, but let's check and let's talk
Yeah.
about it. But I think maybe some people are interested in this topic.
I know they are. We have a lot of people interested in our off-topic, discussions. So here we go.
Once you understand the power of your words, you won't just say anything. Once you understand the power of your thoughts, you won't just think anything. But once you understand the power of your presence, you won't just be anywhere. Think about that.
Yeah.
Yes, it's very difficult for people to understand this maybe because they always have thoughts and aren't in the present. But for me, this is simple. But I think for everybody else, it's maybe impossible or like that. Sorry for saying that, but I think it's my opinion. Other people have a lot of problems, live with a life, and it's not easy. It's a lot of stress, no?
Yeah.
I started learning that, I started studying, this spirituality things like about 2016, and the idea of your thoughts create your reality. I kept replaying that in my head, and that really did help me take control of my thoughts and what I allowed into my thinking, like what I watch on TV or don't watch TV, or you know what I mean? And you have to make it a point to not let your mind,
You can program yourself. That's the answer. So you are your own creator.
Cool. All right, let's go on the next one.
And this is part of the physics, quantum physics. Everything is vibration. You put out a good vibration, the only thing that responds to a good vibration is a good vibration. Bad vibrations are on a different frequency. They don't mix each other. You put out a vibration, you're going to get back what that vibration is. It's called resonance.
Remember, your physical mind is only designed to experience one.
Sorry, that's supposed to stop. But any comment on that, anybody?
I think Sam wanted to say something before.
Yeah, I said sympathetic harmonics. Sound equals light equals matter in physics. And we talk about proton proximity likeness identification. And that is some of the basic principles of our universe. And why our universe is what it is and why it's expanding as well. Scientists are still wondering why the universe is growing larger and it's faster than they expect.
Yeah.
Can you imagine trying to contain a sound?
Yeah.
And not only, well, the number one harmonic also is the transference between hot and cold. And we talk about Big Bang, and everybody thinks that's when our universe was formed, but there's been many, many, many Big Bangs.
Yeah.
Of course, the universe has different ages.
There are universes that are far, far older than ours, and they all have life in them, and millions of life forms, not just little old Earth sitting here in the middle of this dark corner on a stage by itself, but we are connected to a much larger whole. And as a matter of fact, we have a binary solar system with another entire race of people that are higher advanced technology than we are right next door. And
right. Closer than we actually think, Everyone's like, if there's extraterrestrial life out there, it's going to be in another solar system, but it's actually right here.
Yeah, right in our backyard. And not only that, we don't even know all of the animal races here on our planet.
Yes,
in
we
the
have.
ocean or in our forests, for example, or our deserts or our high plains or whatever. And there's even talk, that Daniel Boone discovered a cave full of red-haired giants and all of this, and we have to take all of
Okay.
that information together too,
Oh,
because I'm still pissed off that the Smithsonian burnt all the evidence, got rid of, incinerated the evidence of giants that had been gathered since
unbelievable.
the 1800s, and they've just made it all vanish. Of course, we know history is being manipulated by the people in control right now, and they don't want you to find out this information for a really seriously doggone important reason, because the resources that we are all sharing up above us as well are going to get a little more finite in the nearby future, and that's kind of what's going on right now in the age that we just stepped into. We are not in Kansas anymore, Toto.
No. And Nicole just mentioned, the oceans too. I just posted like a video on my group last night of, some of these creatures that live at like the serious depths. They photographed them using, these submersibles. These things look absolutely insane. Um, yeah, it's who knows.
Including mermaids, that there was a
Right.
series
Oh
of
gosh.
NOAA, National Oceanic Aeronautical Administration, major scientists that in the 2010s, there was like eight or nine of them that up and quit because they had gathered a whole series of bodies off the shore that they were sure were mermaids. I mean, they took them and had them x-rayed and did the bones and all. I mean, they brought this stuff back to the shop, and there was so many sightings that they wanted to announce publicly. And because the government would not let them, a whole series of them, like 8 or 9 of them, up and quit. And you can look that up. It was somewhere around 2010-ish.
Wow.
And yeah, there's life forms, and I hate to go there, but I believe in the possibility, not believe in it, but the possibility therein that Agartha or Hollow Earth or other races living inside the Earth in many ways, and we have
All the Anunnaki.
right.
Yes.
Well, and don't forget the Magi. And
Yes.
all you have to do is go back to Greek history and their interaction with the Magi, and at the Oracle of Delphi and all of that. So when you have these tales, and we know that there's architectural stone structure all over the planet that we can't even make or move to this day.
Right.
So there's tons of evidence of other life forms and other societies prior to ours, absolutely, without a doubt.
Yes.
And so we have to take into account that a huge part of our history has been sort of removed from us. I'll say that, and then of course, there's the source of most of our information comes from what they call empirical science, and that too is a level of manipulation as well. And for an example, that's how I was treated at age 17 and slapped with a non-disclosure agreement rather than tell you the truth in 1980, et cetera, 78 and 80. And they don't want you to know this information. And now that my non-disclosure agreement ended in 2010, I'm trying to busily talk to everybody I possibly can.
Yes, government manipulates the people, and that's for the complete every time. So I think it's a problem, but people don't understand this. So it can be go on.
Oh, and they have
Definitely.
a budget to keep up the disinformation and distraction where we do not. And so we're talking on our little soapbox here in London town, but soapbox nonetheless. And we get our rotten tomatoes and our cabbages thrown at us regularly, but we will plod on, and like a good Shakespearean play, we will continue.
Rebecca,
Yeah.
did you see Carol Ann was talking to you on
Not yet.
Messenger?
Oh, no. Okay, I'll check it. Okay, cool. I want to tell Jesus, thank you. Also, thank you, Jesus. And
Hi, Jesus.
that must mean he's close to joining us.
I was
Great.
wondering.
Yeah. So we'll be on the lookout for him to pop in the green room, So Jesus will be here soon, looks like. So, okay, well, let's proceed with the video, okay?
What's happening? It doesn't have any other job. It's not capable of performing any other function. Your higher mind knows what needs to happen. And it speaks to you to let you know what needs to happen by manifesting its communication in you as passion. Because passion, you're willing to follow, except when you let negative beliefs stop you. So stop talking yourselves out of hearing your higher mind. That's all you have to do. Stop talking yourselves out of hearing and listening and following what your higher mind is doing to guide you by sending the communication of passion to you.
You're not supposed to go out and try to change.
There.
Yes, very important. So the Zen talks or said all the time, the higher mind or the force guide you. And I think that's people need to know and to do. They need to lead from the higher mind or from the force, or how you want to tell, or the other word, I don't know.
That connective source is in us. That connective source is in Earth. That connective source is in our solar system. That connective source is in our universe. That connective source is in our galaxy. That connective source is connected to all the galaxies.
Yes.
And all you have to do is reach out with your feet, your fingertips, and the top of your head, and every hair on your body should stand up. And when you connect to that feeling,
God, I got goosebumps.
exactly, that
Nice.
is far more than just goosebumps. That is you connecting.
I know that was the connection to the universe. I know that
is,
but people don't.
Bodhisattva. That is Bodhisattva, electrical connection where your body hair stands on it. Then you grab hold of that goosebump rush, that body rush, and then you keep it going by knowing you are connected to the far galaxies as far as your mind can think.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Correct.
That is how you reach source. That is how you touch the force. That is how you connect to far seeing and remote viewing, is by turning on that knowledge that you can connect to the earth. You can connect to the solar system. You can connect out everywhere, knowing there is no separation, because there is no separation. We are all magnetosphere electrically connected to everything around us. There is no separation. And that's the unification model that Einstein did not get. It's chemistry, astrochemistry, subatomic chemistry, astrochemistry. It's all connected. Chemistry, space, physics, mathematics, all of it is connected. There is no separation. My daughter calls it the oleologies.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because everything is connected, and including us. And if you grab hold of that and you do the grounding or the Om chant, and I recommend you look into Om chant and harmonics 528 and the 432 and harmonics and all of that, and learn how to do that. When you create that within yourself, and then you add that body rush on top of it, you start a wondrous process in your mind where your mind suddenly starts to find things. You grow, you learn, you observe more. And the more you observe, the more you can observe, the more you'll see. And it's that same connective belief of the living in the now that Thomas lives. He is connected to the now, and so he is connected to that source. So his awareness is heightened. So he's connected to the things, and he's also free of some of those connections of society in sort of an off-grid manner, where he gets to live separate of that, because when you are separate of it, you actually live a calmer, more stable life.
Of course, but it's not an easy job. You must say that too.
Oh, it's work. Yeah, it is work.
It's a lot of work. I think it's the hardest work you can do. It's the fight with yourself, with the ego.
But purity and staying in the middle of the road does have its rewards. You have far less drama in your life.
Yes, of course. Without drama, you can't get there.
Right. So we all have to learn. Einstein worked.
Yeah, out of
Yes, I
chaos
knew
comes
that, Jerry.
brewing.
Yeah, but see, Einstein was trying to lay it out on paper where Tesla didn't necessarily have to. He did it through experiment and outcome, where Einstein was more theoretical. And now remember, there's been like 8 or 10 major scientists throughout history that have proven Einstein wrong, and yet that they don't have any fame either. So the thing is everybody knows what Hollywood says. Oh, Einstein's the greatest in gravity and all of this, and we rotate on a dinner plate in the same spot every year, blah blah blah, and that's
The
not
show
how
must
it is.
go on,
Yeah.
and that's it.
Well, people need to expand their horizons on the reality of what our solar system is actually doing. Rebecca shows an example on the beginning of the show. We're traveling sideways behind in a spiral static cling, and we're chemistry equation. We're not just rocks floating around with gravity. Anyway, move on, Rebecca. Move on.
All right. Proceed. Here we go.
Those who are already enlightened, they're already advanced, they realize what's happening now, they're already there. You don't have to worry about it. The other ones that are so deep into negativity, we're not going to be able to make a difference anyway. They have to find their own way. We're not supposed to convert anyone. It's the ones in the middle that are not sure which way they want to jump. Those are the ones we have to reach, the ones we have to talk to about that things are happening, things are changing, and we're moving into this totally new world.
Wow.
Man has destroyed civilizations down through time, and each time, it's usually with the bad use of their mind, the misuse of the powers of their mind, and each time they'd start all over again from the beginning and create a totally new civilization, a new world. They said there's no longer time for that. We can't do it. We can't waste that time. So this is part of the developing of our psychic powers, bringing
The
that
decree.
back, changing this because we're going to carry it on instead of destroying the world and starting all over again. That's why we're having all this chaos and problems right now as the two try to decide and separate and shift. So it's a very important time we're in right now. And there's many souls that are coming in right now to be here for it. They volunteered to come. The call went out throughout the universe, volunteers to come and help. They have to be souls that are pure, that have not known violence, have no karma to repay, to come in and help raise the consciousness of those who are here. And these people don't know they're one of these. I find it out in my work. But they have no idea on the conscious level they are one of these who has volunteered to come and to use their energy to help raise the consciousness of the world. And I've been told it's working because now the positive is beginning to overshadow the negative. And we
Yes,
are
the stage
moving
will
into
come.
a new world, and it's beyond anything you could expect. But it's too late to turn back now. It's in the process, and it is happening.
Thank you,
The
Loris.
important thing is that you can't change anyone, so they must go their own way. And this is what I think is the right way, because I can tell everybody, look, up in the sky, there are planets, there are the asteroids, there are aliens. People are not are interested, so you can do it. I think mostly it's and your energy, you lost your energy with this. It's also important, I know this, to talk to people, but they can only change on their self. So that's my opinion.
Well, I agree with you, but I have a slightly skewed point of view from that. I have to do my due diligence because they shut me up in 1978, 1980, and so now that I'm allowed to talk, I feel I have to. I feel I have to.
No. Look, if you don't talk or didn't talk, I don't met you. So this is it's good, but I only talk generally for
Oh yeah,
all
I agree.
people,
I agree with
yes.
you. I agree with
Okay.
you. And I usually do, Thomas, even though we spend many an hour debating things that we agree on. I always enjoy that, and
Yeah,
I
me too.
enjoy talking to you as well on when we PM each other. And that's why I wanted to have you on, is because I value your opinion, and I wanted you to know that. And
Thanks, I know, same.
I like your outlook, and you remind me of things on a regular basis, and our neutrality and how we exist in the now, and I appreciate that in you. Thank you. And yeah, but meanwhile, these planets going over the top of us are so affecting everybody around us, including our internet and our pets and our planet and our Earth and our
And the
tectonic
dream and
plates
all of that, of course.
and the volcano level. And oh my God, Kilauea is bubbling away, and we could have another Tonga event here on Santorini anytime now. And I am sitting here waiting for that other shoe to drop. I really feel like something's coming. I just do. And of course the Schumann resonance on what the Earth is doing, and the readings that are going on in Italy. Yeah, and I got goosebumps too. Something's coming. We know that there's extreme behavior harmonically going on Earth right now, because I've been looking into it for days, and I have been watching Santorini. And thank you, by the way, Andy Pohl sent me a bunch of stuff on that. Thank you, Andy. Andy is one of the moderators on Montana Skywatcher 2, and our dear friend in the UK, and he's been around for a very long time. So shout out to him. Yeah. Let's see. We're kind of an example. Look at August weather in 2024 and all the stuff that was happening. Again, I mentioned it earlier. There's these connective waves of disasters that are occurring that if you didn't look them up a year later, you wouldn't realize they were all happening all over the world at the same time. And we are seeing that again. And this is, of course, why we're talking about our weather and how cold it is here and there and there and here. We're going to fry this summer. We're going to see some scary stuff. By the way, there has been a nasty series of Southern California in the Eaton District mudslide in Sierra Madre. They also had a dam overflow. So let's give hopes and prayers to those folks that they're safe tonight. And the impending oncoming cold front that's about to hit literally the Midwest to the East Coast and partially into Mexico next week. So everybody prepare for that, because it's going to be a really nasty one. It's going to be really cold. Make sure your pipes are warm and all of that. And if you don't have heat tape, then run your water during the sub-zero or 20 degrees or whatever you get in your area. But yeah, there's going to be a big push right before spring. These close passing planets as we step into the 180-day cycle are going to be worth paying attention to. I think we're going to get a really cool show. Keep your eye out for the Skull asteroid. Last week we talked about that, where more sightings are coming in every day. What's going on, and of course, do the comparative through the monthly sight drawing. Because there's so many asteroid activity, and keep your eye out for the green asteroid. She's going to be bigger and brighter and more luminescent this month because she's dropped down in elevation, or actually the whole batch has moved. And then, of course, the rounding of the spiral asteroid, because it is actually rounding back. They're going to start heading back towards Uri and Attu. So their pathway will be interrupted compared to what we've been watching for like 2 years. So this transition is all really cool. And the angles are changing, and it's confusing, but it's really awesome, and we're on top of it, and we're accurate, and we're number one. Go ahead, Rebecca.
Okay. All right. Well, we're gonna proceed. There's like 30 minutes. I don't know, maybe 30 videos. Just so you all know, we're gonna, when it stops, there's still
take a break if you want. It's up to you guys. I only send you what I think is important. So
I think it's good information. So yeah, I just wanted everybody to know, there's more. So here we go.
Great.
To take us back to what we really are, we are just a tiny spark. We are a tiny spark that started with God. We were sent out and told, go out and experience and learn. Learn everything there is to learn, and then bring it back. This is how God learns. He wants to learn. He wants all of us to experience. That's why there is no good, there is no bad. It's only experiences, it's only lessons. We bring them back to the source. And this is how everything was created when it all went out. And as that, if you picture that when we're journeying out through all of our hundreds and thousands of lifetimes, where we experience every type of life you can ever even imagine. We've all been flowers, we've been plants, we've been animals. In the theory of reincarnation, we have to be everything before we're done. We have to know what it's like to be everything. On this earth, on other planets, where we are pure energy, it doesn't matter. It's all a form of expression of the source of God. We have to learn everything that's possible to learn.
There you go.
Okay.
I love that. I've listened to that clip so many times before. It's like a popular one floating around out there.
She has. Now, this is where I don't fully agree with Dolores Cannon. I've known about it for many years.
Yeah.
She throws God in there.
Okay.
We're gonna move God over to the next city and call him Prime Creator, because part of the missing message here in what she just shared is the fact of what we humans actually are.
Of course,
and
yes.
I think that's understated in our reality. And part of my message and part of the transition message of these individuals that are specialized that are on the planet right now, the ones that she does refer to as this group of people who are awake, and compared to the people who will never be awake, or the people who are in the middle, as she was also describing prior.
Okay.
We are a created race, not by God, as she refers to. However, the same premise does exist, is that we are a byproduct there of God in the long run. But I think it's underspoken of the fact that there is a big disconnect. What humans actually are, what planet Earth actually is, what is occurring is the bypassing of the binary system. And the mom and dad are home, and the teenagers at the TV room for a long time, and it's time to clean up all of our potato chip jars and our empty pop cans. So we have to clean up Earth now, and we have to grow up. And some of us are about to evolve, and some of us may be in trouble with the babysitter. So,
yes,
excuse
I
me.
think you are right. So she don't know everything about how Earth was created. She have only, I think, a beautiful thought about the souls and how it goes. So I think it's nice to hear.
Hey.
And she's a generic 1950s medium, 1950s, 1970s era medium. And I give her reverence in that department. However, she is semi-inaccurate.
Who's
But
that,
then-
Dolores?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Isn't her? Isn't she like?
Followed her work. I don't fully agree with her because she's okay. I could have an entire debate over this alone. When people claim to be a psychic medium, I am more inclined to doubt them personally, and I avoid claiming that, even though that was exactly what I was recruited for by the U.S. government in 1978 through 80, and the remote viewing and all, and that's exactly what that is. However, what I teach is something that also Thomas refers to, is that I've studied Buddhism and Hinduism and Taoism and world religion, and I have college credits in that department as well. And I have learned from a different spectrum than Dolores Cannon, and she's of the old school, and I am semi in the middle of the new age, because new age does go too far, too liberal, too crazy. but I'm trying to also incorporate empirical science and all of the other respected scientists, fringe scientists out there like Graham Hancock and everybody else, and we could talk about David Talbot and let some of these real straight through clear thinkers actually be part of the narration and discussion. But Dolores Cannon is not necessarily one of my favorites, but she does have validity in her words. Why it took a long time to say that.
Yeah, you got it out. I just want to say hi to David. David is here, everybody. Yeah.
Hi, David.
Hi, David.
Good job. Okay, and also I have Carol Ann is going to hop on here with us.
Great.
The show is meant for her because she is. Yeah, I mean she's like highly knowledgeable on what we're talking about.
Oh yeah,
excellent reaser and dear friend.
So here we go. Here we go. Yeah, there she is.
Hey everybody.
Hi, Carol Ann.
Hello.
Hey.
What a surprise.
Blessings. Yep. Thank you.
Yes. Perfect.
Long week, Rebecca. Long week.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm so
Oh yeah.
Short week.
Yep.
Short week.
You have to get caught up.
I swear to God, we just did this 10 minutes ago.
I know.
Yeah.
Here we are again. And thank you for the drawing, Samuel. Awesome.
Yes.
As always.
I had to do it twice this week because I'm still not used to the new format. And,
Okay.
So
I did one early the night before and then woke up the next day and went, nah, got to do it again.
That's being called anal about what you do.
Well, it's important to me to
perfect.
make sure that I do it right. And if I'm not comfortable with it, I can't post it.
Right. It's perfect.
And, I'm still waiting for Facebook to flag me as posting nudity again. But
oh, no.
Well, at least it wasn't.
Let's not go there.
well, okay, the long story behind that behind the joke is the fact that I don't know how many times I've gone to Facebook jail over posting the monthly site drawing and then flagging me for nudity. Well, when am I drawing nipples? What? This is where the hamster joke comes in, and we don't go into hamster nipples too often.
And this is where Gillian would say their butts in the sky.
Yeah.
Right?
They're little blue
A little bit.
Good to see y'all.
Well, I'm glad you're here.
And
Thank
just
you.
to clarify, Nicole pointed out that Dolores is not considered a medium, but a hypnotist.
Oh. Well, thank you, Nicole. Nicole does lots of research. She looks into all sorts of things we talk about, and she's
Nicole is right. She's a hypnotist. That's right.
Didn't she talk a lot about Nostradamus and
she puts
all that too?
Regularly.
Again, I don't understand anything.
Mm-hmm.
Am I muddling out?
Yeah, a little bit. I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna proceed. Next video. Here we go.
Okay.
There's nothing to see, only the wave. I think the picture is very small. That's it.
Okay. But like we were just talking about how frequency is everything. Like isn't that how God created the earth? He spoke it into existence.
Oh yeah, the Bible's
word,
always talking about the word in the beginning.
Harmonic. It's a sound.
Right.
Sound equals light equals matter, and our universe, our existence is ever expanding, getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and more solar systems and more universes or more galaxies are being born regularly. And we, remember, we're looking in the past. We don't even know what's out there now. We just know that over the last, 4 billion years, things have just been growing and growing and growing and growing. So
There's
an interesting
a
background
weird
noise.
noise. What is that noise?
It stopped.
Okay.
Nope.
It's ghosts trying to talk to us from another
And it's the
dimension.
heartbeat again. It's the heartbeat.
It's the heartbeat. It's not me, is it?
I'm going to click out and see if it was me.
Well,
I'll be right
let me.
I don't think it was you, Caroline. It was there before.
I'm going to mute different people and see if it stops. See, okay.
Somebody's got to talk.
No.
Yeah, it's
It's
still going. It's still going. Yeah. Talk, Sam, so she can.
Oh, I'm muted.
It's up to you.
Yeah. Well, I'm muting everybody one at a time.
She had me muted, so I couldn't talk.
All right.
She's putting everybody on the naughty chair.
Okay. So I have Thomas muted, and it stopped.
Wow.
Maybe you're moving. I don't know. Is something hitting the mic? I don't know.
No,
You look pretty still to me too. I don't know.
Well, it's a secondary carrier wave of our voices.
I can put my headphones on. Maybe it's better, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Give it a try.
Sometimes it sounds like little bubbles bursting or something.
Has anybody got a hamster?
Oh no.
Hamster in the wheel.
No, but I know somebody has a lot of cats.
What?
maybe it's Theo's heartbeat. Maybe it's Theo's heartbeat.
It's better now or not?
Yes, so
It
far,
is
yes.
so far.
I don't hear it.
Okay, let's try.
Thomas, move around a little bit and let's see if it.
There. Yeah.
I believe we're okay.
Yeah, it's gone now.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. Well,
Okay, no problem for this. So if it's my fault, I must say sorry.
No.
Hey,
All
there's
right.
no problem, Thomas.
To our fathers,
It's all good.
5 Hail Marys.
Right.
hey, looky here, everybody. Esri Colette is here.
Oh,
Hey.
hi, young
Hey.
Sam.
Good job.
Well, you know how the Catholic Church, if you got in trouble, you had to, do Our Fathers and Hail
Little
Marys.
Sam.
Right.
Well,
Our Father who art in heaven.
Okay, well, let's move on. Next video, y'all. Okay, hang on.
Hallowed be thy Buddhist teachings.
Every emotion has a particular frequency that goes along with it. Positive emotions have higher frequencies, and
Yes, they
negative
do.
emotions have lower frequencies.
Yes, they do.
Shame is an emotion that vibrates at the lowest frequency, or lowest energy, which is just 20 hertz. Our mind enters a condition of super consciousness at the highest frequencies, which are 700 hertz or more. The blissful state of super consciousness is one of self-realization. After enlightenment, the second highest frequency is the frequency of peace. When someone's at peace, their vibrations are higher than when they're in love or enjoying worldly pleasures. The frequency of desire has a lower frequency than even of anger. This becomes less surprising when we realize that desire is the root cause of all evil emotions. Every action, good or bad, begins with a desire.
Okay.
And that is a strong point of Buddhist teachings having to do with suffering.
So. Yep.
If you correct and live like example Thomas does in the now, you cut some of those desires out of your equation.
Yes, of course.
If you have social interaction where you have great deals of drama, and you take that person's problem and you put it upon your shoulders, your harmonic actually lowers. You take on their problem. And
yes,
so
correct. Goosebumps again.
Right.
The trick is to stay above these harmonics. And I could point out when anytime you meet an extraterrestrial, they're living at a higher harmonic than you do. And
yes,
so
they will affect you very,
right, and
very strong, I think.
Yes, that's proton proximity likeness identification, which is a very strong rule in the galaxy that affects so many things you wouldn't believe. When a proton of one harmonic meets a larger proton of a higher acceleration harmonic, the lower accelerated harmonic rises to meet the tone of the higher proton harmonic. Proton proximity likeness identification. And they will forever be harmonically connected, even across time and space.
Wow.
And that is the whole basis behind the Hadron Collider and the arrival of the Texas Cube, or, for example, the Empire Orb through the Norway Spiral. And I've already said too much.
Right.
No, you always say this before, so it doesn't matter, I think.
Well, I'm embarking on an area of science that has evolved since my non-disclosure agreement. So I have.
Yeah, I know.
The tippy toe in between what could have moderatedly changed over time, and I don't want to embark on classified information publicly where I get in trouble because I still have children at home.
That's right.
Yeah, no, I understand this very well. No problem.
Well, I can definitely tell you they're directly connected. And that proton proximity likeness identification has a great deal to do with the colliders, and do look into that topic and how these ships got here and why these ships are here and why our governments were there in Germany in 2009 when the first major intergalactic craft arrived to get everybody ready for that which we are many years into now, and it's going on, and yet it's not non-viral.
No, it's not viral, but I think it's only showing the force. So if the Texas Cube and the other spaceships come here, they're here for a purpose. So you say that this is the Galactic Federation, and so they are a lot of different species who want or who fight about planet Earth and how it goes, and I think that's the main topic. Correct. And this is why they are here, and because some of them want, how do you say, or so you say it 1 hour or 30 minutes before, they want to get the people more powerful, more enlightened, more get to the origin of the universe, and don't get us as a slave. But this is because
that's part of the decree, correct? And whereas the commodity-based collection from the Anunnaki, which has to occur societally because they depend on that annual commodity, and which is the basis of everything they work off of, just like we run off of oil and natural gas, etc., and wind turbine, but water power, etc. Part of their sources of this economy that they exist in their civilization is part of us. Therefore, this economy has to continue, but only some of us in the future will evolve so that system can continue. That can continue.
Yes, of course.
As well as we also have to, and I don't stress this often enough. Humans as a whole are also a commodity. We are a workforce that is not only on planet Earth.
Yes, it must be like that because not every planet has everything on it. So some must be slave or something like that to get or give it to the other races, for example. Not every race is pure love. So it's different races.
The next stage of human development on Earth, were they to maintain a civilization without mega destruction or anticlimax followed by rebirth, our next stage is to actually go out onto asteroids and mine the asteroids of the products on them.
Wow.
And we can do that soon. And there's other technology that's being shared now that will be, whether we're responsible for it or not, that technology is going forward.
Yes, of course.
And now there is the direct use of the grays for the higher races, but they don't have a population pool that they can create, as well as Rebecca, you and I talked about this. The very replaceable human biotools. We are self-replicating biotools, and we are not the first version. So. And I don't want to dive too deep down that rabbit hole for everyone who is new, because that can be very uncomfortable to learn. But my information comes from off-world, and I will base my track record and reputation therein. Please do continue. Anyone?
All right, keep going. All right, let's move on to the next. Thank you, Gillian, also for your donation. I appreciate it. Yeah, and I was just going to add, I spent like 4 years like making sure, like exiting religion, basically, I spent a lot of time because I want to make sure. I'm like, that's scary,
for perception
to that
Religion, too much rules.
I know. I was deep in it. Sam knows. So anyway, so yeah. When you talk about how, like he was saying about God, and Dolores, and anyway, I get
Well,
it.
you just need to add a little space between, across the street and down the block.
Quite
Between
accurate.
God,
Yeah.
prime creator, and
Source.
that has a tendency to shorten up the length of existence between now and creation. And then, I tell people this constantly, that there's a lot of room between now and 65 million years ago, even just when the dinosaurs appeared. And yet there's this big empty space in history where we don't take into account the fact that, within the transition of the government, or shall we say the powers that be over our solar system, including the Anunnaki and the Federation, and that's been anywhere. The approximate belief is 300 to 400,000 years, give or take. It's only 100,000 years, but anyway, in that time period, there have been 83.3 cycles of the passing of Nibiru, and nobody ever stops to think about that. 83. So what has happened each time that the passing, we know, we go back to 1650 BCE, and we know what happened with climate change. Santorini blew up, the Mycenaeans and the Minoans and all the time, and recorded history, and, all kinds of planetary changes, and the onset of the Sahara Desert, and, and the whole area where in Samaria and Iran and Iraq and all of that all of a sudden turned into a desert, and people don't take that into account. So you have to view these changes and fill in these blank spots between the passings of the planets, and people talk about Noah and all of that, and 8,000 years ago, whatever, 2 cycles ago, and the big flood and all that, and nobody, and I chuckle about it to this day, nobody ever asked, where'd the water come from? Where did the great flood come from? And that's because our planet tipped and our oceans came out of their basins. It's a passing celestial event that happens over and over and over again. So people, if you want to know what's coming, look at the past. Anyway, I'm going to step aside for 2 seconds. Be right back.
Okay. And I just want to comment to Esri Colette, how I do remember you saying you're going to submit money on PayPal, but I never saw it. Like, I never received anything on PayPal from you. It does give me the option, though, I can send a request to you that helps you find it better. I can send you a request. I just need to know what your username on PayPal is, and then you can find me.
That's the best way to do it.
Yeah. So if you want to tell me your username on PayPal, then I can connect with you. So, okay, next video. Here we go.
About yourself and your life. You got to go all in. It's not like you go 50% in. You got to go all in. You got to make a decision with such firm intention that the amplitude of that decision carries a level of energy that causes the body to respond to the mind. And you would say, I remember the moment I made up my mind to change. Nobody changed.
Good point. I talk to a lot of people about this on a regular basis. And a lot of people say, well, Sam says, the number one thing I can tell you is that you have to believe in you.
Yes.
The elation that you achieve once you start to believe in you and what you say, what you think, what you know, what you do. And that comes also from cleaning up your act. There is work involved here. You've got to clean up your act. You can't do it half-assed. You have to fully pledge, go on and believe in this. I learned that on the internet by talking to you guys. I learned that my abilities, which is what the government recruited me for in the first place, really did work. And you've seen examples of that for 15 years by me bringing up topics that no one else on this planet seems to publicly discuss. Why? I don't know. Now, remember, the Pleiadian did tell me only I could do this. And this is, of course, back to that story where I started arguing with it. Correct, Carol Ann?
You don't want to argue.
Yeah.
But you did. Knowing you did.
Well, yeah, because that's Sam, and I have to debate it. I'm going to ask you to talk for a moment, Carol Ann. Would you remind all of our folks how far back, because you're one of the older members who have been here today, how far back the accuracy track record does go?
Oh, the
I have to
accuracy?
impress upon people that they need to listen.
No doubt in my mind. I cannot remember a time.
Well, continue. Explain this to them.
Explain it to them.
Well,
We go back a very long way. I always say the time of T-Rex, but we watched the planets come in. They were tiny, questioned everything, and you've been spot on all these years, and that's why I'm still here.
Well, thank you for your membership and friendship. And this is where we started talking at the beginning of the show, where this arrogance thing, where we're going to have to get a little arrogant. And I do have to claim this track record. We do have to impress upon people that we have stalwartly stepped forward into the wind, regardless of what everyone has said or done. And this information is so highly backed up by proof, documentation, time, fact. This is not a theory anymore. This is a reality, and people they need to share this information. Now, granted, you could be in the world where you don't have to have proof, but you have to accept the fact that your placement here and this awareness is important, no matter how you define it or how fine you learn this or don't learn this. But if you're here, it's for a reason.
Right. And you know what else, Sam? I remember more times of you mentioning, look for this, it's coming. And we waited, and within a matter of a short time, there it was.
Well, there's been
Force guides.
There's many sites out there that give dates, and many sites out there that give you prophecies, and many sites that tell you this is coming and that's coming. I've always tried to be
like
very
within
careful
a
with
week.
that.
Within a week.
And again, and this is part. There's an old saying among indigos. Indigos don't do tests, and I've been very adamant about that to people who call me on, especially 5 minutes after they first meet me. But to my dear old friends, those tests come off the tongue a little easier, and I am always willing to try and tease you guys with a little hint of information of what's yet to come, just so that you can see the example of how important this is, and how, as Rebecca put it, how connected I am to the passing planets and the asteroids.
And the Earth.
Yeah. That's the only way it could be. There's no other way he's able to do what he's doing.
That's right.
He get an update. The only one he gets an update.
Yeah, downloads. Yeah.
I was kind of hoping people would maybe start to listen and share this with their friends, and then finally get this word out, because we've been working. Rebecca is working her butt off, and Christopher's working his butt off, and Gillian has her site, and Carol Ann is very, very busy helping with
in all of them.
numerous sites. She's an admin guest hall monitor in many different sites. And she's taken over the loss.
You like the superintendent, or the dean of schools here.
That's it.
She's the Department of Education currently.
Yes. Trying.
So we're all working our butts off trying to get this information. And then I see Robert again. Hi, Robert. And all of us around the world, these people, these awesome folks out there that send us their pictures every
Robert
day.
sent in some great pictures last night. I sent them to you, Rebecca.
Oh, okay.
Rebecca's got probably like a treasure trove, and she's sitting there.
I think we ought to let Rebecca show us some of the evidence of this.
Pictures.
Yeah. Show us some stuff, Rebecca.
I'm downloading a few more. I have it on video, but there's a couple I wanted to show you on still pictures.
We have to see Philippe sometime today.
Okay, for sure.
That's a must.
For sure. Okay.
Now, were I to be Dolores Cannon, And I did learn a great deal about hypnosis.
Yeah.
And the occult and Wiccan and Buddhism and Hinduism and Taoism, and
Whole 9 yards.
I know about magic, and I have witnesses to prove it.
Yep.
And I do have abilities, and by the way, I am a European bloodline indigo, and I am government rated IQ and sought after remote viewer by the United States government. So therefore, arrogantly, I am going to claim my placement status and track record. Therefore, holy shit, you guys, are we in deep trouble? Remember the Art Bell show and the guy in the phone booth in the desert going, "Oh my God, you guys, yeah." And,
oh yeah.
And I think about that all the time, and it's like, what is it going to take? How hard or how loud am I going to have to scream in the microphone before people share a copy of this to the rest of the world, going, the frickin' Texas Cube, the Longbox Cube, the Star Destroyers, the Empire, or the planets, the asteroids, they're all above our frickin' heads right now, and you guys are missing the coolest frickin' show that ever was. It's unbelievable what's going on overhead, and everybody's missing it. And I want to share. Is that so wrong? Wake up, Alice.
I feel like it's
definitely.
It's a private show just for us or something.
Oh,
you know,
maybe
it's
seemingly it is.
But we have a lot of new guests today, so.
No, I know.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody, for being here.
A little beep in my ear, which means we have a knock at the door in the green room. So. Yeah, it looks like Jesus is here, y'all.
Wonderful.
So I know it's always exciting when he shows up. I just want to mention one thing. I don't know. I went down memory lane last night. I went through all 101 videos and
nice.
Worked on the title that making sure they're all uniform, and I changed things around a little bit. Anyway, the older the video got, I was like, oh yeah, I remember that night. I remember that show, and it was. So you guys got to go back and watch the old videos.
Definitely.
Too.
I watched your guys' first show the other day.
Yeah, I got goosebumps.
That was cool.
This is a way for us to document and create a legacy of videos that there's no other way we could do. Even if we're not putting out a grand science show right now, we're all watching the development and the changes of each of us over time. How Carol Ann looks today, how Christopher's haircut, what his new pair of sunglasses looks like. How nicely Gillian has her hair done today, etc.
What color our outfits are.
How big Mittens is getting,
I found.
What was that, Carol Ann?
I said, what color we wear every time it shows up.
Yeah, I'm going deaf, so I heard something completely different.
Oh, sorry.
But no,
that's okay.
The video where Christopher was a guest for the first time on the show, I'm like, dang.
I can't watch that one.
No, it's
awesome. Look how far we've come. It's pretty.
Right?
How nervous were you on your first show?
Oh my God!
It was almost.
It was like
years.
It was like the worst job interview I've ever had.
Oh my God!
And then it's like, well, it wasn't a bad thing, right? It was great being on the show the first time, but I was nervous, and I had all these questions, and I had all these things I wanted to say, and I drew a blank the whole show, and then second we got off the show, all of it came back to me just like a job interview you go to, and you have things you want to tell them and stuff you want to say, and you leave, you're like, I didn't get that job, and then you remember everything you wanted to say right in the car.
Yep.
Well, you got the job, Christopher, and
does.
And you passed very well the interview, and
the night we turned Alexander and I turned Christopher into Abraham Lincoln, we had it made.
That was the best. That was
I didn't get
killed. That's cool.
Okay.
Was it you that turned him into Abraham Lincoln?
You have to go back to older shows to understand that joke. And we have
or when I dropped off the phone or the feed, and Rebecca's sitting there doing her makeup.
The bloopers. We have bloopers.
I have that recorded, but I've been hesitant to post it. I'm not going to do that to you.
Oh my
Rebecca's
gosh.
going like this, and she goes,
That was funny as hell.
I guess we're live. It was so wonderful. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we have our share of drama. We do.
That's funny. Yeah.
Christopher, that's your next job. Make a blooper.
Okay.
Right? The Abe Lincoln thing was
That was awesome. That was
Jesus on
freaking
Just
here.
reminded me of being like, because I used to work in the hospitals, and this is what the surgeons would do all the time. Just not mean things, but just,
Oh no.
and not humiliating either, but just, it was fun.
It kept
Light
things
ribbing.
light.
It's funny.
Yep.
It
Yeah.
You have somebody in the back room, don't you?
Yeah, let's go ahead and get
Yeah.
Jesus on here, and then we still have a few more clips to look at. So, all right, let's keep
Wonderful.
moving. Yeah, hey, there he is. There he. I'm gonna.
Hey.
Hi guys, how y'all doing?
Yay.
Hello. Good. How you doing, Jesus?
I am
Party,
great. I'm doing
party.
great. I really needed to my therapy session this week, so really looking forward to today. How's everything, guys? How's
Good to see
I
you.
mean, so I switched to days now that now with the whole thing with my brother, I switched to days so I could be a little bit more attentive to his needs. So I just got off of work, so yeah, I guess I'll have all afternoon with you guys. So
Oh,
Great.
yeah, that's awesome. I'm glad.
So,
Is your brother feeling better?
hi, Sandy Cheeks. I am. It's it was the best case scenario under the circumstances. So things could have
Yeah,
been
I'm
much
glad.
worse. Things could have been much worse. So yeah.
Good. We were worried. We were worried.
Yeah, no. Well,
Yeah.
so he had four fractured ribs, and he fell off the balcony.
Oh, man, Jesus.
He's on the second floor. Yeah, so his knee.
Sorry to hear that.
His knee is completely destroyed. He's gonna have to have a knee replacement.
Oh no.
Four fractured
no.
ribs. But again, it could have been so much worse. So
Yeah.
at least
Yeah.
he's still with us. So everything's fine. He's kind of I spoke with him recently, and he's doing better. So
Yep.
thank
They're going
you
to take care of him. They
for the
will.
positive. And you know what?
And we
They
will
have
too.
really great hospitals here. I gotta say,
Utah.
amazing medical care here.
We'll do
The
Om
nurses
chant
are
for healing.
absolutely amazing. So yeah, everything's great. So I will be doing the morning thing for the foreseeable future. So that'll be a nice change of pace. So yesterday was winter, guys. Today's spring again.
Yeah.
It's weird how it's starting to do that. My flowers are starting to creep, and I've got little buds on the back.
Yeah, we got
tree.
so much snow the last 2 days. I mean,
No snow here.
I mean, it was so bad. I mean, we just got dumped on,
Yeah,
which
we
is
got a
good.
big crop.
Which is good because Salt Lake, we haven't really had any snowbirds this year.
And you're going to need the water for the lake. That way
which
it'll
is
all
a
flow into
huge-
Salt Lake this year.
Yeah, which is a big. Overall, it's just such a big part of life here. Is a yearly snow.
Yeah.
Even my
Well-
work, my job has been really slow lately, but these last 2 days, it's just like bam, it's just started happening, and it's been fun. I enjoy the weather. I love the weather. I've always loved weather. It doesn't scare me. I'm one of those. I'm like you, Sam. I've been always fascinated by weather, and even though I never recorded the Weather Channel, I always did watch it.
Yeah, I wanted to record so I could go back and do comparatives. Me pattern watch.
Now I regret it. I'm like, there is so much there that could have been so useful to what we do now.
The cases of VHS tapes that decayed with age. They stopped working. Otherwise, I'd still have them. And they ceased to function after.
That's how I compared. I did get to compare our skies, Sam, because I had a lot of VHSs. So occasionally what I would do is I would go, and in the beginning of all this, back in like 2018, 19, where, my opening eyes days, I had a lot of old movies, and I would go through them and look at the skies, and very, very uneventful. very uneventful.
Well, I encourage you to watch NextRed radar videos, and like even watch Ryan Hall, y'all, or Max Velocity, and start to learn the patterns. Unfortunately, you can't go diving back to 1980 and see what they used to look like. We have our transitional sky movement jet stream patterns and everything, even including from the 500 millibar level to what the jet streams used to be much higher than they are right now, and they've gotten larger and lower in mass and more effect. And of course, this is climate change and everything going on right in front of our faces. And so I do encourage people to start paying attention to the patterns, and that way you'll have an opportunity to judge when something serious is coming, and it is coming, period. No matter where you live on the planet right now, we are all going to see extreme weather.
Agree, Sam. I heard you saying earlier that you kind of feel something coming, something changing. I don't know if you're referring specifically.
Yeah, even Dolores Cannon was saying we are
resonance.
in a new age.
But I feel it too. I feel I don't know. I just feel we might be crossing that threshold soon.
Oh yeah, we have. We've crossed into a different worldwide weather pattern. We've crossed into different percentage wise of world food production. We've crossed over a threshold in how our planet is running in our governments. We have crossed into a threshold of how society is behaving. We've crossed into a threshold where everybody is functioning off of cell phones and technology to a detriment of the old ways. Knowing and having knowledge and being smarter.
Well, everything that everybody knows, and I made a meme of this. I should probably share more often. Everything that everybody thinks they know about the world comes from TV or a screen. We've forgotten to look around to actually take in the world that we live in and actually get familiar with our skies. I had an argument with somebody recently, and I told them, "Look, are you watching the skies, or are you just YouTubing information?" Because, yeah, sure, there's some good information out there. Mostly our sister sites and Montana Skywatch and whatever sprouted from there. But overall, if you're not watching the skies, I don't want to hear you. I've said this before. I don't want to argue with you because clearly, you know, if you're not watching the skies, you have no room to talk because
we are at that point.
You don't know. You don't know.
We are at that point.
Did you see the footage of the Texas Cube from Christoper on last week's show?
I have been seeing a lot of Christoper stuff, and I did see this recent one. It was pretty awesome, man.
Yeah, I just and facial markings that match a decades old photograph. And you can't make this stuff up, and we saw it all together live, and that is going to be timeless.
The awesome part.
Yeah, and we all captured it together as a group. That just proves that this is all the more real and occurring. And we're not just 8 or 10 people talking on a show every week with 1,000 views or whatever. Unfortunately, we are. But I
kind of agree with you, though, Sam. I do feel that our views that are being reported, I don't think are accurate. I truly believe that we are being watched by way more people because I have seen the views go backwards, and I don't mean just one view. I've seen views go backwards on our videos, on our podcasts, 15, 20 views. And that you could call maybe one or two, maybe a glitch or something, but 15 views at a time, 20 views.
Yeah.
I mean, that's funny business. And that
I've gained like 500 followers on TikTok and no views on my videos. How's that
That
possible?
can't be.
There's nothing, like I got like there's views on the videos, but nobody comments, nobody likes anything. Just don't make no damn sense.
I watch your videos every week.
Oh my gosh. I went on TikTok last night. All my people are gone. Everybody I was friends with is gone.
Really?
I mean, I'm not a big TikTok person, but I have Chris and Tara and Katie and Rebecca and Jesus and all that. You're all gone.
Did you re-download it, or is it the same thing from that before it got banned?
Nope. Didn't touch
That's weird.
No,
Get in
I
touch.
think I saw you friend me on TikTok recently. I was like, I thought she was my friend
I
already
know.
on
Well, I'm
TikTok.
gonna have to do it again
Yeah,
because
right.
Yeah, that's
when
true. I
Rebecca
noticed
goes
that recently.
live,
And I was like, what's going on with that? I thought we've been friends
yeah,
forever.
I
But
lasted on TikTok for a week.
just so y'all know, it wasn't me. What?
hi Tara, hi everybody.
These are some slides that Thomas sent me. So I mean,
Oh, and by the way, Thomas, very nice to meet you face to face.
yeah.
Yes, you too.
I've heard
Thanks,
your
man.
name and seen your name around. I know you've been hanging out for some time now, but glad that you
That's
can
great.
join us.
Yeah.
I love the
So
information you brought in today,
I'm gonna
Thomas. This is great.
these while we're talking.
And I also enjoy the whole metaphysical part of this.
Yep.
And I agree with you, Sam, on that. I don't know what her name was. I like her. She's really
Dolores
nice.
Cannon.
Dolores.
Yeah, I like her. I think she's honest. I don't
Right.
sense any distrustfulness, but I do feel the religion part kind of kills
You
her.
wouldn't believe
Direction.
how many books of hers that have been sitting on my bookshelf
Yeah.
over the years. And, if we really want to go farther back, if any, I'm going to really dust this one off. If any of you have ever read the Seth books,
Yes. Seth speaks.
Seth Speaks,
Oh
especially, yeah,
God,
that was the
I
number one of
remember
Seth
that
series.
vaguely. Yeah.
And the Seth Speaks series there's like 20 or 30 of them. I mean, I don't think I ever read all of them, but I think I read like 12 of them.
Yeah, I vaguely
And I
remember.
spent decades trying to understand this maniac. And the fact that this person published these books, and I actually bought the damn thing off of the shelf brand new. Can and so I had to take.
Oh no, I
Sucker
gotta
off.
read them.
Yeah.
Do you want me to send the PDF files to you, Christopher?
Yeah.
Oh my
Okay.
God, Christopher!
All right.
All it's going to do is spin you in a knot and throw you in a blender and tell you that Nibiru
You're
is
in
red.
for it, buddy.
Right.
Yeah, I spent a couple of decades trying to read this person's books to understand them, because my father handed me Seth Speaks. So I read the damn thing, and then I kept reading, trying to understand. It's literally trying to translate a Shakespearean play through Greek, and then trying to tabulate it back to Anunnaki Sumerian.
Yeah.
Oh,
Useless.
that reminds me. Thank you, Caroline, for the books.
Oh, you're welcome.
Oh,
You're welcome.
I wanted to read them, and my eyeballs. I was.
Yeah, I got a new.
We were up late last
Really off topic. I got a brand new book.
What did
This
you get?
very nice lady. Thank you, Nicole. She sent me a hardcover copy of the Dragonlance Chronicles, and I had actually sold all of my copies of them, and so now I'm rereading it again. Thank you, Nicole.
That was nice.
You should try the Dragons of Perrin. I love the Dragons of Perrin by Anne McCaffrey.
Right.
I like her
Another
work.
offshoot of that series. Yeah.
Yep.
There's so many books out there. Excellent choice there, Jillian. Thank you. So anyway, Rebecca, if you got any pictures for us,
You've got to show us some pictures. Yeah, we're dying.
I just want to add one. Let me just add one more thing before we get off topic.
Thank you.
I just want to say, I like her as much as I like her. There's a lot of people with the metaphysical thing that I like, but as I was telling somebody earlier about the news, I think there's a little bit of truth everywhere, and never put your eggs all in one basket. It's always good to kind of see
go down all the rabbit holes.
Yeah, go down all the rabbit holes, and then you will see the
down.
pattern. You will see the pattern that emerges from all.
And
of
you're
them.
no longer
And
the agnostic
it
you
makes
once
it a
were.
little easy. It'll make it a little easier to kind of see
I
what's
love
real
watching
and
how
what's
it's changing.
and what's not. I mean, and that's kind of the way I go with.
Oh, come
everything.
on. We're all squirrels. I've got a new wee animal now, a new totem animal. We're all squirrels, and we're all sticking things in our pouches, like running around and stashing it back again. Like
That's right.
we
And then
never
you
get
said it.
fed
You said
up.
it. Well, you said it in the last show, Jillian, is that you kind of filed it away until it comes up later, and then later it comes up, and you're like, oh, now I get it.
Thomas
Now
said that
you see
too.
eyes. Which is why I enjoy watching a lot of now. Once you have the binary system in mind, go back through our history, look at old stuff, and then it'll be easier to cross-reference things. And I find that I have so much fun with it, just going back and I'm like, oh,
But
that's what
the
this
thing
means,
is,
or maybe this
don't
is
you
what they were trying
notice?
to.
Don't you notice also that if you go back on your feed after we've talked to Thomas now, we'll have new topics on our news feed that will just pop up.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
then we'll
yeah,
get new juicy little tidbits.
yeah.
Thank you
Well,
for the.
especially now with AI. Now with AI, I think it's very important that we realize that AI is learning from us.
Right.
Yeah.
And I've been
So
saying
Oh,
feed
it is
AI.
important that we bring these topics up with AI, so
and
AI
AI is
can
part of our lives
feel
now
like, yeah,
we're teaching it, and
Carol
also it's
yeah,
teaching
yeah,
us.
yeah.
So it's a mutually
Yes,
beneficial
well,
relationship.
it's definitely working both ways for sure. But
Each
I think
needs
it's
the
important
other
that
one
we
to really enjoy its existence. So,
The
yeah,
one thing
yeah.
that we haven't
But
looked at lately, guys.
it is important that we teach, that we bring this topic up with AI as much
Right.
as we
I
possibly can.
totally
That
agree.
way, it adds it to the database, and those who are seeking this knowledge could maybe stumble over it at some point or another. I think AI is one of those things that's going to help, even if it happens in our time or not. It's going to help snowball this information
Look at the
into
evolution over the last
becoming.
6 months alone on his opinion.
That's right.
Just to interrupt for a second, Carol Ann,
Yeah.
has anybody looked me up, Samuel Hoffman, Montana Skywatcher, on Wikipedia? We've been
That I'm
looking at
not sure.
AI, but I hadn't looked up Wikipedia recently.
I'll check that for you, Sam.
If
Gillian
you
and I
would, please.
were up. I usually don't use Wikipedia
Right, but I was
when I
just,
learn,
it crossed my mind.
but
Just
I
thought
will
I'd mention.
definitely look that up and share that
Thank you.
with you.
Yeah.
Wikipedia. Let's put that one into our little doodle book.
Jesus, did you see the part where Julian was reading on? I think it was her 100th show.
I did, and I thought it would. I like that Chris took that and made a video from it. I thought that was
Yeah,
freaking awesome. I thought that was
I
awesome.
think we need to completely clip that
That's the
down and
kind of
use that
stuff.
as a
And you
regular
know what?
post.
I was thinking I might go through some things and maybe kind of do something similar with some of my videos to kind of add some extras, because there's a lot of good stuff. There's a lot
I
of
like
great.
what you put out this week, by the way.
That
Your
was
famous index finger.
prior to our weather. I had some insane skies. Again, I'm back to working mornings, so I'm having more fun with it because I get more sky views in the day. So it's been pretty awesome. And Carol Ann, I just want to say you're glowing today. Well, what's the occasion? What do you?
I'm very sick.
Well, I can't tell. You look.
Fooled you.
Nanner.
Thank you.
No.
I love you.
I
Thank
love you too, Carol.
Yeah, I'm working hard to stay healthy. That's it.
That's good.
And may everyone in the sound of our voice.
Oh, Rebecca,
have
how
healing
is
thoughts and
Theo?
tranquility.
He's better.
Say that again, Sam?
Is he? Okay. Yeah, I was seeing
Yeah,
that.
he went to the
I
doctor
said,
this week.
may everyone within the sound of our voice have healing thoughts and tranquility.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Oh,
There's a song
The
called
next video
Within the
will
Sound
be
of My
about
Voice
healing.
as well.
Sorry. I was going to suggest let's break away for a moment and look at I want to show you one of the videos. Look at some sky pics, and then we still have some more pics and videos from Thomas. Okay.
Great.
Yep.
We'll
That's
just
no
back it.
problem.
Yeah, let's do
That
that.
is
That way we
fine.
can, get a little bit of everything in.
And Thomas, you can hang out with us
and-
until you feel tired, and then you do not.
No, I'm okay. I slept before.
Just checking on
Where
us.
are you, Thomas? If you don't mind me asking.
I don't understand. Please try again. Repeat
where
it.
are you? Where are you?
I am in Germany. I am near Cologne.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Gotcha. So we have Germany, we have Scotland, we have Vegas, we have Utah, we have
Copenhagen.
The complete world.
And Nicole, I've really been
Some
enjoying
people.
your posts lately. I every time I see something you post, it just keeps getting better. So it's awesome.
My mother was from Groningen.
Yeah.
Thomas.
Again?
I said my mother was from Groningen.
Oh, yeah. That's near.
Yep, I knew
My
that.
family originated in Bop, Germany.
Hi, Michelle.
Boppard.
Okay, but Sam, we talked about the blood type, so we know this.
Yes, sir, we do. We know this.
Yes.
My
Oh, tease
dad's
ye
side of
out
it.
there who are listening today and are new to our story.
Rebecca, your dad was in Germany too.
Well, his
on his side.
my grandparent, my dad's
Okay.
side of the family. Because my maiden name was Leib, Leib.
That's right. I forgot
Yeah.
that.
So that's a German,
Yeah,
spelling.
it's also an
Yeah.
augmentation of German Jewish.
Okay.
And Levi.
Okay. Yeah, everybody pronounced it Leib, but it's Leib.
Leib.
Well, over time, the last names change. My Hofman with one F versus German has two Fs.
Correct. Yes.
Right.
Or
It
two
just looks
N's.
wrong to me with two F's. I've seen the name Hoffman, and I'm like, that's not right. That's
An
one.
old German, it would be
One F.
Im Hoffman.
Yeah.
Or von
What is this?
Hoffman. If we were to, be decorated in the war, I'm joking. Anyway. The Tangled web we weave in our, if you go back through history and even look up the Holy Roman Empire, oh my goodness, and as Thomas was just hinting toward in the bloodline and everything that's going on. And you can talk about the Templar Knights, and you can talk about the two Spanish Inquisitions and all that. Did you know that all of that is playing out today as well, and it's still going on?
Yes.
Yeah, it's still going on.
We talked about it's a feeling, it's a connection with the force, and so you don't get all the knowledge and read. You have a feeling, and you have pictures in your head sometimes, and then that's the truth.
Well, it's like watching from the opera box, but the actors don't know you're there.
Yes.
And that's also a remote viewing thing, because if you get too deep into your remote viewing, the actors will see you.
Yeah, of course. I hear this before from other people who do remind viewing or something like that, or from you say you do it with the Russian people, and after the Russian people see you, and yes, of course. And I think it's the same with the other alien races. So if you do it with them, they know you're watching them, and then they start back, for example, or something like that.
Right, you're exactly correct, and I'll throw another tidbit onto the barbecue here with those pieces of meat that I'm not allowed to really talk about. But in an early part of the remote viewing sessions that I did volunteer for while trying to work with them, we did discover our Russian counterparts, and then after that, and pretty much about the same time, we also discovered the thing that's going on the moon and extraterrestrials. And that's generically known, so I figure I can share that. Yeah, and that part of remote viewing is we discovered more. And I over the years, see when we turned in our information, we didn't know if we were accurate or not. And then over the years, once I started doing the internet, and I'll use Gillian as an example, as I always do. Over the years, Gillian and I were talking in PM, and I kept having these remote viewing images in my mind. And so I finally had to actually reach across that safety net and go, actually, that package that you got on your coffee table next to your front door, what is it? Why do I keep seeing this? And would you care to describe it, or shall I, Gillian?
It was my dad's ashes that I'd prepared to bring with me to Scotland, and I couldn't decide how to wrap it because they said make it discreet, but make it look just natural so that it won't really offend people if you're traveling on an airplane.
Either.
Right?
So that way it won't flag customs.
Yes. Well, we didn't want to do anything like
I
that
kept seeing
because
this. She had, of course, never mentioned it to me whatsoever.
no, I didn't say a word.
And I kept seeing this, and it kept, I mean, we're like 4 or 5 conversations where I'm talking to her on PM, around the world, and we'd known each other for, a year or so, and I just kept seeing this, and I finally had to ask her about it, and lo and behold, I'm accurate. And I had the same occurrence with Lana. You guys know Lana, and by the way, we all need to send her the blessings of health because she's being a little quiet, and she's going to freeze her butt off this week, and her power is strong now, and blessings to her. May she find a windfall to help pay for that.
Goosebumps.
I got so where I talked to Lana so often that I knew what was going on out in her yard. And on one night I saw a storm event and described things to you. I had no knowledge that they were there, but yet, lo and behold, I was absolutely accurate. And I even one time knew that the UPS guy was coming knocking at her door, even though she was not expecting a package, and he was at the wrong address. But I said, the dog barked once in the background, and I went, oh, the UPS guy is coming to your door. And there's the connective remote viewing works on its own. It decides when you're going to know and decides when you're not going to know. And that's the major thing I'm trying to share with everybody is that, this connective ability needs to be shared. It's a European indigo, I'm here for a reason job thingy. And this is why we do our show, and our group of people gathered together for a reason, like-minded opinions. And this is, what I'm trying to promote a little stronger than normal. Do you follow me? We have to point this out. This is real. It's functioning. This is not run of the mill. We're not the guys standing there doing the 1-chip challenge from Toledo. Although
we probably would get more views doing that, though.
Oh yeah, and this is why I
swear I could make a YouTube channel. I'd probably get a lot of views because it wouldn't be that hard. Seriously. But I'm like, yeah, I don't think so. I don't want to do that. I don't want to sell out like that. But
again, I'll promote the Try channel where Irish people try things on YouTube. And
I love it's what I love about TikTok. This is the reason why I love TikTok and why I watch TikTok. The people's creativity and people in general are freaking amazing. They are like, yeah. I know, like I know
you're actually done.
It's easy to get caught up in all the negativity and all the hate that we're seeing, especially
Christoper,
right
you're sideways.
But please remember that
Frozen.
People in general are amazing, especially when they're one-on-one. With my job that I do, I'll tell you something. When it's just me and one other person, everybody is amazing in their own way, but put them in a crowd and sometimes their individuality goes out the window, and we need to get past that, guys. We need to get past that.
I'm the guy with the rotten tomato on his forehead. On my soapbox.
That's right.
Please throw at me. I am over here. Nanu.
It's Hofman with 1 F.
Correct. The Dutch version.
I just tried to look that up on Wikipedia.
It's Wikipedia. Someone has to submit the article.
Yeah,
right.
It almost looked like something I had gone into to find stuff.
Yeah.
And it was like a wrong thing, and I've never got it off my phone. But yeah,
we take a direct quote from Meta, and we take a direct quote from X, and we send them both on Wikipedia.
Would you like me to do that for you?
Oh, would you please? We have to be.
I know you're going to do it. I know you're going to do it either way, Carol.
Well,
she's going to go wiggle it out.
I would also point you to another reference source, Bing. Look up my description on Bing.
Okay.
Bing. If I put Bing in my phone.
Actually,
It goes
Bing has been
bonkers.
the most favorable over the last decade, whereas Google was, who's he, and
I
then
don't like Google. I don't like
I'll
Google.
pull up all of them and then combine and submit it to you first. You can look over
oh
it.
no, you go right ahead.
It'll be okay. I'm sure.
No,
It'll
you
be
you don't need to. You know me just about as well as anybody.
I
Well,
kind
the
of
reason
agree.
I don't like Wikipedia is like I can submit this whole thing,
Yeah,
but other people can go in and change things.
that's
That's
true.
why I don't
That
like
is
it.
true. Well, we can
Really?
start with the
But
original post and hope
can
hope that
start.
not too many people pee in the pool.
Yeah, we want to keep that out. We'll give it a try. We'll see what happens.
Well, it's a way to feed AI.
No problem, Samuel.
Okay,
You
I
know,
thank you.
some information out there is better than no information out there. So,
Yeah,
Well,
Bing's just got a heap of stuff about
Oh, nice.
Yeah, Bing.
Nice.
Bing carries a great deal of my Radio Wasteland and some of my Piper Arboretum radio series and some of the Understanding Skies series.
Yeah,
They
look at all that
have
stuff.
some of my negative troll posts. Like there was a guy years ago that would put out some of the carried information. Then all of a sudden, out of the blue, he spun against me and joined the. I'm gonna give them a little fame, only in a brief name. The 104 group. And do you remember them, Carol Ann?
Yes, I do.
Never.
SO.
They were an offshoot of one of the many sites that we were doing in the early years, where we were posting to 40 different sites in the early years from Montana Skywatcher, and then there was this group of people that all of a sudden, and we talked about this before, that he attacked me with remote viewing thing.
Yeah, somebody. I had quite the back and forth with somebody that I had to block because of due to that, and I'm like, I'm not gonna waste my time with this conversation because it's so ridiculous.
It's futile. Yeah.
I'm just not. I'm not. If it was based on any kind of reality at all, maybe I would indulge in this.
Yeah, well, you got to remember that I'm this heavy set guy in Texas. Remember?
Yeah, you're not from Earth, Sam.
Yeah, that too. And I eat crayons.
Neither are you, Jesus. Honestly,
and I wear a poop hat, and
I feel like I really do feel I'm not from here. I feel.
Did you know?
Right. I think technically none of us really are.
Correct. Bingo. You win a cookie, and it's going to be oatmeal raisin. We're a mixed race of 12 separate races. We were put together in a petri dish. We are not the first version of ourselves.
No.
There have been many other previous versions through many cycles. And we are the smaller version because we're easier to pick up now. The larger versions were needed during the Northern Ice Age because their bodies were able to stay warmer and collect more of the commodities and continue production. So overall, over periods of time, we have changed along with the oxygen ratio according to our current environment of the melting ice age of mankind.
Our size has really gone much smaller, is what I firmly believe.
Like
that we were much larger at one point.
Right, bingo. And there are factions that kept on from pygmies to giants.
Yes.
Madagascar to.
All it takes is just going back through our, past rabbit holes, guys, and there's so much there to understand. Even I've been these tree stumps. I really firmly believe. What is it? The one in
Devil's Tower,
Wyoming.
Devil's Tower.
Devil's Tower. I really can't. I can't. I don't understand how people would call that just a natural formation.
That's a volcanic core.
Well, maybe that one.
There's too many.
It's not a tree
like
stump.
that.
It's a volcanic core. And as it cools, it makes that shape.
I don't know.
And then the rest of the mountain it's heated
Have
up.
you seen petrified wood?
Yes, I have seen that.
literally the
And
same
yes, there
thing.
are some mountains out there that do look like they're giant tree stumps. I agree with that. However, Devil's Tower is not. It's a volcanic core. And you
Okay,
all you
cool.
have to do is look at the region and the volcanic region in Idaho
Okay.
and Wyoming and Yellowstone and Montana.
Well, okay, so there's okay, so there's a video with Mr. MBB333 that is just absolutely fascinating. He shows satellite images of what looks like you can literally see the leaves from above. You know,
That falls under the Earth type
if you guys
Titan
haven't seen that
theory.
video, I highly recommend you guys look for it. I mean, he posts this very often, so it probably
That
you probably
falls
have
under
to
the theory of that one point in time Earth was very, very large and we broke up and there used to be giant
maybe
trees
Devil's
everywhere.
Tower isn't, but
don't you think
there is a lot
was
of things
giant
out there that
trees?
show that.
I do. I think there were giant trees.
Oh, we know there were because there
Yeah,
still
I mean,
are.
I feel like they're true. I think those.
All you have to do is go to
Black trees
California.
are.
Oh, those things that look like Devil's Tower, and then they say it was a tree or something that somebody
tree stump. Yeah. Last night there was a new picture posted of Devil's Tower, and it gives the best of both of those things.
Theories.
They're showing it when you look down in it. This was the view, and on the edges you could see like layers of tree stump, but on the inside it was hollow, and they're claiming volcanic.
Yep.
So.
Well, yeah,
last night.
I studied it for years. I've actually been there. I have walked at the base of that puppy.
Oh, I would love to do that.
Yeah,
Ever
I have
since I
been
watched that movie, Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
Yeah, I've
everybody
watched that
said it.
easy 10
Many
times. Yeah,
times,
I've actually
many
walked
times.
around that thing as far as the fences would let us go.
I was going to say, don't they have that fenced off yet?
Yeah,
Really?
yeah, we walked. Yeah.
Do you know if
we
you
got-
go to the side where most people don't go because it's so far?
Yes, I do.
I know. And did you get sage from that area?
Yeah, Arizona sweet sage. It's awesome.
I have a whole bag full.
Yeah, I love well, especially Arizona, but sweet sage is awesome.
Yeah, I have
so
a friend
so is
that-
Wyoming, but I wouldn't want to live there in winter. Thank you.
No.
And that's why I live in Montana on the other side of the Rockies.
Isn't Montana just as cold, Sam?
I was going to say, is that
We're
really
warmer.
better?
We don't get the Arctic thing. If you've ever been to Great Falls, Montana, or Shelby, Montana, or northeastern Montana, it's literally like living in Siberia.
Oh.
It's sparking cold and windy as shit, and oh my God, you don't want to live there.
No, thank you.
So, I stayed for a period of time right at the Canadian border, around the Shelby area, right at the Montana-Canadian border, and it is so damn windy up there. It actually drives you insane. Listening to it, it doesn't quit. Am I clipping out?
Yes.
Yeah.
Why when I'm telling things?
Secrets.
I tell
You know
secrets.
what? We're gonna have to add like something that you can type whenever you get warbled out like that, so you can just continue.
Yeah, it gets very windy in northern Montana. Very, very windy.
Super windy here too, Sam. Like we've had crosswinds that are just insane.
Maybe it was me blasting it out. Me
Like-
trying to
like,
describe an emotional value. It
Ooh,
drives
look
you
behind
crazy.
you, Chris. Behind you.
Hey,
behind
Tony.
Yeah, I know. He's got coolies up in the sky
Oh,
there, man.
really?
Cool things.
Oh, look, it's Saturn's yellow moon.
Yeah, let's take a closer look and see what's going on in Vegas here.
Yeah, let's see.
Let's see.
Plain as
Chris.
day.
Wow.
Look at that.
Whoa!
Oof.
Holy
Yeah,
cannoli.
Yes.
That's
Wow.
That's the Saturn's yellow moon and the lead
Yes.
asteroid and the long box cube
And
and
it's huge.
its atom.
I just got goosebumps.
Woo.
Argue with that.
It's
I dare
perfect
you.
timing too.
Oh, jeez.
We cannot make
Yeah.
this up.
Dude.
There it is.
Yeah, that looks like my recent post.
Yeah, I know. I got something like that yesterday. Wow.
Oh, and look, dead center white dot above the pink house roof is the green asteroid.
Jeez, gosh.
Go down, go down, go down.
Go down, Christopher.
Go down, go down, go down.
There, right there.
Woo!
Right
There's a
there.
little puppy there, right
circular
there.
dot just above the yellow house.
Could you zoom in just above that middle house? It looks like something shining there.
Shinies.
Oh, that circular dot is the green asteroid, and then above it is the long box cube. And there's 2 sea trails covering that up. See the green asteroid?
The green asteroid, what planet or moon does that come with, Sam? Is that
orbits around Attu and Uri. And it is now going to go the other direction and start arcing to the left on its way back.
Okay.
Because it's so far spread out. Now remember, the green asteroid is way out in front of everybody else. So that means its orbit is wider, but it's crossing our out view, not in relation to its atom. There, it's just crossing in front of in our out view.
Yeah, I had a guy like that yesterday.
That's Yuri right there. And see those dots? That's the salamander asteroid group. You can see the head and the 2 arms. They're doing a sea trail in front of it.
Yeah.
There's the head and the 2 arms of the salamander.
Yeah, look at it. He's on the side there.
Side
Looks
of
like
Yuri.
Spider-Man on a wall.
And then right next to the sun, just on the left of the sun, which we're not looking at yet, will be Matim. Right. He's starting to creep on it. To your right, Christopher, just a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, he's come back again. Oops.
Christopher, go right.
Bibble, bibble, bibble. I think he's walking, so he's going that way.
He might not hear us right now.
No.
He's pointing.
He's pointing at the sea trail guy.
Okay, just up of that right there should somewhere be the Texas cube.
I don't see it right now.
That would be that dark blue square dead center in front of the sea trail.
Okay.
And there it is. And then if you look on the left-hand side, there is the immediate asteroids orbiting in front of, from the left down to center in front of Attu,
really
Attu's
clear.
moon.
Yeah. Really clear.
And there's a smaller square right there in front of that sea trail that is not normally defined. Very interesting. Oh, and a couple of Star Destroyers. Remember, I'm on a 43-inch screen.
Yeah, oh, that's right.
Anyway.
You know, sometimes a thumbnail could be really helpful too, though, Sam.
Yeah. A lot of times I found that thumbnails actually outweigh entire videos on some occasions.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. This is my way of filming is trying to shrink everything a little bit and put a little bit more distance with it. That way you could kind of see the overview of what it is. Because I feel like, and here's my analogy, guys. Sometimes these things are so close that you wouldn't know the difference between our sky and them. It's like the typical analogy of putting your face in front of your hand in front of your face. You don't know what it is, but as you pull it back, you start to realize it's a hand, right? It's the same thing with these planets. It's why I like using wide angle. I used to use binoculars, backward binoculars, and I used to record that way when I first started.
Oh, that would work. Yeah.
That way I could put a little bit of distance and get a bigger overview of what's happening in the sky, because things are so close that they're really difficult sometimes. If you didn't know any better, it's really difficult to make sense of what's happening because it's just so big, and we're just not, it's not natural to us to look. We only look at this much, what's in our peripheral vision. We don't
look at
see
that.
big,
Lead asteroid is Saturn's yellow moon in front of its atom.
It's so perfect right now.
And I've been meaning to send you I used to have an iPhone lens that kind of made it wide angle, and I've been meaning to send it to you, Chris, but I keep forgetting because I switched to an Android to a Samsung, so I can't use it anymore. I thought maybe you could use it, but it's
Christopher, if you hear me, stop right there, please. Uh, stop right there if you would, without the trees.
Yes, Nicole.
Right
now,
there,
now,
Chris.
if you could bear with me, Christopher, for just a second. Rebecca, would you put up this month's site drawing on the right-hand side?
Okay. It doesn't let me do side by side. I don't think.
Okay, well, that's why you might have to
I'll
replace.
try. Let me look and see if it'll let me. Hang on.
I've noticed from your
Yeah.
captures, Nicole, that you've been using this method of kind of using a wider field of view. I feel always use your phone sideways instead
Okay, now
of
you can
up
go
and
back
down.
to Christopher.
I don't want to do that. I had these different options. I'm just checking to see.
Okay, well, whatever you want to do.
I'd like to do side by side. Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Andrea, it took me 3 days with my Samsung to say never again will I go back to iPhone. I find it a ripoff.
Yeah.
It's a total ripoff. It's
that's different.
It's one of those things that people just buy because everybody else buys. Because Samsung is so much better. It's so much better.
Yeah, I love mine.
It is.
The Samsung, I couldn't use. Yeah, Samsung's amazing.
The quality of the build is better. Like I've dropped mine, God, countless times just in the 6 months that I've had it. My iPhone, I dropped it once and it was done. Like just shattered.
Yeah, they're pretty durable.
So that, and then the features, and it's so much smarter than an iPhone.
Yes.
I will never go back. We'll never go back.
And brought to you by Jesus.
A plug for Samsung. And we're going.
Yeah, comparison by Jesus. Let's see if we can get.
They owe you royalties now, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
I swear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh God! I just dropped my blanket on my dog's head.
I'm back.
Oh.
Yes.
Sorry.
Somebody. I had an argument with somebody, Andrea, and they were telling me you're using the wrong lens, and I'm like, look, if you're trying to capture planets with the regular camera, good luck. It's just you're not.
Yeah.
You need the widest field of view you could possibly get.
It's even more vertical than I drew it in.
If I was financially well off, I would invest in somebody building me a camera that would give me a wide view.
That would be your
excellent.
Ace Pro 360. Or it's like Instacam Ace Pro.
Well, and what I like about my Android is that it does zoom out. It zooms out a little bit, and I love that feature. I use it so much.
With the Ace Pro, you have the opportunity to do in 4K or 8 or all these different settings. Colin Furs, anybody who watches that YouTube channel, he talks about it regularly. Even other YouTubers use it's like the Insta 360 Ace Pro. You can look that up. Now that's a $500 camera.
Chris, your lady is walking to the store. I don't know if you're catching that, but
cool. I'll probably meet up with her right now.
Yeah.
You guys can't hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
You guys can't hear me?
Jackie's been posting some cool
I heard
stuff.
You're looking at the lead asteroid. You're looking at the long box cube. You're looking at Isatum's yellow moon and Isatum on the right-hand side of the sun and its space cloud.
Really, I was kind of thinking about the Google Pixel phone, but honestly, I don't trust Google. Like, I just don't trust Google. So I don't know if I could trust their phones or anything, but it looked like a quality phone to me, but apparently it's not. Bummer.
I have a Nikon Jesus. I think it's a.
Oh, jeez, that's the P900. The P900.
It's either a 900 or a 950. I forget.
The P900 is my dream camera. I've never been able to get it, but I will eventually.
I
the
think
zoom on that thing is insane.
My Nikon, was it a 900 or a 950?
Okay, now we are looking at a different light source here.
Well, that was my dream camera too. and my dream came true about
Really?
2 years ago.
I'm gonna find one, even if it's a used one. I got one off of Amazon that was used, the Sony DH300. It was a great camera. I loved it, and I only got it for, it was like $250. It was used, but when I got it, I was like, this doesn't even look or feel used. It was just so.
Christopher, is this the left side of the sun?
And Andrea,
would
yes,
be-
like
Well, you're
finding
looking at the Texas
good-
cube, basically, in front of Attu and Attu's moon, correct? Yep.
The
There,
dark.
we watched it last week. There's your Texas cube, ladies and beans.
You know, Andrea, it's really difficult to find a wide angle camera or wide angle view that doesn't fisheye. But I think you could find something that kind of minimizes that fisheye look. That's what I mean. Like, if I had money, I would pay somebody to build me a lens that was wide and wouldn't fisheye the view, because
See the stuttery square cloud pattern that it leaves behind it as it travels, as this planet rotates over the top of us. And if you look at the light source, the light is coming from behind us to the right. This is beyond Earth during the day, being facially illuminated. And that big round blue thing is Attu. And just above the Texas cube is Attu's moon. If you point slightly higher up, Christopher, you'll see Attu's moon.
Oh,
There you go. But right there at the end, just above palm tree or cell tower, whichever that actually is the Texas cube. And probably some Star Destroyers in the mix there. But there are some sea trails as well. Or no, the Attu's ring is not there. It would be rounded. So those are sea trails. Is that a cell tower or a palm tree?
nah.
Looks like a cell tower. All right. But directly above that is the Texas cube. To see that square thing going through the sky. The trail is coming from overhead, going away from us. Yeah, right there. Bingo. And you can't make this up, but there
Can
it
you
is.
guys not
every
hear
day.
me?
Yes, now we can.
Oh, weird. Okay.
Please do give us your sighting. Yeah, you're
Yeah,
on
it's
mute.
wild out here. You know, I sat on the yellow moon and I sat and we're just in there. It's always incredible. I think that's my favorite. But yeah,
It's your
you can
totem.
once you
You
realize
don't
where
have
the cube
totem
is,
animals anymore. You have totem planets.
right? I'm gonna get killed out here in traffic.
Be careful.
Wait. Yeah, I know, right?
Car coming. Car
Don't you
coming.
people know what I'm doing? Get out of my way.
I'm a pedestrian in this. I'm internet press, damn it.
Christopher,
Right?
don't you
Go
have
ahead.
a fluorescent vest on?
Sam told me to get one. I need to. It's time.
No,
That's a
I
good
told him
idea.
to write on the back, either a nice patch or at least
Yep.
magic mark or internet press,
Right?
and that way they'll stop calling the cops on him.
Right.
I
Press
know.
on
I
to
what
them
the
quick.
Oh,
hell?
guess what happened? Guess what happened a wee while ago? I went out the door and
No.
I've actually taken pictures of the moon in that. Well, I thought it was the moon, but now I'm not too sure because I've gone and filtered it and started looking at it really carefully. And I thought, wait a minute, there's stuff next to our little buddy here. You know how you think you're gonna? Why can't you see the stars?
Yeah.
And there's this big purple thing, and if you filter it, it's got all the telltale signs of,
Boy, look how that.
the shapes that must be on the surface of our big purple monster friend. And
That
it
got
must
bigger.
be sat there
Christopher.
next to the moon, like on the right, lower down. Yeah, I can't believe these
Again,
things.
okay,
They're
that's
so
the right-hand
amazing.
side of the.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah.
Saturn's yellow moon, and it's Saturn.
Yep.
And look how
Look at that
huge it's
thing.
gotten just in
Look
the
at
last
that.
5 minutes.
Look at
Right?
that thing there, and then there's a
Right, yep.
second one, and then the third one, and all the
And
bits
then the
side.
long box cube. Don't forget the long box cube.
Look at the
Oh
dark
my God.
areas.
Look at that thing. Oh, wowzer. Yummy. Oh, look at that thing on the right there. Like, I just noticed it. Like, oh,
Let me start. Well, that's as far as I can get to the sun, but
Do you see the ion drop tail
Oh, yeah.
on the bottom of the planet?
Yep.
New base cloud.
Yeah, let's see if I can
Hey,
get.
Aaliyah.
Yep.
Aaliyah's here.
Hi,
Hi, Leah.
Good to see you. Okay, Christopher's
All
froze.
right.
Yep.
Yeah, it went dark. Okay.
That was cool.
Hmm.
I just want
I'm
to
trying
tell.
to figure out how to. There, fix
Sorry.
it.
Hey, Seuss, it's a 950. It's a beast.
Oh,
I
I
mean,
love that. I want
it's
one.
a beast.
I want
Oh,
one.
yummy. Look at that thing.
Yeah.
Wow.
Remember my moonshot from like 2 or 3 years ago?
I
The
Yeah.
real
believe
close up that I got?
That
Yes,
was from
yes,
that.
That
it.
was from this. Yeah,
Nice.
I had
You
the
took some
tripod.
great stuff with that. You took
Yeah.
some great stuff with that. I
Yep.
love with my my Sony, which was very similar to that, but a little lower end. But I want that camera. I've been wanting that
Right.
camera about 7 years now, but I'll get it eventually.
You will eventually.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, my
I've been
husband had
thinking
a
about even trying a new camera.
Manola,
I'm not
and
that brave.
we got the Hale-Bopp Comet with that. We
Really?
had it all set up
With the
auto,
zoom
and
on that, the zoom on that thing is insane.
it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
But you don't need
Well-
it to see the planets, that's for sure.
No,
Yeah,
no,
I
That
was
was
saying-
what I
but
was
it
asked
is nice
today.
that,
Like, what strength does my telescope need to be to see them? I'm like,
Walk out your front door, look up.
I put
Yeah.
my telescope away.
But it is,
God,
you know, if I would have had that camera, like when I had Atti's moon passing really close to me, I would have taken some really, really nice shots of its craters right above me. But the camera I had at the time just would not pick up. It was right at dawn, so it was a little dark and it wasn't picking up as well as I would have liked it to. But a camera like
You know,
that,
Rebecca, we should do literally a video, an entire show on Attu and Attu's moon alone.
Oh my
oh,
god.
they were our
Early
first
days.
Oh,
friends,
we
weren't
could do
they?
that.
The
I have a-
number of
Yeah.
pictures we have
I have a
in
lot of
Only
files.
submissions, yeah.
Chris will be back in about 10 minutes.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Here's a few
the
comparisons
close-up
to
over
look
the
at.
years that we
Oh,
have of that.
pictures.
I think we lost
Yeah.
Thomas.
Yeah, I saw
Where's
that.
Thomas?
Yeah.
It's possible his
Oh.
battery died on him.
Yeah, Jackie.
Yeah.
The later
Yeah,
the later
let's
it gets
see.
in Vegas, the weirder it gets.
And it was quite late.
There's
in Germany.
Katie's pictures.
Katie Joe's
Sorry,
pictures,
I'm
amazing.
trying
Look
to
at
get
that.
her-
Wow.
I was just seeing this.
There we go.
That's awesome.
Isn't that cool?
Now, remember last week I commented to Katie Joe that I had seen some of her pictures, and I was jumping into a new ponderance over them. And I'm still working on that, by the way, Katie Joe. Thank you very much. It was your pictures from the East Coast that showed me a rather interesting anomaly that we have not seen recently. So I'm still working on it.
Oh,
Gotcha.
Okay.
I'd like everybody to look at what they're looking at. You know, remember to do the dark first, the light
That's from
second.
Tara.
Here's another example of that as well. If you look on the left-hand upper picture, look at that blue shaft lighting, the refraction angles. Notice that the light goes around things and beside things and is cut off by a thing. And it shows you the direction of its escape around these objects.
You can literally see the curve there.
Right, you could start from the dark and work your way to the light.
Right.
Yeah.
Samuel,
Yes.
With him it's obvious, yeah.
you know how we're looking at this and everybody's assuming that's like a whole representation of the sun. But essentially it isn't really, is it? It's the
No, it's
light
cut
of
off.
the sun curving around it.
There's
Right.
this atom is coming in front of and cutting off the edge of the light, so you're looking only at half of the sun.
Yeah.
And that's why that blue shaft lighting is going around the edge of Isatum's atmosphere.
A lot of times what we're seeing is just sunlight wrapping around a planet, like being cut up by a planet. A lot of times it's not even the sun that we're seeing. We're just seeing.
And then it expands and becomes that great, big, huge brilliance.
And we have absolute evidence of that going back all the way to 2012. We have thousands of those pictures.
Sam, I really been dying to tell you this.
Go ahead.
Somebody recently told me. So again, the argument was that space is fake and all that usual mumble.
Yeah.
But he tells me, so how is it that the sun is out in space, there's sunlight here on Earth, but space isn't lit up? And I'm like, dude,
that was Mark.
You need to go back. Actually, it wasn't Mark this time.
Oh, it wasn't? He hit us up about that too.
But I'm like, dude, like you really need to go back and see how light works. Like it's a really easy experiment. Just get a flashlight, go outside, flash it up into the darkness, see if you see light, then flash it down to the ground, and you'll see that if there's nothing for light to bounce on, you don't see it. Like light can
you also have to take into account,
just pass in front of you, you won't see it. You have to have the prism effect, or you have to have something for it.
Right. And the human eye is limited in the spectrum, and only when it strikes an object or an atmospheric particulate or a gaseous form does it break down into a spectrum that the human eye can register and see. Whereas why the birds are chirping at 3 o'clock in the morning, and we are not aware of why.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
they see what we don't see.
I try to explain this, but they weren't having it. They just weren't having it.
That's a tough one.
This is unfortunately is that a lot of the people that come and down us, and a lot of the people that troll me, it seems like they don't really know the basics.
No, they've never spent 5 minutes researching what we've been documenting for 15 years.
And I try to be, I try not to be reactive, because I understand, because there was one time where I didn't know a lot of this stuff, right? So I try to be patient, and I'll try to help them. The problem is that we're not very teachable anymore. We are so we're so stuck in our ways now, where like I know everything, and everybody like everybody has this attitude like nobody is teachable. Like you can't teach somebody anything, because everybody gets either offended or they feel like they know better. And I don't know, guys, if you're not teachable, if you're not
welcome to my world.
Maybe I don't know something. It's okay not to know something. It doesn't make you dumb.
It is. It's really hard.
I don't believe in dumb. I don't believe that's a thing. I believe there's either learned or unlearned. Okay, just because you don't know something doesn't make you dumb. But be open to learn something, because we didn't fall off the turn up wagon yesterday, guys. We've been doing this for years,
Right.
Sam's been, on board since the 80s, officially doing this for 15 years. Rebecca, Carol,
photo with the skull. I love that.
You go, as you say, you're from the dinosaur age. You're way back from day one. Christopher's been here a year, but I mean, he has, his learning has been so quick that
he was very open.
And
we came up last year's turnip truck.
That makes the complete. I love these pictures I love these pictures. I really miss when Petty was gone.
Now this photograph on the right, in the upper right, very much reminds me of the 2015 placement of Attu and Attu's moon, all the way back when James was co-adminning that he started getting out of sorts over screen copies. People, these are freaking planets. They're right parked next to our asses. What do you want me to tell you? Oh God, and we've been yelled at forever by so many people over this.
Yeah, what I tell people, look, if you're here, it's for a reason, and at least give yourself the chance to either agree or disagree. Don't come in like you know everything already. If you come, just be humble, humble yourself enough to at least listen to the information and see what you think of it. It's that simple. That like just be open. There's a lot of things that I don't agree with, but I'm like, okay, I'll listen. I'll give the craziest person,
keep the door open.
The benefit of the doubt, and then I'll kind of go from there. But I mean, you have to keep the door open to teach yourself something, guys. Don't be stubborn. Don't be stubborn, and though your ego will get in the way of you learning something so incredibly amazing that don't cheat yourself out of learning something this amazing, because there's nothing out there in the world that even compares to what's happening right now. It's just the most fascinating thing you could I've ever been a part of.
We documented the arrival of these planets from when they were tiny. A blip on the left-hand side of the screen coming in from around the world, and there was always this reoccurring blip and this reoccurring blip, and then it got bigger and bigger.
And then another one came in.
And then we started, we actually started, I said this earlier to many people on Facebook, we watched the asteroids come in far earlier than we understood what we were even seeing, which was beside them, which was the planets, because they were blended into the sky in color and in lighting and sight, illumination, etc., etc. They were hard to see in the early years. But then when they came up in the Antarctica, Neumayer Station and stuff like this, we were getting captures of them. We still didn't see them until we looked back at the pictures a couple of days later over and over again. And real time, and we watched it for years. And back then, there was like 5 other live Antarctica sites that you can't even find anymore. I can't find them anyway.
They were the good ones.
Yeah, and we used to have links directly to satellites.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Where you could actually direct link to some, live satellite.
Even ISS, we were all linked to that, until they closed that down on us.
Right, and then right about the time we watched the axis of the Earth change, and all of the maps, and then they started talking about having to recalibrate GPS and all of this, and this was 2011.
Yeah,
when the second star got here, and all the normal planets decided to have their axis tip, and everybody started to illuminate on their north and their south pole, and the rings of Saturn were literally vertical.
It should have been, what the heck is going on
here?
And nobody questioned it.
And the sun comes up, right after that in the northeast sky.
Yep.
And it wasn't our sun.
Right.
And it outshined Sol. So we saw the big sun, and then we were wondering what that slight anomaly over to the right was. That was due east, which is exactly where it's supposed to be. And then it progressed into 2012, where the joining and then the binary discharge pattern that happens every 3,654 years in a binary cycle, like other stars, that binary discharge cycle. Look that up. They intermittently have these huge bursts of radiation, and they're cyclic, and it's part of their normal. And anyway, and this is currently what, Saru's on her way towards us, and Uri's going to move up and above us this 180-day cycle, and then Saturn's going to get extremely close, and the Saturn's yellow moon is yet to get even bigger.
That's going to be, I'm looking forward to that, and at the same time, not looking forward to it, because we don't know what effects this one could have on us.
Yeah, she's close now, but we've never seen a major close pass of the Saturn, and it's entirely possible. We don't know.
We are in uncharted territory here, guys.
Right.
Now people on the internet world will talk about the iron oxide in the sky. Well, guess where that iron oxide comes from.
Yeah, it not only affects us, it affects Earth. And
big red planet is Saturn, which I believe is probably iron, and that yellow moon it's very close proximity, which is why that weird winged electrical whatever pattern, and I think it does reach off to 2 side moons, one on either side, where it's somehow electrically creating this unusual winged pattern. But we watched that always. God, we were in 2014, 15, 16, 17, 18, where we watched this Saturn's yellow moon quite small in the original onset of Nibiru and Saru and Uri and Atu And then Saturn was small, but then she started going away from us and then went over the top of the sun on the left-hand side, and then directly over the top of the sun in 2018, and then way back off in the distance come 2019 onto the right-hand side. And then all of a sudden it started coming back towards us. And then, that was one of my most exciting parts, is watching Saturn and her ion tail get bigger and bigger and bigger over short periods of time. And, to the point where we are today, where Saturn and her yellow moon are so large and in our faces and close passing, just like they did with Attu and Attu's moon. And oh my God, look at that. And there it is every damn day. And it's an awe-inspiring, amazing story that I'm still, just enjoying the living heck out of. And it's just amazing.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
That's where we learned the dance of the planets.
Yeah, David Talbot.
Yeah.
I love that. I love that thing, the dance of the spheres.
Yes.
Never knew I'd see it, but wow.
And there we are.
You have to realize that the movement of the planets is not stable, but it's dancing right in front of us.
Yeah.
And we rotate past each other like ships in the night. We push each other out of the way if we were too close. And everything that belongs there stays there, and everything that belongs here stays here.
Yeah.
Because it's a reoccurring cycle. It is not Nibiru the Destroyer, our nemesis. And all of that crap got shoved in with a reference and the cross-reference of Wormwood, which is the asteroid group, which can also be called Apophis or many other names. So you guys got to and the one thing that's really cool about us is the 15 years that we have played into this, getting all of this research to centralize and compare and fit. Anyone talk?
Okay.
Remember, guys, that moons have a very emotional effect on us.
They do.
As a Saturn's yellow moon gets nearer and nearer us, it's gonna kick our ass emotionally. So try to remember that. Remember that it's external and it'll pass.
Anxiety attacks, shortness of breath, heart palpitation, ears ringing, nausea, on and on and on.
Hopelessness is the one that gets
me. Yeah,
hopelessness. The sadness, yeah.
Like everything you're doing is wrong, and you wonder why.
It's never enough.
Happened to me
2 days
ago.
Never enough. Yeah, that one. It's never enough.
Well, Aaliyah, Saturn's moon made a really close pass recently, very close pass. That's probably what's been kicking your butt.
And if you do have illnesses already,
it's magnified.
Duplicate. Oh my gosh, yes.
Yeah, and now in Revelations it's referred to as the birthing pains. And any other 18 different scientists that have talked about even remotely close to this time in this era, it will remind you of that exactly. And we are going through metabolical changes in our bodies as well, water pressure, because water is effectively positively charged, as well as the synaptic responses within our brains electrically.
Right.
And
like David Greggs just said, that movie Melancholia. Everybody's so mournful in it.
How many of you have?
Children told us that too.
I have to cut pizza. How many of you? Go ahead after I'm done here. How many of you have had the feeling that there's a spider crawling on your head?
Constant. I get that every so often, Sam.
Just thinking about it made me shiver.
Yeah. It does.
Yeah. And then go to a doctor and try to separate what you know is caused by the planets and what's going on in your body. Good luck.
I'm going to play a couple more of Thomas's videos. Okay. And then I'm going to play a video I have of Jesus's captures. So he captured a couple of really nice ones this week, and I added some other ones to it. So we got that to look forward to.
I finally had some action this week.
Yeah.
It was more that I've been working a day now. That's kind of what it's been. Is that I've had more opportunity to be
out. It was ideal.
Out there, yeah.
Right. Okay, let's go ahead and see what this guy's talking about.
Still, look at them through a microscope. You'll see the energy dancing in front of your eyes. We live in an ocean of motion. Make no mistake about it. Every level of vibration is referred to as a frequency, and the beautiful truth is we think on frequencies. We truly do become what we think about. See, the thoughts that we're thinking produce the results that we're getting.
Thoughts become things.
Yep.
I say that all the
Ego's
time.
main job is to protect you mentally and physically. It is the voice of our fears, insecurities, and self-doubts. The ego tends to be reactive and defensive, seeking to protect our sense of self-importance and control over our environment. It tries to keep you safe by shutting down anything new or different. The ego fears change. Intuition is everything your ego is not. It can come to you through a physical sensation like a gut feeling. With intuition, you just know something. It doesn't need to make sense. It is always gently nudging you towards living your best life and finding what brings you the most happiness and contentment. Speaks to you immediately after an event has occurred or a question is asked. The ego arrives a few moments later, second-guessing your decision, overanalyzing the circumstance.
Absolutely. That's a good one.
That's a good one. Yeah.
Mm.
I always listen to these and I can think of people that it applies to. This and that.
Absolutely. That's the first thing. Yeah.
I'm just like, oh yeah, makes sense.
This is Bashar.
Bashar, yeah.
The more you try to speed up, the slower and longer things take. Because you're not
Yeah,
living
that's
in
me
the
every
present, you're
day.
not matching the frequency of your now.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I really appreciate it.
Let go.
Don't swim upstream. That's resistance.
Yeah, that's interesting too.
Oh, this is
All the
amazing.
brain
It's
cells
beautiful.
is
It's so
working.
alive. It's so incredible. The brain cells, just like the wee egg when it's making the baby. Wow.
Electric.
Death
Spark
is really
of
just
life.
like waking up from a dream.
That
Because
energy,
physical
that
reality
power.
is a dream.
Gillian,
You do
spark of
understand that
life.
you're in spirit right now, yes? None of you leave spirit. That's your natural state. You are just dreaming that you've left. That's what physical reality is. A portion of your greater being in non-physical reality is pretending that it's no longer in the spirit realm. But you are there.
Always.
Right now. The greater portion of you.
Ooh,
And this portion that is seemingly the whole of your identity as a physical being, to the version of you that is in spirit right now, is just about the same as the size of your fingernail.
Yeah.
That's your physical being, to the spirit that you are. You understand? So just like you wake up in the morning from a dream, yes? Is that painful?
No.
Well, then, same idea. You're just going to wake up and go, oh, that seemed so real. But now I know that was just a dream, and this is who I actually am.
The brain is a computer, the most powerful computer that humans have ever experienced. But
that's
it
very
has
good too.
parallels to computers. And number one is this. In the old days, when you would buy a computer before they put the programs in, you could bring it home, brand new computer, plug it in, push start, boots up, screen's on, and I said, do something. And people, well, no, I can't do anything. So you got a brand new computer. Now, first you have to put programs into a computer before you can use that computer. The brain of a human is
in a moment of pure presence, which is just this, you have no memories,
David
you have
Icke.
no expectations for future, because you have no thought, but you haven't fallen
Or
asleep,
Ike.
you're very awake. In that moment, you're not a person anymore. What are you? Just a field of consciousness. Conscious presence. Something has emerged from within you and has taken place of the person. If the only thing you achieve in life is this, that you are able to be free of compulsive and addictive thinking, if you're able to choose not to think when there's nothing in particular to think about, that is the greatest thing you could achieve in this lifetime.
We tried to figure out how much charge the body takes in when you touch the earth. What
Very
happens
important,
is
grounding.
the body saturates with electrons
235.
practically instantaneously. It's so
Yes.
fast that you can't measure.
I don't have shoes.
And you don't actually have to touch the ground. You just have to think that you do.
Electrons from the Earth enter the body.
Maybe I don't try it. I tell you, I don't have shoes.
The cells repeat
Source activation.
and then they can't clump, and the blood
Okay.
viscosity goes down. It's easier for the heart to pump the blood. The blood pressure goes down.
That's good for all the people who get the corona virus or the needles. So the blood is very clumped after this.
The divine energy, the spark that creates everything in this entire universe is inside of your body. As above, so below. And because the divine energy that's flowing through everything, all living things is inside of you,
As above,
you have
so
the
below.
power of commandment. You have the power of creation. You have the power of healing. All that power exists in your body.
And
This
you
is
gotta
what
watch
the
who you
ancients
say
were
that
trying
to,
to
though,
teach
Sam.
us from back
Yeah, that's
tens
true.
of thousands of years ago. We manifest this entire planet. This entire reality on this planet has been manifested by individuals like me and you, and we take it for granted because we don't realize what we're doing. We're creating.
It's also part of our dimension.
Are creators. Why? As above, so below. We are a divine spark, just a branch of the oneness, the universal all, the one consciousness that truly does exist.
Billy is good, but he's still growing.
Yeah, he hasn't realized we're connected to other
God
things.
is the source of creation itself. It's not he or she. It is not
Give him
independent of you.
If you read
It
the
is
Emerald
totality
Tablet,
of everything.
Yeah.
Oh, very good too.
When I
Yes.
call myself God, I
you
am
take
not
it, you
talking
take into
about
account the
my personal
binary
self.
system.
I am talking
It
about the
describes to you
expression
exactly
of
what
God's
we're
self
seeing.
that rests inside of me. The verb, the energy, not the noun.
The
Once you think God
equation
is a
of
noun,
the Emerald
person,
Tablets
place,
was
or
it was
thing,
disconnected
you
without
separate
reference.
yourself from it.
If
and
you add the
immediately
binary
become a limited
edition,
being.
it has reference.
That's what separates the being. Believers religious from the knowers spiritual.
We talk about Abrahamic religions and how the history goes back and throughout that, and whereas these disconnects where it matches Egyptian lore and Sumerian lore, why? Because it's an older story. And that story involves the Anunnaki, the Sumerians,
right,
pre-civilizations that lived here prior. And if you look at the stelae of kings, anyone who's ever looked into that, it's an unbelievable tale of the passing of kings throughout history, going back millennia.
Is that the one with the 8 kings who had reigned for 2,000 and no, it was more than that. It was
90,000 years. Yeah.
Something
The Sumerian king list.
Yeah,
Right,
the king list.
right.
Yeah.
Right.
That's interesting, and it's. I think it's in the British Museum. I don't know in which one,
And the
but
Ashmolean. It's in the Ashmolean.
yeah, and look at the people and the texts, or what the people tell. The people, oh no, 10,000 years before we can't even do this or this. So how can it be this Sumerian king list? So don't people tell the truth, the truth about all that? So that's very sad. And
Well, nor do they take into account the climate change that occurred between now and then, and why that whole area, Cappadocia and Turkey and all of that was highly more developed and more lush and more green.
Yeah.
Yep.
And we're seeing examples of that right now. With the Sahara Desert turning green,
right,
and all of the Arab states that have had many floods now, in Saudi Arabia, etc. Never before recorded weather going on around the world, and we're seeing it right now again. And all of this is coming to pass, and people have forgotten that was a lush, beautiful area that created enough grain to feed nations. And the people from India and the move-in Aryan race and the Arabs and the Egyptians and the Tunisians, etc., and the Greeks and and the pre-Italians and all the Sicilian. One of the oldest races are the Sicilians. Anyway, but that whole region was affected by an entirely different climactic behavior than it is now, and which would add, I think, a greater credence to the reality of what happened last cycle in 1650 BC. And then there was another drought famine thing in like 1200 BC. So you also have to check your math on who you listen to on what scientist says what. Anyway, I digress. Go ahead, somebody. I'm going to have another bite of pizza.
Okay. Oh, okay.
What pizza have you
1
got?
gram of DNA, which is enough
Pepperoni.
to a little tiny drop on the tip of your
You
finger.
know,
And
Kim.
store 700
Sometimes as even leaning on a tree is good. Sorry, I interrupted. But
That's okay.
sometimes
No,
even
that's
leaning
fine.
on a tree,
Yeah,
it's good.
alive. Trees are
I
alive.
was
They
gonna
have
say,
positive charge. They're full of water.
like when I go out to the
Good
field
reminder.
and take pictures or go live, I take at least one shoe off, and just walk around on the ground.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Seems like the right time to do that. So
Yeah,
So
when
how
you have
about if we
shoes on, you
just
get
wear
0 volts.
socks? What does that have to be? Complete skin to earth contact?
No.
No, I'd imagine it's the rubber that I think kind of. I mean, rubber and electricity just
Yeah, when you walk
Yeah,
around in
heavy
shoes, you get
shoes.
0 volts. When you walk barefoot, you get 235 volts in hum cycles from the earth.
Yeah. I'm a Sharon. I am a tree hugger myself, so
mhm.
proud,
Me too.
proud.
You can talk to them too. You
proud
can talk
tree
to the
hugger.
trees.
Yeah,
Oh,
I've been
They
making a
answer.
habit since Sam brought it up. I asked permission before I even
Thank you.
because
That's important.
yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Give them gifts. Always keep little gemstone slices in your
Really?
pocket. Give them a gift. And if someone finds that gift, that's special.
Yeah, I very much like that little fad that happened where people were doing painted rocks and then leaving them for other people to find.
Well, we do that here, Sam.
I'm a part of that.
So there's I have the Nevada border here close to me. There's a town where they actually you leave rocks and then you take one and then you leave it somewhere out in the world, and then if that person ends up, there's pictures and the whole Facebook page about that. So I do that every so often. I'll just pick a rock and I'll put it
I
somewhere.
always have rocks.
Write something. I'll write something on it.
Rock
something
babies.
nice or something. In fact, I have one that
They
I
do
found.
that in Tibetan high mountains, and they do it in Jewish gravestones in Eastern Europe.
You've got your baby.
Anyway, go ahead.
Oh, you turtle.
This is on my rock.
Okay, here and gone. Okay,
It's
let's
my
take a
special
minute, and I want to show you all the videos that Jesus captured,
Wonderful.
and then we'll
Yay.
go to that.
I saw some of those
Um,
this week.
Yeah, it's awesome. It is. It's really
It
good.
is.
Yeah.
Oh, did you manage to, Rebecca? Did you manage to get my reel with the music this time?
I'll look and see. if
I tried really hard to make it public so you could see my
Okay, I'll
stuff.
check it out. Yeah, I'll check it. Okay. Here is Jesus's compilation. Okay. Some of them are older. It's the first video and the last video are from this past week. They're current. Okay. All right. Here we go.
What you got?
Okay.
That was a cool one. That was a cool one. Look at the accuracy, guys. Oh, that'll always that gets me. Yeah. Even those flame-like base cloud on the bottom.
It's perfect.
I love that drawing. It's one of my favorite drawings.
It fits.
I love.
And on the left side, yeah.
Look at the asteroids on the bottom, guys.
Well done. Well done.
Just like the drawing. All the asteroids on the bottom.
Yes.
Remember, their asteroids are always on the lower hemisphere, guys. I love the overlays. I love the overlays.
It fits perfectly.
They're just so helpful. They're so helpful. I can't tell you how much I learned, just from those overlays.
You see the craters on that thing. Look at
That was so close. Incredibly close. Look at the curve there of the moon. Look at the moon there. You can see the round curve there of Saturn's moon.
Dark areas.
The fanning out of the ion tail on the face of the Saturn tail moon right there.
That is about up at 8,000 feet up, guys. Up on the Park City Mountains. Hard to get any closer from down here on Earth.
And this is what I keep saying is if you see it in the sky, first thing that you see, number one. And there again is the ion tail coming off the Saturn yellow moon, reaching over to the right. The dark shadow of it being cutting off our sunlight. Remember to look at the dark areas first. And look at the normal sky. It's light blue, not dark blue. The blue shaft lighting. That dark area first.
Oh, look at that. Look at how perfectly it overlays, guys. You can't make that shit up.
Smelting in the sun.
Well, I draws what I see.
You sure
I get
do.
as excited as I did from day one, man.
I think we'll keep you.
Okay. I'm a real boy.
Yeah, you are.
You're a real boy. Oh, look at the shadowy thing under there, like all the little dark bits.
The long box cube and side orb.
Yeah. Look at me, Spider-Man.
We have been getting sightings coming in every day for months and months and months and months. Every day we see where the side orb is and the long box cube and the Texas cube. And just like last week's show at 4 hours, 20 minutes at show 101, we see the Texas cube plain as day. And again, they're there. They haven't moved and they stay right there all the time. And if you sit outside and watch them, you too will see the long box cube. You too will see the Saturn's yellow moon. You too will see the lead asteroid and the green asteroid and all the other smaller asteroids.
You have to spend a little bit of time out there, You can't just glance up and say like, okay, I see nothing. Give it a little bit of time till you can see their movements and kind of record it and then speed it up is what I do. Speed it up, and then because
look at that.
Things move relatively slow. I mean, to our eyes,
You're looking at the red surface of his Saturn, the red planet.
Yeah.
With the Saturn's yellow moon in front of it. See that dry reddish edge?
Yep.
Side illumination is. Side illumination.
Look at the craters and everything on it. The craters, look.
Sun is to the left. Sun is to the left, so you have a crescent illumination there. And we're seeing this because they're passing Earth, guys. They're passing us. So we're seeing these illuminations a lot more prevalent than we used to. So it's a great time to be watching them.
Saturn and Saturn's yellow moon are highly dynamic planets compared to all the rest. I'll always love it. Here's another example. This is Attu and Attu's moon. See the purple, and
this one was
in front of Uri. And and the purple. I just absolutely dig the purple. And we've never seen this in our skies, ladies and gentlemen. Back in my lifetime in the 90s and 2000s and 2010s, this did not exist.
No.
And you're seeing the effects of Attu and Attu's moon and Uri. Uri is behind the mast here. It's on the left-hand side of the sun. And this is repetitively documented and brought to you By Campbell's. No, I'm only joking. Soup is good food.
So this time lapse, guys, is about around 20 minutes. So in 20 minutes, you'll see how they come they move closer and income, and then they'll pass right over you, and then they'll be gone.
The famous index finger.
Yeah, make sure I made one of those this week, Sam, because
I love it when you do. I love it when you do. I look forward to it. I do.
I've been slacking with,
Yeah, you're slacking. That's an old word, slacking. That comes from the 40s and 50s.
Yeah.
You're slacking.
Mm-hmm.
Are you a slacker?
Wasn't that good?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
it was really good.
Are you working hard or hardly working?
A few years from now, someday, when this information becomes standardly known, and then they go back on our videos and go, these guys were right all along. Gee, I should have listened better back then. That's where I bring up my Beekman's World pictures, like, Nibiru's been here for a decade.
Yeah,
And
I'm gonna be like, you guys missed the most incredible show that was right in your faces. Yeah. And thank you, Michelle. I'm glad they resonate with you. That's great.
I was going to say
it's okay.
no.
Rebecca,
Well,
you first.
I'm here.
I
I was just going to say, Thomas sent me some slides, some pictures that I saved, and I thought we'd look at those next and give him a chance to, discuss what the things he sent me. So
now these chakra patterns and colors are important to pay attention to.
Absolutely.
And the stage development of your chakra tower is also important to pay attention to. And I will point out that certain tones and certain harmonics can develop certain levels of your chakra tower as you grow. So don't just take the color spectrum for granted, because your aura and your body color and that which you really are and your inner self is a direct representative of that, of where you exist. And you should learn about the chakra tower, starting with the base studies and skills, and see as the development raises through to your astral chakra, which is not included in this diagram.
Right.
That's true.
It only goes up to
You learn about these stages, and then you can find out your chakra development level and the achievements you need to work on, and evidence to your personal horoscopes.
Right.
So be aware of that technology as well.
Yep. This chart shows the positive effects of a fully open chakra. There's also a negative side, and you are looking to create balance. And there's where all those things that Sam
Right. And there's
tells you
also a
about.
process of clearing the shelves where you have to go through discomfort to achieve higher levels.
Right.
And I only want to say you must first look in the inside before you look at the outside.
That's
That's important too, because we all just looking at the planet and all of this stuff. And I think it's important to say first look at the inside, and after you get in your inside and repair it, you look automatically to the outside and get the way. You must show it on your own. So
yeah, I think that if you don't stop to look on the inside, you don't achieve the state of now.
Of course, that's correct. Yes.
I constantly harp on all my friends, and yes, Mom. I'm always telling everybody to live the now, and you really have to live the now, because your gut feeling is the acquisition of all of your lives and all of the people who ever came before you on the inside. And if you start there and try to understand, then you can understand everything outside you as well.
This is what I mean, exactly.
Yes. Yep. And there's our frequencies.
At 963 hertz, your crown chakra just above your head. Right before I went to cut pizza, I talked about, has anybody recently been feeling like there's a spider crawling on their head under their hat, for instance? And you will notice that when your crown chakra is being connected to what's going on above us with these planets as well, it will actually give you the feeling of electrical
it tingles.
tingling on your upper scalp and the top of our skulls right now.
Yes.
And there is a download and an upload going on right now that we're barely even aware of.
Well, sometimes, Sam, what happens to me is that something in my mind just becomes clear. Just like all of a sudden, I'm like, oh, something that I didn't quite understand yesterday.
The simplicity of understanding because you have turned on.
Yeah, it's just in my mind.
You're going through the stages of this new enlightenment where you're going, this used to be hard, but now it's quite simple.
Exactly. It's just somehow it just becomes clear in your mind. You're like, oh, and you don't know where it comes from. It's not like I was studying for a test the night before and all of a sudden I know the answer now. It's just
That's part of the harmonic transition from the ascension of 2010 that began in 2010 and the Mayan calendar of 2012, and our step into this the sixth stage and our transition from the opening of the sixth seal, and all of this that's happening right now, which is why everybody's joining together to learn together as a group, as for a very strong reason. Boy, I almost answered that one, didn't I? I left
Lauren's
it hanging.
here.
Hi, Lauren.
He's here.
Hey,
He's in
Lauren.
Venezuela.
333.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, isn't it?
777
Glad you're here.
888.
So why is it that like for a long, I don't so much now, but a few years ago, I was waking up at like 3:33 every morning.
That's what I'm getting up. Yeah, our time clocks are messed with.
Why would I just not just me, tons of people just consistently see 444 like for months at a time, and then it changes and it's 222 or 1111,
I think it's only your consciousness to look at this number. I don't.
Yes.
This is because you are aware, and then you recognize this number. Without awareness, you don't recognize this number.
Right.
Do you understand what I mean?
I have an internal time clock, and I always wake up right before the alarm clock goes off.
Right? That's
But you know what I mean? Like when you just glance down, like you're just middle of doing something.
Threes are the ones that get me, Rebecca.
You glance at your phone, like something tells you, see what
or
time
a license
it is.
plate, or
and then you look at it and it says 444.
Yeah.
And it's like,
oh, do you also read license plates? That's so frustrating.
I'm just
you
saying,
go past the car and you have to read the license plate.
Way deeper,
You're opening.
deeper.
You're opening and you're recognizing the patterns.
You've all lost your minds. I'm teasing.
No,
I know. I used to know a guy. He was in our group, and he was in Spain, and he's brilliant also on this topic. And he was telling me, it has to do with kind of like programming in a matrix type situation.
Matrix.
You know what I mean? Like there's something deeper going on. And he said it's not all good, it's not all bad. It's a little bit of both. But
you have to take into account genetic value of repetition. And then so there is a level of math to it, and part of the great plan and the great decree and the upgrade that happened several thousand years ago to mankind, which is all in place, and it's a short term to them and it's many generations to us, that is transpiring right now in front of us. There is a great change, and Dolores was correct in saying that we have stepped into a new age, and problem is that there's both good and bad attributed to this, and we have stepped into the point of no return. And I warned about this 5, 6 years, 7, 8 years ago, where we have stepped past the stage that we're and back again to the Wizard of Oz, is we are not in Kansas anymore, and 12 laws of karma are the great law. Whatever we put into the universe will come back to us. Well,
I'm a firm believer of that one.
Yep.
You get what you put in. That's my favorite thing.
No, all are the favorite.
And that's why I feel it's important to communicate this information above and beyond the call of duty, rather than just hide up here in Montana cave and go, let them worry about it. We can't let life happen by itself. We need to make it happen, and I'm trying to make this happen for everybody. Let's see how well this plays into a Sam's bragging session. I'm joking.
What's not
No,
bragging?
it's true. I mean, we
not
are
It's not
persistent.
bragging if it's true, Sam.
Okay, well, I always feel a little bit humbled. Oh, well, look at this love,
You say,
humility.
own that. Own it. Own it, man. That's.
Yeah, I sent this exact picture to Rebecca this morning. I said, "Be the change that you seek."
I love that saying, Sam. I say that to a lot of my the people I give a ride to on a daily basis. It says, be the change you want. Don't react, especially now with there's so much division going on. Don't react. If you don't like being marginalized, don't marginalize people as well. Just whatever you want from people, be that. If you want more love, be more loving. If you want whatever, just be more of that. If you want if you want to be accepted, be more accepting of people. If you want people to be patient, be more patient. Be that change. Because this reactive ways that we have, and I've been seeing it all over social media right now. Instead of reacting in anger, it's an opportunity to say no. I will not be that. I will not react the way they want me to react in hate.
Or the law of growth, grow past the argument.
Yes.
And then on the flip side of the joke coin, it says you can't fix stupid.
Absolutely.
Like in this,
you have to pick your battles. You really do. There are some people you will never convince.
Yeah.
I was going to say also being selective on who you associate with.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So,
and then we also have to ask, what are we trying to prove by telling people this story? Are we trying to help them? Or are we trying to be arrogant and egotistical going, I know something you don't know? And I weigh that regularly, because I've even caught myself saying, if I told you everything I knew, oh my God, you wouldn't like it. And then I've dropped it right there.
I just want people to see this. It's freaking amazing. Like I just want you to see this with me. I want you to be in the front row seat and watch this show. What you do with it, I mean, I think spiritually or whatever, I think eventually will be the right. But I just want to share this with the world. That's. I'm a sharer. I want everybody to see this. It's just.
I'm amazed that people don't notice the light issue.
I do too. Drives me nuts, Sam. Drives me nuts. Every time I'm seeing, even this last video that I made, I sat there, I stopped, pulled over, and I just saw people just going about their lives while there's an enormous planet in the sky. And I can't tell you which one shocks me more, the planet or people not watching this. Why not?
Right.
What's happening?
Right.
Yep. You go outside, it's this.
Yes.
Or what I think about is like when I'm at the grocery store, I'm thinking like I'm the only person in this whole store that knows there's big old planets and aliens just outside the door.
That crosses my mind daily, Rebecca.
Nobody else knows but me. Yeah.
How many times did you bite your tongue when somebody says something? But didn't you see? Nope, I better not go there.
Oh, that's why I very much like going to Walmart and standing in the park and staring straight up for easy 10 minutes when I'm alone. And I'll occasionally get somebody, and we're running out of gold carts, by the way, here at Montana Skywatcher, and I need to put more in my wallet. And I sit out there and I actually sort of kind of wait for somebody to ask me what the hell I'm looking at. And it's what you don't see that planet right there.
You know what people think now, Sam? When I used to get questions sometimes, like, "What are you recording?" But now people just assume I'm taking a selfie. If I have my phone,
right? Yeah. Oh, you're filming yourself.
Yeah. And there's no question like that. Just assume, because that's what everybody does. Nobody. There's the last thing on people's mind is that I'm recording the sky, because that's what crazy people do.
And that's why I've been telling Christoper to get this yellow construction jacket, or green.
Yeah,
green would stand out better. The rainbow green. And then right on the back, internet reporter, and people will stop calling the cops on him.
No,
and they might start saying,
Hey, join
"What
the
are you
club.
reporting?"
Join the club, Chris. We've all had that happen.
I
We've
know.
all had that happen.
Me too.
I mean, but come on, twice in 1 week now, that's enough.
Yeah.
How you guys doing? I just wave and say,
Yep.
How's your day going? Thanks for looking out.
Thomas, this is a good one.
Yes.
The law of focus.
Focus. Yes.
When you
I love it.
meditate, this is very important when you meditate.
Yes, meditation. You can do meditation the complete day. It don't mean you must sit and make the Om, for example. So I feel I'm meditating the complete day. I am in the focus and just relax and take it easy.
Yeah,
I
and you
don't
walk
know.
around with a smile on your face.
Yes, every day, every second.
Yep. When those
I'm never. Yes, I go to bed with a smile and I wake up with a smile, so I don't have stress, and it's a wonderful life.
Well,
Yeah.
it is.
It's
I love that. Yes, the sun is shining, Thomas. It is. I'm a happy person myself. I
know. Yes, you look like that.
It's rare that I'm in a bad mood or sad or anything.
But you have also stress. That's also true.
Of course. But I can take
He
joy.
acknowledges that.
I can take joy in just seeing a snail cross the sidewalk. That will put a smile on my face and make my day. Those things, I love that I'm a person that can take joy. Because not everybody does.
Turn that up.
Jesus is the type that if a praying mantis was crossing the road, he would stop and help it along. And I've done it many times.
Absolutely.
When I was a kid, that was my favorite bug.
That's my favorite. Get out.
Until you put them on your hand, and then it's like, no,
Scary as
thank
heck
you.
when they go like this at you.
They do bite too.
Yeah, I know.
I like praying mantises. They're awesome. They're not.
They're
I don't really
aliens.
consider them like a bug, really. We have scorpions here, so it's those are the ones I worry about.
Gnarly scorpions.
I grew up with scorpions, and I know what it feels like to be stung by them.
Oh, really? You've been stung by one?
No
Ouch.
fun, man. It is no fun. It is no fun. Fever, the whole.
Really?
Thing, yeah.
This one's also good, Thomas.
I like this one too.
This follows the aspects of Reiki also.
Okay.
Well, I ask people a lot of times.
Authentic person.
Absolutely.
Where they're going to go.
When your heart and your thoughts line up,
Yes, it must be. So you have 3 brains. You have your normal brain, you have your heart, and you have your gut, for example, and it must all match.
Yeah.
Hand on heart. As soon as he says that, it's like you can feel it.
Oh.
Very much so.
Yeah, the Om.
I love when he does
Yeah, I play this all the time.
This one also.
Absolutely.
Past is over.
Yeah, and we have the gift that we do get to change. We are not the original people we started out as.
I thought I heard an airplane, but it's here.
Yeah, you're hearing Om chant. Om.
It's not me. It was the Om, yes.
Yeah, it's 5:28.
To you guys that say you rescued a bee and who was it? Katie, you helped the tarantula. The other day I saw an article say that they recently discovered. I'm going to say that in air quotes. That crabs and crustaceans actually do feel pain, and I'm like, are you freaking insane?
Of course they do.
We're alive. Everything that's alive feels pain, feels things like it, and they're like, well, they shouldn't boil them alive. I'm like, you think? We need a study to know that, like to have the decency of at least killing something.
Oh, guys, okay. Here's one for our ratings. Did you know that there was a paid government study.
Yes. I already know what you're talking about. Sorry.
That actually paid people on this commission for an entire decade. It was a decade-long study to test if by breathing other people's farts, it lowered your immune system.
No, that's not what I was thinking about.
Ah.
They
For an
paid
entire decade
of people to breathe in other people's farts and actually study their immune biorhythms.
Okay, we are definitely wasting
The ratings.
taxpayer dollars. That's probably the only thing that I agree with. In the last year, the last month or so, the one thing I do agree with all the craziness happening is that we are wasting taxpayer dollars. I mean, seriously.
Yeah, there are some, but
we're
not.
having decade-long things to have. Oh my god.
That's what blew me away was that somebody funded that, B, that somebody participated in that study.
Right.
Which one is crazy?
C, the fact that somebody created the study in the first place.
Right. It's like, what? And who signed off on this? And how much did it cost? Upwards of how many millions?
How many people were in the study?
Right, for decades. A decade.
There's probably a lot of boys.
Yeah, they should arrest these people seriously.
I mean,
what kind of a fetish was that?
And what kind of, parts are we getting here?
Jackass, where the guy straps on a funnel onto a face mask, and the big fat guy farts into the funnel, and then the guy from one of the Jackass guys pukes.
We have subject 4 here, 300 pounds, male, 53 years old, and he has eaten a bean burrito.
I think that's one of the funniest parts of Jackass that I've seen out of all of their movies.
Oh God, that show.
Oh my God.
Those people.
Let me interject here. I'm here in home, right?
Yes.
Yes.
That's what I went like. I looked at
It
my
is.
husband.
I believe I sent that to Rebecca this morning.
Oh, I thought it was. I thought maybe
it's
we
a different
had
one, but it's similar.
Yeah, okay.
I
It's a little. I was thinking it's a little late for the yard people to be doing the. I was a air blower or a weed eater or something.
I like this one.
Turn up your volume.
I agree.
Can you send that
I
to me,
did.
Sam? Could you send that to me?
Yeah, I can do it right now if you'd like.
Because
Me too.
please. So I've learned recently, Sam, that if my mental health is not well, my body follows, and it's not pretty. It is
Correct.
not pretty. So I have.
But it's normal.
I have to learn how to manage my stress a little better because I tend to get sick shortly after I go through something stressful. And
Oh, sure.
We all do.
And
all those hormones and stuff.
That's a normal reaction.
Yeah.
It's acknowledging it, Jesus. You acknowledge it.
I need to start.
You can
Yes.
move forward.
Physical
really need
pain?
to start doing the home chanting because I know you're a big proponent of that, Sam. But I've never really explored it as much as I should. So
I am.
You got to
too,
go outside
Jesus.
with your feet on the ground.
The secret to
Bare
it.
feet.
Put your face to the sun if it's out. It's like
The secret to
that
it
one I
is to
do. What I
actually
don't do is ground as
vibrate.
often.
Yeah.
All right, I will go to my page and I will look you up on my friend list.
I'm almost gonna say.
I agree, Nicole. I really wish that we did a different way of cooking. I don't really do seafood, but I do feel that it's have the decency of at least killing them before you put them through pain. If you're gonna eat it.
But
That
you
should
must.
go without saying, when I worked at Red Lobster for a long time when I was younger, and we had requests sometimes that they would tell us, "Would you please kill the lobster before you put it in the steamer?" And I would do it either way, even if it was requested or not. I always did that because you could hear them. You could hear them. You could really hear them in the steamer. You could hear them. It's the saddest thing ever.
Alcohol, bad stuff.
Yeah.
So I don't. If you will look at the Bible, in the Bible it says Jesus make wine from water. I think maybe it's a metaphor, but it's a bullshit thing because alcohol kills the body. So why would Jesus tell us people, oh, I give you something to kill? So a lot of bullshit is in the Bible, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yep.
Absolutely.
I mean, because they know what alcohol does, so they don't want to lift us up completely. They lift you up a little ways, but then they gotta control it still. So they include stuff like that, write that in there. With drinking wine is okay. When I mean, I used to drink, but I haven't drank in years, like years.
When I got sober, which was I don't know about 5-6 years ago. Jesus Christ, it really, I think you don't know how sick you are until you feel better.
Right.
But once you get those kind of things out of your life, you realize what they do to you and how limiting they are as far as being in touch with yourself and being in touch with the world around you. It's numbing, and I think that's the point of it, and it's pushed so heavily in society. When it's so widely accepted, and I think it's as dangerous as any other drug, out there. So
even more so.
Oh, it's very dangerous.
Yes, it is.
Thank you again, Tara. I'm very proud of my sobriety. And the best thing I ever did for my health, I was a pack-a-day smoker, a drinker. Yeah, I smoked for 20 years.
Oh, yeah.
20 years. Now I can't stand the taste of alcohol. Whenever I get thank you, Carol. But when I get a smoker in my car, I could just my stomach.
I had to work with I worked with a surgeon that smoked, and the dude would come into the operating room, and it would just whoa, man! Every time he came in there.
Yeah,
it was weird.
And
I
often think I used to walk around smelling like that, and I don't like that thought because it's so bad. It is so bad.
But you must. Yeah, sorry, but I only want to say, you must think about it. Your body is the temple, and you need to protect the temple in every situation. So it's about food, it's about thoughts, it's about other frequencies and other stuff. So you need to protect the temple to get at the highest top.
Right.
Absolutely.
It's not easy, I know, but that's the truth.
Yeah, but here's the thing. When I quit smoking, I realized that it's an acquired taste. Like, you literally have to force it on you, because there's not a single smoker out there that will tell you, I love smoking the first time I tried it. It is. But for some reason, you just force it on you. Before you know it, you're enjoying it. But after you quit just for 2 months, try smoking again. It is the most addictive.
Yeah, change your reward system.
You can taste you can taste the chemicals. You can taste everything.
Right.
And also, I gotta add that your smell, your sense of smell, and your sense of taste.
Oh yeah.
And people only smoke because dopamine. That's all.
Yeah. Well, and also what it does is like you have this layer of nicotine in your mouth, so you're not really tasting food the way you should.
Right. That also happens when you go camping and you go out of the city and you get away from car exhaust. And that hot dog you cooked on the open fire up in the mountains
tastes so
the best
good.
Damn hot dog you ever ate.
You better believe it.
Because you get that crap out of your mouth.
Yeah.
It's what I love about living in Salt Lake. I'm down here in the valley in the city, but I could just drive 20 minutes up and I go up in the mountains.
Yeah, well, you know about inversions because Salt Lake City does have an inversion pocket.
Absolutely, it is bad here. Our air quality is comparable to China at certain times.
Yeah, at certain points in time. Yeah, and then not only did you notice any of the earthquakes that you've had this last?
I've been feeling them.
Oh, by the way,
I could feel the tremors. I've been feeling.
Remember that last series that was happening to Salt Lake City Central, just like even 2 years ago?
Yeah.
We're right back at that same harmonic, which was also what was going on with Turkey at the time 2 years ago. That same harmonic.
I've been
going on at Santorini, et cetera, right now. So we're in a. That's why I said don't wait for that other shoe to drop, because that African plate movement today, it's 6.0. So we've stepped to the sixes now. So watch. Let's keep an eye out there. I bet you there's more sixes and sevens coming.
Wasn't that one out towards you, Jesus, like a seven something?
Well, that was in 2020.
No, there was just one today.
That was. I can run there really quick and look.
Really?
Yeah, something came across my phone.
Oh no, there was a big one in Texas.
That's right. It was.
There was a big one in Texas, and I'll get you that score right now. That was a 5.0 in Toya, Texas.
5.0. Okay, maybe I.
Wow.
And then there's
depending on
I looked into Texas today after that, and I saw that they've had like 130 earthquakes in the last couple of weeks.
Wow.
In Texas. So, but then if you look at the Northwest, or even the entire West from the Rocky Mountains westward, there's thousands of them this week alone. And then Alaska's been experiencing a lot of earthquakes. And for some reason, my USGS map is stuck on one map alone, and I cannot, for some reason, change it.
Malibu just had a 3.7.
Oh,
yeah, there's a lot of new activity going on in Petrolia, California, which is Northern California, which is offshore, right at the crack where the Juan de Fuco and the North American plate and then the Pacific plate all meet. So that's active again, and then in Malibu, right, and then in Italy, wild.
Popocatépetl is also in Mexico, has been showing activity as well. So,
the Caribbean is still active after last week's 7 point, and European models put it at 8 point, and the USGS announced it was 7.7, and then 7.3, and then 7.7, and back and forth.
It always gets downgraded from the initial report. Always gets downgraded.
And Puerto Rico is really active right now, but they have been for like 5 years. But they're minor quakes, but they're minor quakes. Of course, Hawaii and their volcano are very active. The Aleutian Islands and the Gulf of Alaska has been harmonically really interesting. I was looking at some geologic graphing going on in that area on their local monitors, and it's humming like a ice seal. It's really just crazy what's going on. And then Japan, in the Sea of Okhotsk, or up in the Kamchatka region, toward the Bering Sea and all of that, has been very active. And there's volcanoes going off over there as well.
Wow.
We saw the snowstorm in northern Japan like crazy because they had two major.
Oh yeah, it was crazy. Mindful.
Rebecca,
like 3.5 meters of
screen
snow in one weekend.
Hold it.
Yeah, hold it for a second.
Yes, sure.
They had like 9 and 10 feet of snow. I love the background music. Thank you.
Yeah, that's gorgeous.
And looking elsewhere, there, of course, there's the Himalayas in northeast of, northwest New Delhi, in the Himalayas is moving, and of course, Turkey has got some stuff going on, and Greece is, of course, the Greece at a 4.9 recently. So there's a lot going on.
Michelle, I did that just like so just prior to the time that I quit smoking, I started buying tobacco and just rolling it myself because it was so much better quality, and at very least you don't have all those toxins and chemicals in it. So
and it takes longer to make.
It takes longer to make, yeah, of course. But it is the lesser evil, is the way I'll put it. It is lesser evil. I used to just go by to like the native tobacco stores, which is cheaper because they don't get taxed, but also the tobacco is a lot more natural. And I realized that I actually wouldn't smoke as much when I would use that kind of tobacco. So it is a better alternative. You know, I'm a proponent for not smoking at all, but if you're going to, at least try to go with the lesser evil, and I think that is a much better option than traditional cigarettes. You know, because there's
there are some forms of tobacco that are actually medicinally.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
And highly used in the spell casting of magic.
Oh yeah,
absolutely. Yeah. I wanted to hold this frame for a second. I wanted to hear if Thomas had any thoughts to add to that one.
For this picture, you mean?
Yes.
So I can only say I am on the right side.
That's what I'm thinking, to give everyone a chance to look
yeah,
at those.
limit.
Yes, I think you must read it on your own. So I think you explain it yourself if you're reading. So it's
They'll
not.
see.
It's really.
They will see.
It's really simple.
Yes, it is
But it's the truth, huh?
Yes, very much so. Thanks for
So
that.
it's not really beggar, but I can only say I'm 100% on the right side. Nothing. I left my ego, so I feel enlightenment.
There's a few I could work harder on.
On the left-hand side, worldly desires is a very prominent one.
It is.
You have to reevaluate what's important once. And I believe everybody here probably already has done that about 3 times. When we first started this journey, other things were more important. And then all of a sudden we found this bigger story. And it has reformatted many behaviors for a lot of folks around the world. And I hear that regularly from a lot of really nice people out there. Thank you for sharing that with me.
But I think I can also say Jesus said once, you must go the harder way. And in my opinion, you must go the way and get all in. And you don't know even if you get the target or if you go to finish it. So you go.
Yeah,
and after one time or a little bit, not only the higher races, but I call it the force said, okay, you get to the next step, and then you get to the next step. And one time you get maybe finished, but it's a journey, so you don't know when it's finished. It's all going in, and that's very, very difficult for people because they want to, because maybe they have families or they have a job, or so they're living in this world and don't have interest to leave it. So you must go all in, and that's very hard, I know.
Right.
But
it's like walking the path. I mean, it's so easy to go left or right.
Well, let's go back to everybody else's story. I mean, look where all of you, when you guys first started this story, look where you are today compared.
Yeah, a big change.
You know, it's huge where this 15 years, how we've journeyed into a much larger realm. And backed up documentation and all of this in the stages where, we're doing the show now, trying to share with people this time-proven information. So we've all, grown up and changed. And,
we have grown.
Can you imagine not ever doing this in the first place if you'd have missed this and went with, the money, for example, the Money Boys?
The thought of that alone, I don't like it, Sam.
Oh, I apologize. I didn't mean to send you into hell and make you smell the toilet.
That if I had a chance to do it all over again, this would be at the first thing that I would include.
But there again, you experience that bad, I'll just say bad part, so that you can appreciate what we have now.
Yeah.
It's amazing how far we've come. Just even at like 2014 when we first realized that Atu was right there in front of Uri, and then oh my God, Atu has a moon, and I mean, me and my purple planet, and it was so absolutely undeniable that yes, this shit was really happening, and here we are 11 years later than that even. I mean, even for the first 3 years, we didn't even name the planet.
It's not even sealed.
We have the names, but we waited and we were careful.
We did, yeah.
You know, and yeah, this is the big reason that right here. Thank you, Thomas. We have to learn to forgive what's happening in front of us right now, and we also have to change our ethnic points of view, because if we can't accept our own races, how are we going to accept the other ones that are here?
Right. And that's
There are more races here right now than just humans.
Chris, that video that you posted earlier about alien, alien life and what they're finding in the ocean.
Yeah.
For a moment there, I was horrified, and then I was like, "Calm down, Jesus.
Yeah.
If you can't accept these horrific,
Right? It's like at first I thought, it was like at first I thought they were fake. And then I realized this is like that guy David Attenborough talking, right? He's not going to be speaking about fake animals or.
But you can tell it's
so
not. You can tell because there is one.
These things were really weird.
No, there's a few of them out there that are fake, but that one wasn't. I can tell that one was real. It had no AI vibes at all. But I was for a moment, I was like, holy crap. But also, I want to add to that is that how can we think that we're alone? Life will find a way. Life wants to live. Life will find is resilient.
Well, remember they thought that the coelacanth was extinct for 60 million years, and they're and they're fishing them out of the water off the coast of South America. So it shows we do not. The ocean is far less explored than any part of our planet, and there's stuff down there we don't even know about. Now, over the last couple of years, we've been seeing reports of leviathans of some unbelievable size, although I don't know if I believe them or not, but because we haven't seen worldwide reports. But I mean, there's so much going on that we don't know. And, I'll be the first to admit that. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was just going to say, I have a video also we can play while we're talking. It's some of the stonework from ancient times. I think it's pretty interesting. I like looking at it.
I sent you a copy of a clay pot today, too.
Oh, yeah. We can look at that.
Picture. Yeah, you can do it later.
Okay, we can do that.
Good night, Audrey.
Good night, Audrey.
Bye, Audrey.
Honey. See you later.
I know it's late. Golly.
Good to hang out with you.
Yeah. See you next week. I don't know. I think it's cool stuff. So.
Well, let's see the cool stuff.
Oh yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
These things are huge.
I know this.
Look at the size of the people.
Yeah.
There's so many theories.
Come on
how
now.
they did that.
Little horse and wagons. No.
Right, and they're intricately placed.
Your tree stump.
Yeah.
Right.
Perfect.
There's
Yeah,
a tree
stump, right?
Oh. Jill,
that
we
head
like
or
that one,
what?
don't we?
See the skull shape?
Yeah.
It's a skull. It's like the skull asteroid.
Is that a real picture? I never saw that one before.
I haven't seen that one yet either.
Wow. Sacsayhuaman. I want to visit Sacsayhuaman so badly.
I'll go with you.
Let's all go together.
Yeah,
Let's go.
that's what I want. If I ever come into financial financial freedom, that's what I want.
Stargate Voyager.
All these places, Sacsayhuaman.
Guys, there were civilizations before us that time is not recorded.
It's the one in Peru.
A lot of civilizations.
But they
A lot of them, yes, true.
Advanced. We portray
back
them as
farther.
being dumb.
I
know,
hate
it's
that.
pathetic.
And this is the reason why it doesn't make sense to us, Carol, is because everybody thinks that we're the pinnacle of civilization, and we're not. Maybe we're the pinnacle at this.
I see
cycle.
us going backwards.
We're like we're living in the
we are.
Whoa.
We absolutely are. We absolutely are.
We're
But
detrimental
these
to
people
our own
didn't
health.
do this.
Oh.
Look at the detail.
I copied that picture the other day. I saw that.
Look at the size
Wow.
of
Look
these.
at
The size of that
size
thing.
That's an obelisk, isn't it?
Jesus Christ.
Most likely it's going to be.
Cyclopic stones.
It's infuriating. The official story of of these things. The official explanation is infuriating and almost offending.
Look at that. Old Mac head stuck in there.
Look at the detail. Look at that detail.
They built everything
They did
to
not
line
chisel
up with
that
the
thing out.
solstices and all that stuff. They built these cities, in South America. They lined up with the stars. It's incredible. Look at that. Wow.
Hey, man.
We almost said it at the same time, Chris.
That's
Almost.
laser tech. That is laser tech.
Right? That's how, how did they do that? Especially the temples in Cambodia.
Right.
And then how did they move
look
it?
at the Texas cube. So imagine how they do that. So that's easy.
Right.
Right. It must be.
Right.
Well, also,
Wow.
I think they had a more
That's Petra.
a technology that was more
Unbelievable.
more at peace with Earth.
That's
Instead of
enormous.
instead of the destructive technology that we have now, I think whatever they were doing was a little bit more in line with Earth and not so destructive. It's one of the reasons why we don't understand a lot of what they used to do, because their technology must have been different.
I have to remind everybody at that stage, when we talk about the Ice Age period, not the entire planet was covered in ice. The middle, the
Like the water.
region of Earth was not buried in ice, and there were other civilizations. If you look at a lot of the Malaysian and Philippine temples, and Vietnam, and all of that, and all those tropical areas, those areas continued to flourish with populations that are yet to be recorded or respected, and they're underestimated the age of some of those temples that have been worked on by people for thousands of years. And I would suggest you take a tour of those alone in those the great temples of Malaysia. Unbelievable. Now those points, if you've ever tried to move a large stone, those points are strap receptacles. That way you can wrap a strap around it and actually move it.
Wow.
And it doesn't slip out of what your crane.
Carol, I'd like to hear that myself as well.
Yeah, it's so simple.
I'm sure it is, but I would like to hear your because I agree with Michelle. There are energy vampires out there that you have to protect yourself from.
We are surrounded. You'll often see me going like that.
Well, you have to remember also, if they hand you a problem and you pick it up, it's yours.
Absolutely.
And if you don't take it and you automatically recognize it as this is someone handing you drama, and your DS meter will go off. And
the thing with me now is that I can't fake it anymore. When something or somebody's bothering me, I can't fake it. I just can't. I'll just either walk away, turn the conversation around, or something. But I cannot mask anymore. I think I did that during the 18 years that I was married. I think
level of honesty.
I learned to mask a lot of my emotions, which was horrible for my mental and physical health. Now I can't. I just can't do that anymore. And it's important not to do something that makes you.
You've been down that road already.
To thine own self be true.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have heard some in my 15 years of Montana Skywatcher admin. I have heard some stories in my time, and I've always tried to be as polite as possible. That when I couldn't take it anymore, that's where I came up with my pink fluffy unicorns dancing on rainbows video, and I plugged it last show. I gotta mention it at least one more time.
And especially for those trying to stay sober, if you're new to sobriety, you have to watch who you surround yourself twice as much.
What's cool is the clarity.
Absolutely. Oh my God.
Sure.
You don't wake up tired. You don't wake up groggy. You get things done. You have more time on your hands, and you know what to do.
And it's so
you
liberating.
don't pay money at the bar.
It's yes, and it's so liberating because that ball and chain gets heavier and heavier every time. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Guys, excuse me, I have to go for a while.
Okay, Caroline.
I just want to thank Thomas so much for
No
being.
problem. Thank Rebecca. She put it on in the show. I only sent all the stuff.
Right.
I wish you all well, and I might hop on later on, but
Okay.
I gotta attend to supper and
Sure.
animals
Okay.
and stuff. So
Duty
I love
calls.
you all.
Come back if you want to.
Yeah, if we don't see you again, Caroline, have a good night.
Love you all.
Bye.
Love you
Bye.
too.
Bye.
Bye.
Love you.
Love you too.
Love you too.
Andrea, it's just that they don't, it doesn't make them bad people. They just don't know any better. That's about it. I realized over the years that bad people don't exist. It's just they don't know any better. That's it. I'm kind of
Can you
with
imagine?
Sam with the whole evil thing. I agree with Sam. I think evil is not a thing. I think just the way we behave. There's always a reason behind the way we behave. And when somebody's being mean or rude or something, it's more about what's going on with them than anything to do with you. And if you remind yourself of that and keep that in mind, it makes it a lot easier to deal with people.
All the amazing shapes.
It takes practice,
Wow.
Tara. It takes practice. Sometimes we don't know how drama becomes normalized in our life, and once we learn a better way, you start making better habits.
The better way is we talk about believing in yourself, and Thomas talks about living the now. And it does become a way of life where you free yourself of connective issues just by saying that you are living the now, and you're not going to step either into the past or into the future by this conversation, and you can separate yourself from that. But we are at a stage of learning where we are at a transition in time. And so experience it, enjoy it, realize that it's there. And then don't be afraid of it, for one. And for two, like every new year, you have to learn how to forgive last year. And you have to just move forward.
Yes. Keep going.
Wow.
Just keep going. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
God,
I'd build a house right there. Look at that.
I wish I was like the Pleiadians, where I could just step back in time and see Earth history. So much has happened on Earth that
I'd just settle for their lifespan. Yeah,
we have lost. It must be fascinating to see the real story of Earth. To just go back and kind of set aside and just watch it as a movie and see the
I wish we could go and be in that. What is it? That halls of Amenti or wherever it is, and you go and you touch that thing and it explodes into all that information.
Could you imagine? Oh, jeez.
You can do that. All you have to do is actually believe that you can.
You can go to the Akashic records.
You find a nice tree in a nice forest on a nice warm day, and you touch the ground with your butt and your fingertips, and you just say, I'd like to see. And there is no limit to how far you can see. You just have to believe that you can.
Nice words.
Yeah. Nice words.
But it's true.
It is that simple.
Well,
yes, you are your creator, the creator of everything.
People meditate for years, and they try to have that one all luminescent moment that dumps everything they ever wanted to know on them, and that's not how it works.
No.
How it works is by touching the earth and feeling the earth and living in the now, and then when every body hair stands up, and then the wind
of course
picks up, and the animals come out of the forest at you, and the sky opens up above you, you have connected to everything.
Oh, wonderful. Yes, goosebumps. But you must to say, the blood type is also important for the other stage of maybe for this stage. So other people don't have maybe all the opportunity to get there, and others are directly there. So it's theoretical.
That has to do with your blood frequency, because your ancestors, your whole line has built up your perfect blood frequency.
And we
because
talked about the decree, what took thousands of years to achieve was a short time to them, many generations to us. And of course, thank you again, Thomas, for pointing out the other side of the story, or the other side of the coin.
I get always goosebumps if I talk about this.
Well, not everyone is going to experience this in the exact same way. You are correct. And which is partially probably why I was, recruited, was because I'm, Northern European bloodline, Dutch, blah, blah, blah. And, where the rocket come from, blah, blah, blah.
I can feel you very well, but sometimes I think on the other side for the other people, and now, the people aren't the same, for example, like me, so others don't have maybe the opportunity for this.
Well,
this is the way I'm thinking.
I was told that people would automatically recognize me, and we've had that conversation among everybody here, right, Christoper?
Yes.
Jesus, Gillian, Rebecca's out of the room, but anyway. People have felt an automatic pull to this information. And I was told that would happen. And, I was like kind of chuckling about that. Like, yeah, right, just me, little old Sam. But we are here many, 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 many years later. And it's proving true. There's something greater to this.
That's exactly how it works.
Yes.
The instant that I heard your voice, that I heard you talking, I was instantly just magnetically attracted.
Yes, same word I'm thinking, magnetic.
It was like, I want to hear more. I want to hear more of this guy, because
it's electrical, man. Your frequency, everything.
But it was different. It was different. Like sometimes you come across somebody that you just kind of vibe with. I don't know. It was different with Sam. It was just like something something really almost just pulled me towards that I need to hear more. And it still happens to now. Like I go through Sam's interviews. I can't tell you how many times I've gone through them. I hear them sometimes, and while I'm laying in bed, I'll just put them, and I love falling asleep to it. I love hearing. I love when you get when you explain the universe and how how it works. I just can't get enough of that. I love hearing you.
How does that work? Look at that thing right
But I think that's easy. He get put in this position from the higher races. So it's the only reason. So because of the magnetic thing, you know what I mean? So he is in this position for one reason. And yes, so it is like it is.
Well, people talk about,
and I'll say this, Sam. I can't think of anybody, any better person to be in your position. I have a lot of respect for you, and I feel that you are doing this for the right reasons.
Yep.
I've always felt that. I've always felt that you're doing this for the right reasons, and honestly, that's in my book. I think when it comes to people, the only thing that really matters is what's in here, and I think the rest kind of just falls into place. But there's a lot of.
I think we are the self-disclosure.
Sorry,
I really do. I think we are the disclosure.
Well, we have to. I mean, who else, Sam? I mean, nobody else is doing this. It's why I felt the sense of responsibility of joining this podcast, because who else is doing this? Nobody else is doing it. Like, if nobody else, we have to. Like, we have to do this because nobody else is going to do it.
And I'm just chuckling over what Christoper captured last week alone, and
we saw it again tonight.
It's absolutely stunning. The brief microsecond that he captured it, that we got to, Gillian and I are both jumping out of our seats here, last week when we see this. There's a cube. Oh my God, look at cube, and we do that live, and I think that's one of our best moments yet. I really do. But every day is our best
watching
moment.
together.
It just always gets better every freaking day.
Yeah.
It does. It really does. And I'm
And
in
the fact
awe.
that it
I feel like I'm
remains in the
living in the
same spot.
Highlander or something.
Say
In
that
that
again,
movie, The
Gillian.
Highlander, with that quickening and everybody, you just feel.
Bingo, and that is also what's going on. Is a level of the quickening. Then Thomas talked about the blood group, and that is a quickening. We are being, and I don't want to broad stroke this with a wide brush, but there are people who are awake to this for a reason, and they are being elevated for a reason. And how do you tell that to people?
You can't.
Bingo.
I can't tell you the amount of car. Kind of practicing how would I explain what I'm currently seeing to somebody. I sat there like, how would you tell somebody this? And
you can't.
I almost laughed at myself. I'm like, there's absolutely no way that I can explain this without
If
coming
I
up.
was in Utah, and you are in Utah, I would start out by saying, hey, that number of people that the church in Utah talks about, the 144,000 Latter-day Saints? If you add a zero onto the end of that, you'd be correct.
Really?
There's 140 million bloodline group right now. And
do you think so much?
Yes.
Okay, and why?
Percentage.
There has to be.
But really, honestly, if I talk to Sam sometimes with a PM and I said, sorry, but I don't meet other people like you who are on the same consciousness level. So in my area, I don't nobody in this topic I am in. So
let me define that. There are people of the puzzle. But under my understanding of what I was told by the Pleiadian, you have to have like 6 different puzzle pieces to achieve the full spectrum. But the people with 4 and people with 3 and 5 of the puzzle pieces are more aware. And it's only a number. There is a council elite, yes. But in a general population, you add a 0. Because there's at least 144 million blood-linked offspring.
Okay, you only mean blood-linked, not that they get the full stage, for example. I understand it correctly? Okay. Okay, and this is... that's okay. That's okay for me, but the other thing, I don't believe it's so much, because I don't want to be... I don't want to say the wrong now what I do, but if I remember how I get to my point, what I must to give up, how I must to live, for example, walking barefoot, eating the right food, and so on and so on. I don't think normally a lot of people can do that because other people live, for example, in worse sectors or have other environment. So I think that's really, really hard stuff. So I only
have to pay rent and suffer a job and live in squalor
Yes,
conditions, because
this is what I mean. So I think that's very hard to get there, and so I don't think that's over 1 million people. I can't believe it.
Well, I'm not saying that that every one of these indigos or special. There are other people call them starseeds. I can't even say the word. It doesn't come out of my mouth well. There are connective people that are locked up in mental institutions or are so overwhelmingly intelligent that they're schizophrenic. Now, there is that spectrum. I mean, there are spectrum degrees of all of this. But, all the way down to the Council of 12. And that is the original genetic reincarnations that are subject, just like in the Matrix, where the emboloid schizoid is Neo, if you follow me. I hope you understand that.
Yes.
There are 12 schizoid embolisms followed by tens of thousands of additive close members of the puzzle, which is, and then you've got segments therein, less puzzle pieces, but closer to the truth. But if you have the puzzle pieces and of the bloodline, then you are, and there's gifts granted to all of these levels in different ways. The things.
Yes, I can imagine that. Yes.
What Christoper sees and what Jesus sees are different, although they too are gifted enough to be here today.
Yes, all of the people who watch the show have a special ability, so they get a step closer to the real thing.
Right.
So because they have it in themselves,
right.
You know what I mean.
The calling for them to be here at the gathering.
I think we all kind of complement each other. Like everybody has their own setup. Everybody
it's like Gillian said.
Yes, but it's true. Yeah, it's true. Yeah,
calling. It's a calling. It's an internal. It's
And
part of our breeding.
Christoper has his own thing. I love Chris what you're doing. I think you're I think you're a little bit more tech savvy than the rest of us. I think you're a little better with that, and I think your videos are amazing.
By the way, Jesus, that gets better Monday. Well, actually, or a day or two later, but Monday I'm mailing Christoper an upgrade, and I just got it back from the shop.
Needed bad. Thank you so much, Sam. Today, I think my phone wasn't working because I just have no storage left on the phone again. So I deleted 10,000 pictures. And I have them saved on. I have them saved, but it still wouldn't work. It's still saying the storage is full. After deleting all these pictures, come on now.
I was hearing you mention something in the last show, Sam, about how you were gonna.
I've done that before too.
Yeah. And then you were like, I don't necessarily care for how I acquired it, which I'm pretty sure I know what you're talking about. But hey, it doesn't matter.
I took it to Best Buy and I had it factory wiped, and then they reinstalled on a clean slate, and I will be mailing it to Christoper on Monday.
Thank you so much.
And it's a very nice HP laptop.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's awesome because I'll tell you, I did it for a while on my phone doing these podcasts, and it took a toll on my phone, Chris.
And I'm going to insure it so we make sure we know where it is and where it goes and everything.
And also, there's so much more you can do. I'm sure once you get the laptop, your video,
definitely.
You'll probably start putting it to work.
I know I use my video editor, the CapCut editor is a whole different thing on the desktop than it is on the phone. So that'll be interesting to see
it should be. I'll look forward to seeing what comes.
Yeah, we'll have our own George Lucas in the house.
Yeah, I look better. Right.
Of course, especially with them goggles on.
This one you can't walk down the street with.
To go with that thing.
Right.
Yeah, I tell you, I am so I want a camera, but I don't dare buy another one. I'm 5 down already. And I fry the damn things. You think you're filming, you get home and there's nothing there.
Oh, gosh, that's not fun.
Then they end up in my drawer. There goes another couple of $100.
Right.
That's for the money.
I still have Kodak disposable cameras from 20 years ago that I haven't developed. I don't even know if you can develop them at this point, but they're still in the garage in the junk drawer somewhere.
Yeah. Oh God. Oh God. I finally had to
imagine what's on those pictures.
I use one of these, Sarah, for my SD card on my phone.
Cool.
Because you're right. They don't have SD cards, and the camera I use an SD card. And
cool. Yeah, those things are great.
It's like freaking $4 on Amazon, but it's really useful.
Carol Ann, I think we just had a bomb there, Jesus. But no, I'm not.
I was hoping you didn't catch that.
I'm a tattletale.
Oh yeah.
Have you got anything else for us moving right along?
I sure do. Actually, I do. I have let's watch Christoper's videos.
Cool.
Okay.
That he made this week. Okay.
Works
Yeah,
for me.
and then
We
I
have
had
to look
another.
at Philippe's pictures too.
Yeah, we could do that. I got them
Let's look
loaded.
at
So,
those.
okay,
These
sure.
these are incredible.
Hang on a
I
second.
think he posted them last night or the day before, but oh my god,
Yeah, he
this is
gets
unbelievable.
consistently amazing pictures. I need to make a
This is
slideshow just
Alex.
of his Philippe. He's in.
Is it? I'm probably messing his last name up. Machado, Felipe Machado. He's in the
Yeah.
Azores.
Yeah,
Okay.
but yeah, I love his pictures.
I would like to very much thank everyone who's listening still to our show at 5 hours and 47 minutes and 32 seconds. Oh my God, look at the edge of that. That
Look
is
at
the
this
side of
photo.
Yuri.
This is.
Oh my God, that's
I saw
beautiful.
last night. I just couldn't
See
believe
that?
That's
I need to make a
beautiful.
comparison. Yeah, I need to put that together. Oh, Chris, Jesus.
Holy shizzle!
Sorry.
Look
Thank
at that
you.
light cut off.
Uh-huh.
All right. Carol's not here, so I guess I'm gonna cover
You
it.
gotta pay for yourself.
Oh man, might as well say it again.
Yeah. Might as well say the whole thing.
Go ahead.
right?
Put a quarter in the curse jar.
That's funny.
Oh, man.
gosh.
Welcome to
Let's see, let's
2025.
find something.
Oh God, look at that.
I know.
That's insane.
Yeah.
If you like, if
Look at that.
argue with, you cannot argue with that picture. You
No.
just can't.
Oh,
That's
thanks,
like watching a
Jesus.
battleship come into the harbor.
Yeah.
I love that one.
Nikki.
That is so cool. I love it.
Oh,
I
God.
love the thank you notes. That's such a great touch. I love that.
Yeah, little something. I see what they're doing.
I'm gonna
All right.
put a little scientist room, guys.
Yeah. Okay.
Wow,
so-
you know,
yeah,
by
I mean,
the way,
that's-
if you flip back to that picture, the
Perfect.
skull asteroid is in that picture.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
In
here,
the
there's
upper
more.
left cloudy thing.
Oh, upper left.
Yeah, that one right there. In the upper left center, there's a circle with two eyes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now go back to the drawing. Now go back to the picture. And there it is.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna get a comparison made.
Oh yeah.
If you're
Okay, I
ready.
see it.
Oh yeah, I see him.
Hi.
I mean, the sun isn't even in this picture. It looks like it's completely blocked. It's just sunlight coming through.
Now remember, there's smaller asteroids that are coming in front of the lower jaw of the skull asteroid pretty regularly this month.
Okay.
And it also matches what we saw in like 2018 and 2019. It's just that out view angle. But in the upper corner, in the upper left corner, is where the skull asteroid and the other asteroids surrounding it are coming from. And that we also refer to that as the salamander asteroid group on the side of Uri. And that's Uri cutting into the light down at the horizon level. See that white straight line is the edge of planet Uri cutting across to the sun. Now we talked about this last show and the week before, that Uri is actually moving to the right. And it is now in this shot right here, cutting off the out view of the daylight.
Oh, that's Yuri, isn't it? Look at that.
Yeah, it's Uri. Look at that.
Hi guys. Wow.
See that cut in? See that tiny sliver of light that's available? Look at the mountain. The one on the right-hand side at the horizon. There's no light. The sun's being cut off, and that's what that blue shaft lighting's all about.
Yeah, look at it. It's curved and everything.
This is a total Uri moving to the right light pinch,
It's great.
which
And that's
also
why-
affects our weather, by the way.
I'll bet.
Yeah, that was a good one.
And this is another one.
Now, how do you explain to people that it's like you just see like a big lump there, like a silver lump just there, and the rest is sort of pulling to the left, like there's stuff pulling. It's hard.
Remember, both sides are folding into each other, which is weird.
Oh,
Even the Bible and Revelations discusses that. The
yeah, that the
scroll-
sky would fold.
the sky would scroll. The scrolling of the skies. Yeah.
I had a dream where it was folding like curtains or something.
There's another example of Uri.
Come on, get up my curtains, guys. Animals.
And the Skull asteroid is in this one as well. Over in the middle left again, back at the same place. With other asteroids around it.
That was the last one. But those were great, man.
Wild.
And the light blue dot is
Love it.
Metim, and the Metim's, we think, moon.
Pretty pretty.
That's crazy. All right.
I'm
Well,
starting to fade. I'm starting to get, so I need to go and
I
sleep,
have
but it's 6 o'clock in the
pictures
morning. It's like, well,
Oh, I have
6, 7.
pictures you sent me if you want to see.
Okay.
They're only a couple of minutes long. But I can't find your I've been looking. One of your accounts looks open and one still looks private, but I'm not sure which one has the
open one. The open one, I put it in there.
I'll look again and see if I see it. Hang on a second.
You're being censored. It's a conspiracy.
No way. They wouldn't do that.
No, not them. They.
Hey. Ooh. Really? That's weird, all pulled up to the side.
And that's his atom cutting in from the right. And that little ghost-like figure over by the light pole is the side orb ion drop tail next to the long box cube, which is dark blue, just above the light pole. Asteroid under Uri on the left. Upside down water. No, I'm sky upside down, right?
Yeah, it's the same thing upside down. I amused myself looking for mountains in the sky.
That left upper edge flaring on the side of the sun is Metim.
Hey, Gillian, maybe you could send me a link
And either a lens flare or the blue asteroid. But in this month's light drawing, that's where the blue asteroid is drawn in.
Because it's not there for me. I can't see it if it is.
Okay.
I've looked and looked on that.
Oh.
There's nothing there for real.
Backyard.
Oh wait, is it in videos? I do see something from Wednesday. Is that it?
On the 14th.
Maybe. But it doesn't have the option to share it.
Here.
I came upstairs to get my sweater.
That was it. It doesn't have, I don't know why. I would think your account is open, but.
I sent you it now.
Yeah. Okay. Hang on. Bear with me a second. Let me close that.
Please
out.
pause for technical difficulties.
Uh-huh.
Do not adjust your television set.
Show business for you. Yeah. Okay. There. Okay. Okay.
They say never work with pets or young children, and no hamsters were injured in the making of this video.
Yeah, it's still not doing it. Okay, here, Jillian, I'm gonna send this back. Look at the bottom right corner, and what it does not have is the arrow. Like, you know, that little curved arrow we see. I have to have that curved arrow to click on to take it.
That's crazy. Why is that?
Take it to the app that I use that downloads it.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but why is that?
I don't know. You got to figure out your settings. Play around with your settings until you see that arrow show up. You didn't share that in your group, did you? Is it from your group? No.
It's in my group. Yeah.
You mean your Scotland group? Because that's private. That's why.
No, this isn't from.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say if you share it in your Scotland group, it's for sure not shareable.
And again, a shout out to Gillian's Butcher. Glad you're here. If you're still here, 5 hours, 57 minutes, and 22 seconds later.
It's frustrating.
I'm amazed I'm still stuck in this chair.
On Dropbox or something. If you could sign up for Dropbox, but never mind. You could just send me things without. I don't know, but you gotta be able to save it first.
Oh, enlightenment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
I sent it to you.
That's how I get all my things from
somewhere
my
else.
phone to my computer.
I sent it
is
from
Dropbox.
Okay.
I'm so glad I don't have these problems.
I know.
Here
I know
it is,
you
the
said
little arrow. Hang on. I've got it, one with the little arrow. Come here, you little bugger.
Okay.
I nearly said the other word. Sorry, Christopher.
No. I know you're a sailor, Gillian.
There, did you get it now?
Yeah, there's no arrow.
I got it with the arrow. There's the arrow. Look.
I'll show you.
See here, I'll show you the arrow too.
I'll show you too.
You're temporarily being censored by the UK versus America.
Look, there's no arrow. I don't know.
That's unbelievable. You know, that is so sneaky of them. It's probably something that they put in the settings, and it's so tiny that, and then they said, tap here to agree. And of course you're going to tap there to agree because you want to get back onto your mission then.
Yeah.
And
darn it.
Fuck. Shit.
Isn't that rude?
You mean me or them?
Right? So what about your butcher?
Well played. Well played.
Man, I'll never forget when I was in high school, right? And we were doing an anatomy class or something, and I went to the butcher and asked him for like a cow heart, right? Because I wanted to bring a heart in. My God, it was like 80 pounds or something like that. This thing was like he wheeled it out on like a table, and he's like, "So you want the cow heart?" I'm like, "No." Can you cut a piece off of it or something?
Can you imagine lugging that bloody damn ass thing on?
No, I just felt like maybe I should ask for a chicken heart or something. Or
we had a visiting guest that one time cooked that for us, and I'm as magnanimous as I was possibly about eating it, I couldn't. Thank you. I will pass.
Yeah.
I've eaten some nasty things in my time, but not that.
Rebecca, can you get? I put another thing onto TikTok.
You put it on
TikTok? No, I put one on TikTok. Can you get one that's on TikTok?
Let me try. While I'm doing that,
I never say die. You know, that's what they give us. That genetic trait of persistence. Yeah, that's us.
Look at that while I'm getting this video. That's from Thomas. He just sent that to me.
Cool. Oh, this was for Jesus. He once said this because, no, not because he once said this with the protection and the other people. And I only want to show a picture. It's in the Bible too. They told about it, so you get complete protection if you get the stage Jesus told.
Balance.
Yeah, not only balance, you get the whole thing.
Yeah.
Well, salvation. Oh boy, that is something that the church has sold that they don't have to sell.
Sure.
Spirit, yes, that is what we thrive on. Righteousness is something that you give to yourself as that gift of knowledge.
Yes.
Faith is something you acquire over seeing yourself follow the truth.
Correct.
And
wait, I must check for my German version because I don't know all the words in English.
Okay,
you're doing great.
But keep going, keep going. I must check it. My English is not the best.
You're doing great with your English.
Righteousness. We often talk about being exceptional, and we talk about the source and how it gives you abilities to think clearly. And our prior Jesus even mentioned it, where all of a sudden things come to you easier, where you go, hey, that used to bother me, but I can do this now. And the people that do parkour and they leap and they get athletic and they're in their chi and they're in their zone and they do these amazing body leaps that would scare the living crap out of you or me. And those people are in their self.
Becca,
Oh,
I
sorry,
sent you
guys.
one on TikTok. Look.
Sorry. My finger hit that bar and it slid all the way over. I'm like,
A righteousness is power, is self-power, and faith is what
You there?
you acquire after watching
I'll
the
check it.
righteousness.
Sure.
Because of the truths that you have provided yourself by the
Of
inner
course,
journey,
yes.
and you inner journey to those truths. And the truth is that we can grow and we can change. And most people
Yes.
don't grant that to themselves. And that is something that people have to grant themselves, the righteousness and the spirit and the truth, so that they can have the faith, so that they are prepared. But this is at the bottom. It's listed preparation of the gospel. Your armor becomes your knowing. Your armor becomes
Correct.
who you are.
Yes, it's a complete feeling. So it's like a metaphor.
When you have that presence of mind in your eyes and your wisdom in your face, and you're confronted by an extraterrestrial, they will automatically recognize that because
I think they will recognize that before with telepathy or something like that. But of course, I know what you mean. They know the person who get to the stage, I think, before.
Right, and the prime directive states that if you behave like an animal, you will be treated as such. But if you are a sentient being, then you will be treated with the same equal respect. And this is why I always tell people that meeting extraterrestrials is one thing, and meeting them poorly is an entirely different thing.
Sure.
Yeah, let's see. I don't have the experience like you. Maybe one time.
Well, a lot of people have been visited and don't know it.
Yeah.
Okay. You tell the stories before. I remember, of course. That can also be, but I think if you have the right consciousness, you can get it without any trouble, because universe works on the same level. So it's love, the consciousness, and if you get to the higher state, then you can communicate or can manage the higher races easily. But normal people, I understand what you mean, they don't have the stage, and they have a lot of problems if they meet a higher race because they don't get to the goal. You know what I mean?
We talk about harmonic elevation in these races. And now if we go back to Christianity and all the paintings that, Da Vinci and everybody else, Michelangelo, all did with these halos. Now, imagine for a moment that extraterrestrials have a different eye than the human, and they would actually recognize our aura and our color spectrum, our visible aura of light that we really truly are. We are light beings. And
yes, I can imagine. Think about that easily. That makes a lot of sense. They have other eyes, for example, so they can see through you, and you explain it very good. So they can see your aura, your light, and they know everything. And I think they can connect to your brain, so they recognize every word what you think about them or something like that.
Right. Yeah, and I had an interaction when I was in I'll just say it, in Langley in a DUMB really fast, and hope we don't get monitored. When I went through my psych eval with a little 4'5", 4'6" tall gray guy in a lab coat, and you guys have all heard this story before. And when they don't use words, they think to you, you think to them, and there was a transfer of information between the two of us, and it was a great learning tool for me even to this day. But and this is why I always warn everybody that they can read you like a bumper sticker faster than
Sure.
you know.
No
Of
point in
course,
mine.
I know that.
Like, oh, okay, you know, or a campaign slogan is scary. So, and I always try to warn people that you don't necessarily want to meet extraterrestrials, unless if you do, then it's a big thing about that you be respectful and reverent. If they shoot at you, you get to shoot back, but not the other way around. And then, of course, we could even start talking about cryptids or Bigfoot, but we won't. So, lately, camping in the forest is not such a good idea. We've talked about this in previous shows, because of these shamanic resonance harmonics in the earth right now. I truly believe that the sightings of cryptid and Bigfoot are like skyrocket in comparison. And don't forget the giant doors that have been opening and closing all over the place. Yeah, there's a lot going on. And well, if they've been hiding in our planet for years and years and years, and they know that mom and dad just got home, imagine how they're behaving. And we don't know their lore or their legend or their history or their belief.
Yes, but they can feel it too. Very good. So they have the connection.
Right. You're exactly right. We all feel it. The question is, are you paying attention? Or are you freaking out and running to the bar and having 8 more shots of vodka? Ick.
No alcohol, man. No alcohol.
Well, we have to include Russia once in a while. I was being polite. Boo, bad joke too soon? What?
No.
Hi out there, world and citizens science folks now listening. We're here doing another podcast for your benefit. And take it away, Rebecca.
Yeah. Well, I did get a TikTok from Gillian.
Cool.
And I don't know if it's the one she wanted us to see, but it's a TikTok. So we can
let's see
that. And then I still have pictures that Nicole sent me for us to look at. She selected pictures, so we'll take a look at those, and then we have Christopher's videos. Okay, so that's your.
Well, Andrea Adams, shame on you. You're silly.
Yeah.
I really wish to meet a predator. Really, yeah, right. So that you can be.
I'm like freezing. I'm sitting there shivering right now, and it's snowing outside.
Yikes!
It's snowing. I didn't know it was going to snow at
all.
all.
I told you it was coming, but you might be early. Yeah.
Oh, maybe you got the snow they told us we were getting because we haven't got any.
I'm just
not that I want any, but I'm off tomorrow anyway, so that's good. Yeah.
Rebecca, are you stealing Gillian's snow again?
Okay, here we go.
Stealing my snow, man. My snow girls.
Oh.
Here.
Oh wow! Oh yeah! Look at that.
Yeah, I remember that one. That's cool.
Yeah.
Oh, our brothers, the asteroids up there. Check it out.
That's exactly what those are.
I like how you got the captions on there, Gillian. That's cool.
Yeah, I took a leaf out of your book and got a bit of cap cut there.
Yeah? You using it?
Yeah.
Good. See, I told you it wasn't that hard.
Moon, Uri, asteroids underneath, crossing in front. See the spiral asteroid in front of the sun?
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me, red and spiral.
Cool.
Very fast. Sorry, it was my very first one.
That works fine. People will watch it better.
Yeah.
I'll send you some tricks, Gillian.
Oh, thanks. It says that I'm using the standard cap cut.
Yeah,
and
you gotta
to get
pay for
all
the
the
pro.
cool things, then you have to buy Pro, which is £10.99 a month.
Yeah, I paid for a whole year, and then they banned TikTok, and I, so when I lost the CapCut app on my phone, I thought, well, there goes that, but I got it back. So
it's crazy.
yeah, somehow
but
I picked the entire year plan. I don't know. It's supposed to be you pay it every month, but somehow I paid for a year. That was like I don't know. Yeah,
I would have
and
a
I'm looking
nervous
at my bank
breakdown
account. I'm
because
like,
it says
wait, that doesn't
it's
look
going to
right.
put it onto my phone account, and
And you have to
that's the
make
only
sure you
way
don't
I
get
could
auto collect
buy it now.
either.
Yeah, you have to pay for it because they only give you so many things to work with. You can make a video, but it's just going to be as generic as
Stupid.
possible.
Yeah, as simple as that one was.
Yeah.
I'll
send you some
to
tricks.
innocence.
I'm back.
Here she comes.
Oh my gosh. I was taking a video of Mittens.
What? She's doing something in the snow. It's either mittens or clouds, man.
Yeah, I was like, oh my gosh, my baby.
I know. Now we're learning how to do, use the AI on our cat pictures and.
Yeah.
I will let all you guys know if
y'all.
you want your videos to get better mention. Remember that the first 30 seconds is what your videos are graded on the thumbnail versus smart TV. So if you have in the first 30 seconds, you put your face, your catchphrase in a fast, quick slogan to gather people, and you go, hey, we got this great information. Why don't you watch this show? You'll get a higher click rate, and YouTube will serve you better.
Cool.
And in each of your videos, do self-promotion to get your fan base to recognize you. Oh, hey, this is Christopher's video. Oh, hey, this is Rebecca's. Oh, hey, this is Jesus, or this is Gillian's video. But do a 30-second intro that is standardized, and then add your other intro or your transitory changing video.
I see. Yeah.
Because that first
I usually
30
just
seconds
use
is
music,
also what
yeah.
YouTube is going to grade you on.
I know.
I like the videos you made, Rebecca, where you had you had your TV in there and you were talking.
Yeah, I love those.
Those were cool.
I started to record another one last week, and I lost my remote.
Well, see, that way you're doing the chalkboard. You're actually
can't
standing
get
there
my
with your finger, and you're pointing out on the chalkboard to people what you're
Yes.
looking at. And those are what I wish I could do. And you could do more of those.
I will.
Create your own video, play your video, and then point it out to people on a secondary video film.
Oh,
I gotta
okay.
get my son to help me because the TV needs to be connected to the internet, and it lost its connection, and I lost my remote, and I can't get it to connect back to the internet.
Time for a new TV.
Because that's how I took a picture from my computer to the TV. It's wireless.
Watch in 3 days, the remote will be right where you put it.
I know. I've
Or
looked
look
at
inside your
Which is somewhere.
That's how I do it. Or the car keys.
I want to make more of those too because those did very good.
You need to self-promote your channel where people see your face and your name. Hi, this is Christopher from Nibiru System Skywatcher, and have a standardized nice piece of music scroll with it that you keep for about 6 months, and then maybe change the background music or whatever as you grow. But use a standardized less than 30-second intro with your face on it and you talking.
Okay.
And you'll increase your viewership.
So not have any words going on.
Yeah, I
just
tried doing that this weekend. Just giving a synopsis about everything, and then people started walking by, and then I got embarrassed and I shut it down.
Yeah. So. I also had the police car going past me now.
Oh no!
I was like, I opened the door literally to take pictures of the moon. Now I should probably send that to Rebecca, and I got some of the weirdest shots.
Cool.
Weirdest shots.
Just tell the police to call us.
Yeah, even Jesus had to drive his car away because he was filming and doing a podcast, and he's got to move because the cops are looking at him funny.
Security was they literally told me that you got to go, buddy. You got to go. Even though there was like nobody in God, what would look like a 500 space parking lot, But yeah.
Yep. Well, this is where this is where we add those little bumper stickers, those magnetic side plate on the side of our car that says "Internet Reporter."
Yeah.
Or Nibiru, Nibiru Followers Anonymous. There you go. News. Hi, reporting Nibiru Followers Anonymous news. Breaking news. Hi, and welcome to another podcast.
Here, I'm going to send you a
apply
picture.
to be in the White House press room.
This is Walter Cronkite.
Here, I'll send you the weird pictures I just took.
Okay.
Yeah, Rebecca did a report on the news the other day, and I thought it was good. So anyway, I'm at 6 hours and 17 minutes dinghy. Don't
Yeah, I can
mind me.
play it real quick. Let me see if I can find it. I just shared it last week, didn't I? Let's see.
I think we suffer from podcast-itis.
Maybe.
I swear we did this 2 days ago.
I know.
Where is it? Yeah. I swear I didn't sleep last night either. Like I went to bed, I don't know, very late. I got up very early. I think like 2 hours later or something.
Yeah, I got up at 3 a.m.
No good.
Yeah. And, started, doing my second version of the drawing. Want to make sure I got up and told everybody the news, and then spent all day watching the worldwide weather and earthquakes.
I was surprised you had it up before the podcast. I thought you'd just reveal it on the show.
Well, sleep is important, guys.
I know you're right. You're right. It's like
I
gotta
was,
make myself go to bed
like
earlier.
Bob Cratchit. I had to be earlier the next morning. Last week I was late by about 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 hours, so I put it up early this month. Yeah, people. We got planets, and we got aliens. And we're trying to tell people, and we're working our butts off here, and yet we don't get people to
And people are
like,
waiting.
subscribe, and share. And
if people get spiritual, if people get the awareness, they will see it automatically. Or maybe if the UFO things will discuss on TV, maybe they look after in the sky after this news. But let's see how it works.
Oh yeah, we already, we know that this log, this memory log, or this cloud memory of our shows actually gets studied in the future, because we were looked up, or rather I was looked up, and they knew information that was beyond measure. So and I kept wondering how that was humanly possible, pardon the expression human, how that was possible that another race could look me up. And with each passing show, I'm more inclined to believe that we kind of sort of do it ourselves.
Wow.
We lay down.
They see the future and the past and the present all simultaneously at the same time.
It's a circle. It loops back on itself.
Wow.
And it can't go forward. It can't expand until it gets forward with
how does somebody go through that, Sam, and not lose it? Like, how are you so normal?
Didn't you know that I'm faking it now, and I lost it long time ago?
Yeah. Well, I know you're a little nuts. I mean, we have to be to fathom what's happening. We have to be a little nutty. So,
yeah, no offense taken.
That goes without saying. But how do you stay sane?
He has no choice.
I have no choice. B, I look at it.
You often say, Sam, that meeting an alien is not everything people think of, and when honestly, I've never, up until the time that you said that, I never looked at it that way. But it's got to be a mind screw of epic proportions.
The one that bothers me the most, even still today, is when I got face planted onto my keyboard about 5 years ago now. and being grabbed by this completely unseen force where I watched the skin
Right,
on my
unseen.
yeah, and depressed, and
So
I
it didn't
watched it
communicate
forever.
with you like the last one.
No, but I could smell it and I could feel it. I could feel it electrically behind me, sort of like, if a spider drops down on your shoulder, neck, and your hair, you got that little electrical tingle that goes off. And I kept feeling it, and I kept feeling it. And I was talking to a friend in Hawaii about removing my own locator tag from behind my ear, which I had found and over time removed with an X-Acto knife and tweezers.
What?
Well, when you find something like that that's there, that's foreign to you, and it's definitely separate of you, and I can explain to you how they work and why. I found one, removed it, took 2 or 3 events digging with a knife, because the first time it hurts too much, you don't want to do that. I didn't play an Arnold Schwarzenegger or Jean-Claude Van Damme cut it out thing, or
right,
or Arnold Schwarzenegger ripping the module out of my nose. I didn't do that. It just
Rambo style.
I scraped at it, investigated, used mirrors, thought, what the hell is that? What the hell is that? And then over about the third event, I finally removed it, pulled it out, and it was a silver and copper colored twisted piece of wires. It was about 3.5 centimeters long together, and it had laser etching, like microscopic microchips on each of these wires. And I looked at it in tweezers with a magnifying glass. And I stared at it for about 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes, and it vaporized and turned to gas in the tweezers. I didn't drop it. I watched it turn to gas. Now, how those work, they're the alien locator device. What they do is when you're on the operating table or the examination table inside the alien craft after and during abduction, on your left leg, they take this inoculation device / sample device, and they jam it into your leg, and they take out a chunk of your leg skin, and that envelops the location wire device. Wow.
So your
inside
body doesn't
human
reject
tissue,
it.
your tissue, and then they insert it in numerous places throughout your body, and that way you don't personally reject it.
Right.
Interesting.
And I had found one of those and removed it. And anyway, I was discussing that with a person, and I literally got grabbed from behind, and I saw my arm muscles depress. And I actually took the microsecond to flex my hand to see if that was me moving my muscles. And I went, no, that's not me. And the next thing I know, I'm staring at FGHJFM up close on my keyboard, and I'm getting a black eye. I mean, I have been slammed face first into my keyboard, and something has a hold of me. And at that time, I had this tiny little purple computer chair on wheels. And so I used my leg muscles to scoot free from underneath of the grasp that was holding me in place. And I broke free, spun around, and ran out of the room. I ran across the house. And by the time I got to the kitchen, which is probably 25 feet, I'm bleeding off the side of my arm because I grabbed the back of my head where I was uncomfortable. It itched, and I touched up, and I pulled my hand open in the kitchen, and my entire hand is red, blood, covered in blood. And I am dripping blood on the kitchen floor all the way to the other end of the house. So I knew this was an event, and when I went and got my gun, loaded it, went back, and I grabbed a big wad of toilet paper and tried to stop the blood. Filled that one up. I mean, when you're bleeding in your scalp, you bleed bad.
That's bad.
And I went through like 3 wads of toilet paper, threw it down, threw another one behind and then I went back to the other part of the house, and you could smell it. And to me, in my opinion, it was a gray, because grays have this huge body odor smell. Very, very oily, very greasy, very BO. And so anyway, that's a long story short. That was the most frightening out of the several other visits I've had with
Well, that
extraterrestrials.
seemed a little more hostile than
Yeah, and it was, it was not fun.
But I think you know in this moment they won't kill you or something, like maybe they hurt you, but I think they don't want to kill you because you have a purpose.
Oh, I learned a huge new level of respect for the scenario. And it occasionally crosses my mind like I should be more careful. I do not presume to be alone even in my car anymore. So,
gosh.
Honestly, Sam, it's one of the reasons why I have never personally called you on the phone because
yeah, you don't want to be on a list.
I always assume somebody's listening. I would always
and we've seen evidence of that in numerous media. Even here,
and even though me myself, I don't have anything. I don't have anything that can be used against me. I hope you guys
that's all. You state our
can read
disclaimer.
between the lines, but I do have family that.
Right, and we all have to, we all have to reiterate that we have no ill will toward any faction, government.
But absolutely. But what I mean is that, again, I'm not going to be specific.
I don't post things in your office.
That I do have family could be affected by, so I kind of I always assume that. I always assume that. So it's
I sent pictures, Rebecca, but I just took them a wee while ago, like the mini kind of pictures, but it's just weird.
Yeah. Well, okay, give me a minute because my computer
No,
is
it's
full
okay.
again.
I'm just sending them to you. You can look at them.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I don't
I'm
know.
having to go through and delete some things so I can add more stuff. It's full.
Yeah.
My computer's full. Yeah.
Tara, I agree. I agree. I do feel time is weird now. And
we're at a new stage.
Yeah. And ionized worldview. I also agree. I feel everybody that I've come across in these circles, at least the ones that are real about this, the keepers, as I like to call. I feel that we all share something that's very familiar because we all connected automatically. It wasn't something that we had to try or had to do anything. It was like an immediate connection with each other. So I agree. I think we will share some similarities, whether it's our difficult childhood or whatever it is, but there's definitely something familiar about all of us here.
Well, tempered steel doesn't start that way. It usually starts out as iron and it's got to, go through some workings to get there. So that's where we're at. We are all transitioned into the state of being that we're existing, and now we are here for a reason. That is why I keep doing what I keep doing, because it is so damn important. And we've already seen the evidence of the accuracy, so I have to keep doing it.
Yeah.
I've been pushed into the corner numerous times over the years and I've thought about quitting, but never ever believed I ever could, because I am absolutely obsessed with this unbelievable show going on right before our very eyes.
Unbelievable.
How can you not be? How could somebody, when somebody shows me like lack of interest in this topic, I'm like, you're nuts. You're you know what? I'm done. I don't need this. How are you not
That's
interested?
a prime sky watcher right there. Look at that.
Yep.
Yes, there she is.
Mittens.
Look at her.
She doesn't give a sherbet about a skull asteroid. She just wants food.
Right. Just want some treats.
Rotten. Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
I know.
Watching
there
me
she
eat
is.
now. Watching me eat now. Yes, I am.
Oh boy.
Boiled
She's
rotten.
so smart too. She's a smart cat. Like she knows what I'm saying and stuff. She really does.
Well, they realize that you rescued them, and they are wise animals.
Good. Yeah.
Boy, if you make them mad, they will pee on your pillow
Oh no.
Oh no. Yeah.
or in your shoe, or
She's
I think Rebecca knows to keep a
You're on
roast
that.
chicken handy because
I'll point you to Fat Freddy's Cat, a cartoon from the 70s from the fabulous Furry Freak Brothers.
Yeah.
A cult comic book. If you haven't read it by now, you should. Talk about the 70s, man. We go back to my era. I was just a teenager when it started. I did, however, miss the 1969 Haight-Ashbury because I was 8. But I was aware. I actually knew Woodstock was happening, and I wanted to go, but I was not brave enough to run away. I knew it was happening. It was only a few states away, and the Woodstock era. I told some people at Walmart the other day, "Oh yeah, I'm a career hippie." So an old fart with long hair. That's weird. Me and my Led Zeppelin T-shirt. We're walking down the street one day. Yeah, okay. There's a song in there somewhere.
Jackie just showed me a picture of this Freak Brothers, Sam.
Okay. And
I mean, you can't really see him, right? But wait, I can't. I've never done this before. Wait, here we go.
Oh, the opposite.
Dude, look at this guy's chin. What is that?
That's the fabulous Furry Freak Brothers.
Look at his chin.
And that was the Freak Brothers Freak
You gotta
Press
save that picture.
back in the 70s in California, and it all has to do with those guys being hippies and smoking dope.
Okay.
And it's an entire cultural icon that I direly expect everyone to read, because you haven't read a comic strip until you see Fat Freddy's Cat.
Right? Okay.
Okay.
And of course, Fat Freddy is the guy that's blonde with the big belly.
Yeah. That's funny.
All right. I'm going to pull up the pictures that, here they are, that Nicole sent in. Okay. These are things that she had,
This one's weird.
Looked around and found between our groups. So, yeah. What's that?
Yeah.
I'm at a loss a little bit.
And You there, Sam? Did we lose Sam?
Did he mute himself? Did you mute yourself, Sam? Are you muted?
Oh no.
That's weird, isn't it?
Yeah, he just kind of dropped out.
Yeah, he just.
Oh.
It
No.
shows he's still here. I mean, we see him. Huh. That's.
He'll come back.
Yeah. He dropped out. Okay, he'll come back. Yeah, I mean, location says red asteroid, right?
Yeah.
That's the location for the red asteroid. I just never seen it look like that before.
Yeah.
But in the middle of the triangle, you see a triangle, right? But if you look in the middle, there's a round place. Like in the middle of it, it's round. That's what I see. So it could be the red asteroid. I don't know why it's looking like a triangle.
I've seen something very this
look
is
at the
a
drawing.
this is a night shot, right? Night shot, right? I've been seeing
It
a
says
lot of this.
8:26 p.m.
Could be anything to do with the cube, or no?
I've been seeing a lot of this.
Let's get the drawing out. Let's look at that. Left of the sun. We want left. Okay. Now look. See, there's the red asteroid.
Yeah.
Look. It's that.
Perfect.
I think it is. Let's look at a different one. There it is again. See, it's at that lower left spot. Isn't that weird? Okay,
Yep.
so let's go back. That'd be my
It's like it's coming.
educated guess.
It's like Nicole. You took the, like you aimed the camera at an angle. It's almost like it's coming. Like, it's coming right at her almost. It seems instead of going horizontally, it's coming directly towards.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a closer look too. I'm gonna see if
That's
I can
wild.
see a round place in the middle like I can on here. But anyway, so okay, cool. That's weird. Moving on. Look at that.
Ooh,
Russell Neal.
This stuff,
Okay.
I saw this recently, Russell's post, and wow.
That's great.
Yeah, just wow. I think I actually saved like one or two of those that they're just
Now that curve.
They've got that
is-
ion stuff dripping off them. Look at that.
Yeah. That
Basically
curve and
outlining
shadow.
the planet. It's
Nice Adam
insane.
Here, is that Sam? I heard a beep.
No.
Hey, Sam. Hey.
Well, now
There you go.
I just got thrown out. I was talking about the fabulous furry freak brothers, and I guess they didn't like that.
Yeah, you can't.
Then.
On TikTok,
Bye.
you cannot talk about like anything. You can't really say anything. Those trigger
They
words.
kicked him out again.
Yeah, you can't talk about it or anything like that, or you can't say it because you'll get booted.
Oh.
You know, I was just about to talk about that a few minutes ago on another topic where
Yeah.
we are now having to be a little more careful about what we say publicly, even on a political level. And you know, I'll use a reference. I'll use a metaphor. At the beginning of the Vietnam War, there was a certain part of the Vietnam faction that put to death teachers, intellects, poets, philosophers, scientists, etc. And perhaps we ought to maybe not forget about history.
Absolutely.
Did that get through? Was I muddled?
Nope.
Okay, we are pilgrims in a foreign land, and look at the bottom of that planet and the planet behind it. On the right hand, or excuse me, on the left hand side is the sun. You're looking at the bottom of Nepacity, and you are also looking at Isatum, Jelamun, and Isatum.
Cool. Yeah, I see that.
Which matches the monthly site drawing.
That's great.
All right. Cool. Next one.
January 28th. Okay, okay, look where the light is coming from. It's coming from behind us. And we are looking at Atu and Atu's moon because it is beyond Earth. And now my antivirus protection just kicked up in case I started modeling there. And I got to get off of Facebook so that it doesn't eat up my feed. And this, for you new folks out there, is why you don't see my moving picture. Because by the way, I paid $175 for my internet this month.
Yikes.
And it will not handle my brand new top of the line camera and my brand new top of the line microphone at the same time. And so we put up a stock photo of me that goes wiggle, wiggle when I talk. and that way we can get my microphone to keep working rather than booting me out of StreamYard. And which, by the way, knock on wood, I'm amazed I'm still on. Because everything else boots me out. Everybody else boots me out, man. Nobody likes me. I must be the smelly kid in the corner, you know. My mom doesn't wash my socks or underwear. I'm sorry.
Oh, man.
That's pitiful.
I had to go there. Hey, we are at 6 hours, 40 minutes. I can be a little... Go ahead, please.
Oh, yeah. No, I had tightened that triangle picture up a little. I just thought maybe, you know, it makes any more sense.
Ooh. Yeah, downward facing away from us. The conning tower is on view.
You think that's
overhead?
You think that's a Star Destroyer?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, wow.
Wow, okay.
That's the bottom of some shit.
You got to think 3D. It's like a Dorito chip pointed down.
Okay.
True.
Oh my!
We know there's really
we were
wide
thinking
ones,
it's an
and then
asteroid.
there's slender ones, and then there's long ones and super long ones. I mean,
They're
there's
also-
super Star Destroyers, and then there's Star Destroyers.
Okay.
We've got
Wow, Nicole. That's
do you know how
Nicole's
many?
capture.
Do you know how many
That's
triangular ships we've captured in the last 10 years?
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Any.
the file is huge. There's no way for us to share all of this information with people.
But
Right.
people will say to us, how can you say a cloud is a ship?
Because we've seen enough of them
Right.
up close, and only
How do
after
ships
we've
make
had-
clouds?
only after we've had documentation for many years have we come to this summation. Prior to this, we would never make these claims.
Right. Imagine if the space shuttle was, 3 football fields long, what it would do as it, hits the atmosphere.
And then they'll say, oh, but it doesn't look like the ones in Star Trek where you can see like a full proper ship.
Nor do the planets look like they show us in Hollywood.
Right?
No.
Well, and also I'd imagine that they're not. I hate using the word cloaked because.
I know.
I just don't
We
like
don't
the
quite
word.
understand that.
but
We don't
I do
understand that
imagine-
statement, even if we say it ourselves.
Yeah, but I do imagine that. I mean, there's got to be some kind of,
Guys,
obfuscation,
All right, you've been taught not to think of space clouds.
That
when,
too.
When
That
you're
too.
in a shadow and you're in the darkness, it is minus 440 degrees.
That's another one.
You creep around the backside of a planet and you pop into the sun. You then elevate to minus 200 degrees.
Wow.
So you're going to have an absolute transference of temperature exchange, and that is what creates the wispy little clouds that venture off of these.
And I
they
think
show
we don't
themselves-
talk about that enough because I think people would really. I think we all struggle, and even us that we were a little bit more seasoned in this topic.
Space clouds.
We have
There
to
are
remind ourselves.
clouds in space. What do you think nebula are?
Sure.
They're space clouds and gases and different combinations. And if you really look at it and you wonder where, Earth was formed billions of years ago and we were this rock type planet. We're not a water planet. So where did the water come from?
From the planets.
From the passing of the other planets. It's an interaction.
Yes.
It's an interaction in chemistry.
I'm sorry,
between the
guys.
bodies.
I will have to go to bed. I'm nearly falling out my chair now.
Yeah, I know.
Don't do that, Gillian.
It's super late.
Yeah.
Put a pillow in front, that way you don't
Come
bruise
back
your
to that in a
forehead.
second.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll end up
well,
looking like Sam. Like,
Move that bowl of soup.
I'm not far behind you. I'm just like,
Ugly like me.
yeah.
Yeah, you'll be knackered with the baby and everything as well. What's that baby doing? Is it sleeping in your lap?
He's asleep. He's been sleeping in the kitchen last.
Oh wow, you're
few
getting left
hours.
alone. You must be relieved. Shit.
Yeah. He has been
Zombie
doing his
day.
own thing.
Zombie day, Sam. Zombie.
No, I was doing Latin Donna Eis Requiem. That kind of
Oh, you're serenading us there, like we're.
thing. No, just
Yeah,
a canton in Latin. Don't worry.
I know.
Go to
I'm not
sleep,
worried about.
Gillian.
I'm not worried
Night,
about
night.
anything. I'm already half asleep anyway. But I'm just
Tomorrow's
quite
your day off.
out after seeing all the pretty pictures.
Tomorrow's your day off.
Huh? Well, today's my day off. Yeah,
Right.
this is true.
Right. It's today. Today
It's
is
today. It's here.
right.
Today
It's not
is the
tomorrow.
first day of the rest of your life. Okay.
Yes.
Good night, Jillian.
You almost sound like you're singing in Mary Poppins or something.
Hey, that was after all my cultural, Chitty Chitty Bang Bang and Mary Poppins. I'm early Walt Disney, not and don't forget,
Oh, yeah, we
the Sorcerer's Apprentice and Mickey Mouse and all of that. I'm old school.
Merlin.
I'm the old guy here, stay off my lawn and don't bitch it when I talk to you. And
I'll
Yeah.
bat you with my club, man, my stick.
your clothes are funny. Did your
Walking
mother
stick.
dress you? Oh, yeah.
Right?
Pull your pants up.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't care if it's Gucci underwear.
Oh, right.
Nasty. Oh well.
Oh,
Give
yeah,
me a
yeah.
good
Okay.
day.
I saw a Plumber van the other day, and their logo was, "If you see crack, we'll give you your money back." The driver just looked at me like, "The hell's wrong with you?" I just looked at him and just started laughing. I'm like,
But what kind of truck was it?
It was a plumber. It was a plumber.
A plumber.
Hey,
Yeah,
that's great.
that's really cool.
Yeah.
People are poets and they don't know it.
That's right.
Good night,
I
Well, they
love, I
do
love a
know it.
good sense of
Good night,
I love when
Gillian.
you can laugh at yourself like that. When you don't
You
take
know, we
yourself
let you. You'll talk another
Jeez.
45 minutes.
I know if you let
Yeah.
me, I will. I'll be
Yeah.
like nose in the tablet, man.
Yeah. Well, we do
You'll see
this
the,
every
the
week.
top
You know,
of my little toury thing. Boing.
we do is I catch myself talking far too long anyway as well. I just way too long. Like what? You know what's our record? Rebecca is 11 hours. What?
11 hours.
11
Good
hours,
show.
11 hours the other day,
Yeah, I
Jesus.
went
I'm
to
not
work
shitting you.
and then I came
These
back and I'm
guys
like,
were still on
yeah,
when
that's
I
what
got
I
up
was
to
like. I
go
was
to
like,
work.
there's no
These
way
guys
this.
were still on.
I was like, there's
These
no way this
loonies
is
were
still
still
on.
on. And they talked all the way through when I was getting dressed for work. And I just sat there going, I cannot believe this. I'm like, they are talking about farts and stuff. And
No,
they're
we're talking
going, like,
about
I'm like,
picking
oh,
our
come on.
noses
I mean, I thought I
and the
was going to tell
consistency
my
of
friends
boogers.
about, you should really listen to these people. They're so educated. It's super amazing. And we're like, oh, we're really clever, aren't we?
That's great.
Well, you know the funny thing is,
Like I said, it's the Waltons. It degenerates into the Waltons. I'm sorry.
after years of
just
doing this,
forgive it.
you know, Rebecca even commented earlier in the show tonight where she didn't feel like she slept very well. And I swear to God to you guys that I am talking to you guys 24 hours a day, and I'm clicking on my
Yeah.
pillow, and I'm carrying on conversations, and I'm posting examples of Atu and Atu's moon and
Into the pillow. Gdoo, gdoo, gdoo.
yeah, and I'm clicking away on the side of my pillow with my index finger on my right hand, going, "Here you go, Jesus. Here's that video we talked about earlier." You know, and I don't even know if I sleep anymore. Like I said, I got up at 3 a.m. to give you guys today's sight drawing just
Yeah,
to make
I saw
sure.
it was ready bright and early. Sam. I saw
Yeah,
it.
you must have burned your brains out. Shame, you poor
Well,
man.
I did a
Trying to go
drawing the
sleep
night
too.
before, and I wasn't comfortable with it, and so I got up the next morning
What
and
do you
Mr. Fussy.
what do you do with all the ones with all those that you don't end up using? Do you just
the one I made last night, I tore up into little pieces. Do you know, Jesus, how many people have received one of the original Samuel Hoffman site drawings?
I
We
know
want one. We want one
I'm
for
one of
Christmas.
them.
Yeah, like we want one for Christmas.
I know I'm one of the lucky ones. So
Yeah, and now Darren Gross, there's a photograph of him.
that's
Man,
exactly the one that came to mind. And honestly, he's the
he got a
reason
copy.
why I asked you for one. I was like, well, he got one. I want one too.
But you got an original hand drawing, and he got a copy.
Really?
Yeah, you are
But
the
Darren
only
was
one.
really cool. What's Darren doing these days?
I have not heard from him in forever.
You know, he pops in every now and again, but I think because he had a new baby or something.
Right, and you get lost in
right around the time
stuff.
that he kind of stopped posting and all that stuff. But he had a great eye for this stuff too. I kind of miss.
Oh, he was good. He was the reason. Him and that other guy, Christopher or something.
A lot of people have left Facebook. A
Yeah.
lot of people, and
There's a lot of people on TikTok. I try to get to come to Facebook because it's
well,
important.
even my
That's where we
daughter's
show everything,
dad.
and they don't
Facebook
do
is
it.
for old people.
But
Facebook
Don't
is for old
remember.
people,
it's
Dad.
because of who's
Oh, is that what
behind
they say?
Facebook.
Yeah.
They have a strong dislike for Zuckerberg. Really.
Oh, I can see that.
Anything that's associated with him,
I
they
can
don't
see
want
that.
to support it or be a
Well,
part of it.
I have to thank Facebook for still allowing me to be on. It's the only site that's a lot. I mean, my Skype died, my YouTube died. I mean, my even my encrypted. I can never think of the name of that damn thing. It was the Gamers platform. I even got booted off of them. They wouldn't allow me to upgrade
Gosh, you
my.
got booted off the app. We don't know.
It's encrypted. Now, I can't think of the name. Stupid name.
I can't either.
It's a major gamer app that was encrypted.
Okay.
And it'll
Oh,
probably
okay.
take me a half hour from now. But anyway.
Oh, Rebecca, show Sam this drawing quickly. The one that's got the king head thing in. I sent it to you now.
Tara,
okay.
Tara, you know I'm right there with you.
Hang on.
My brother says I'm a Mexican hippie, and I would
I
have
don't know
to
which
agree with
one
him.
though.
It's the last one. I just sent it now. Sorry.
And for all you Mexican hippies out there, I encourage you to play the 1970s YouTube tune called Chevy Van.
Okay.
It's an old nostalgic favorite of mine. I just had to go there.
Oh,
Meanwhile,
by the way,
I thought you were going to bed, Gillian.
One more photograph. I'm just saying,
one
Rebecca,
more.
one more photograph. One more photograph.
One
with
more.
It's got a king head in it. It's got a king head. It looks like a king's head. One of them
Okay.
Sumerian king. It looks like that. You know those kings, those ghost kings in Lord of the Rings when Aragorn sends them after the baddies?
Remember
Okay.
you remember the cloud pattern off the top of the Skull asteroid?
Okay.
Yeah.
It looks like a king's crown.
Yeah, well, here, see, I can't believe where this thing is. It looks like him on that side of the on the right side.
Oh, on the right. Ooh, interesting. Dun 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 dun.
Also, I've loved your last few posts. You've been posting some really cool stuff. Just want to put that out there, and hope you're doing well, my friend.
Which friend's that?
Russell. You know.
Yeah, where's Russell? Russell needs to come back.
He was popping. He popped in a little while ago. I don't know if he's just popping in and out, but yeah, he's been popping in and out.
Thank you, Tara.
Is this the photograph?
Yeah, it looks like a king head.
Yeah, I see the pareidolia face. Okay, well, that is that's the side of his Saturn and his Saturn's yellow moon and the lead asteroid and the long box cube is not per se in this shot. It might be farther to the upper right. But if you do look at the monthly site drawing, there are several smaller asteroids that are appearing following behind and in the proximity of the lead asteroid. And I believe those are the black dots.
Oops. Hi, Carla.
There's a light cutoff. This is not a full round circle of the sun. It is being cut off on the right by the Saturn. And you're seeing the base clouds of a Saturn's yellow moon.
Anyway.
Is what you're seeing.
So
That
that thing that looks like almost like a face is
that's the ion tail leading around the other side of his Saturn. It's the one we don't see very often.
Wow.
Now, remember, there's also a moon. We believe that his Saturn has another moon, however, it should be further away.
That's for you, Tara.
Thank you, Tara.
Yeah. Thank you, Tara. Yeah, well, that was just like this set of pictures.
I'm losing it.
Yeah, we're all like losing our last marble
what
here
am I
tonight.
doing? My brain won't work.
Yeah, it was just so pretty. I couldn't decide if it looked like a bird landing or that king's head or whatever.
Yeah.
But when it looks like the sky's busy like that, you know something's there.
You cannot argue with that.
Yeah, look at that. Wowzer, look at the side of that.
Yeah,
unbelievable. Stunning.
And this is that repetitive thing that we show over and over for 15 years now, that these planets are real. They're here. They're getting bigger. We draw the monthly site drawings. They match time after time after time. This is why we're encouraging people to listen to this information, because it's real and it's happening. And I don't know any other way to put that.
Okay, now it's nearly 7 hours, and I really do have to go to bed. But night, night, everybody. And
Good night, Gillian.
Good night, everybody. Be good boys and girls, okay?
Yeah.
We'll
try.
It's nice to meet you, Thomas. Really nice to meet you.
I think Thomas might be ready for bed as well.
I hear you.
Thomas.
Please repeat it. I don't understand it well, Jesus. What do you say?
I said, are you still with us? It seems like you're kind of done.
No.
I slept before, so I have power to stay, no problem.
Right.
It's like 5 a.m. for Thomas. I just thought I'd throw that out there.
Right.
5 a.m.
No problem. No
It's 4
problem. I
a.m. for
told you.
me.
I
Night
sleep.
night.
Night,
Yeah, Julian.
Jillian.
Bye.
Talk to
Bye.
you later.
Night.
Bye.
I tell before I slept and now I'm rest. It's okay.
You guys are tough.
No, not really.
I mean, it's 10 p.m. It's 10 p.m. for me. That's kind of late too.
Yeah, but you slept only 4 to 5
Yeah.
hours. So and I know they get 8 in a month.
I know.
So
I'll
it's
make up for it
different.
tonight. I'll make up for it.
You know, and we all
two things that I will fight somebody for, and that's my coffee and my sleep.
You know, we're all gathered together to make sure that
if I don't sleep well, I'm not very friendly.
yeah, I don't like being disturbed, but yeah, you know, you guys were all together. And we get in this little weekly gathering, and we all keep talking and talking and talking, because we love being with like-minded people that we can't really share this information with, and so this is why we run 6 hours, 57 minutes, and 20 seconds. And
it's for therapy, Sam.
It is.
Where else could we let loose and talk about this without, ending up in a straitjacket?
And this is that same premise that, why I started Montana Skywatcher in the first place, because everything I was finding was, 2 weeks old, 3 weeks old, and there was no way to cross-reference the date or the accuracy without talking to everybody else together. And we have formed this group, this coalition, this clearinghouse around the world from people all over, including Germany and Las Vegas and Utah and Oklahoma and here in Montana, etc., and Scotland, for Gillian. And we love getting together and sharing this information because it is time proven, and we all know it to be fact because all of us have watched this for years, and it's time everybody else gets on board with this information because it is real, and we took the time to prove it. And I can't say that enough. We took the time to gather all of this information, and everybody's done an unbelievable job, from Christoper and Jesus and Rebecca especially, and she's been our team leader and our executive director. And you work. I mean, here you and I are taught. We were talking at like 7 o'clock in the morning before the show for everybody.
I know.
We're talking. We work on this behind the scenes that you guys have no idea, and there's a lot of work that goes involved in this, and not only that, I posted a retraction, and we do make mistakes, and when we do, we correct ourselves. But this level of information is above everybody out there. I would frankly love to see other people on board with this. And we do encourage sister sites. So if you're out there and you're on TikTok or YouTube or Facebook or whatever, and you want a sister site up, or even, come on, on the show as a guest and debate it with us, we'd love to have you. And again, we'll bring up Chauncey. If we can ever find Chauncey again, I'd love to have him to see where he is in his world and whether or not he still believes in us or not, or if he wrote us off and thought we were nut jobs from hell or whatever. And
I wonder if we could find him. I wonder.
Chauncey Hayworth.
Oh, okay. You know his name. All right. Last name.
And he's out there somewhere. And the last project I saw him working on, I felt bad for him because I thought he deserved way more.
I
but
wonder
we all
what
have
happened.
to start, somewhere in our little production rooms creating our videos. I don't know where it's gone recently, so I can't assess success or not. Czech Republic. Yeah, look at that.
Welcome, Nicole. That's
That
cute.
is the red asteroid going semi away from us, and as Yuri is actually moving over the top of us on the 13th, a couple weeks, 2 days ago. Geez, Earth to brain. We're looking underneath Yuri again, and this is that cutoff of the light that is occurring with Yuri moving to the right, and we talked about that about 2 weeks ago. It's all transitory. It's always changing.
That's crazy.
And that's why we're drawing the new drawings. And of course, we are coming to the 180 days. So Yuri's going to go over the top of us, and we're going to see the Gull asteroid and all the other asteroids up close and personal. Lightning discharges, glowing at night, doing all kinds of crazy, really cool things. So keep your eyes up, keep looking up, like, subscribe. Yeah. Oh, look at this.
But Sam, I have a question. I think for the 180-day cycle, I think it's normal that we in Europe get every summer or from spring to autumn a lot of rain. In the winter, it's not like so bad because Nepicity is moving on the other side, correct?
Right. She's in the south. I was stumbling on that last week where we were talking to Sharon in Australia, and they were having a close pass of Nepicity. But the reality was that it was Nepicity is in the south. So to them, it would be overhead because it's facially in front of her as well as below us up here in the northern hemisphere. And that just blew me away. And it's just like it puts your spatial relations in a 3D mode that just argues with your brain. An example is what we're staring at right now. We're in France here, February 10th, 2025. Okay, the light, let's see where the sun is coming from the far left by the reflection on whatever's on the right-hand horizon nears of those chairs or something. I don't know. But the light appears, okay, on the clouds. Look at the clouds. Okay, the light appears to come from the far left. All right, doesn't give us a time marker. So we will assume this is sunset, so we will assume that we're looking north. So this would be Isatum's yellow moon and Isatum. And that's how we break it down.
Yeah.
You got to go through the steps. Now, realize the yellow, light blue sky at the horizon is the normal sky color, and everything else is planet. This is easy. This is Saru over the top of the sun.
Yeah. It's been right about the sun every evening that I go out.
Yeah,
straight across the sky,
I can't wait till
flat level.
Spring summer transition when Sarah is going to be in our faces, and we're going to see that big supercell doming yellow, bright orange open core. And it should be very, very interesting. Very interesting.
Saru's the only planet that I've had dreams about, Sam.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. I dreamed that it was a beautiful planet. Green, blue water. I think I even met a few Ceruvians. How would you say Ceruvians? Ceruans. Yeah.
Ceruans. Okay.
Well, we are told there's 2 to 3 races on the larger half of our solar system. This is Atu's moon.
Yeah.
South Africa.
Wow.
Yeah, it basically looked like a postcard in my dreams. Like it was just such a beautiful planet.
And they have smaller peninsulas and less, more island-like or archipelagos and all of that.
That's kind of what I dreamed was more like islands, than entire continents. Yeah.
Islands, yeah, and their oceans are greenish blue because they're less deep than Nibiru, although it's very large water type planet just like Nibiru but smaller
and beautiful beings, different and maybe even a little strange in my dreams. I dreamt when I was in New Mexico, and then I never it was like a reoccurring dream, and then it kind of just stopped.
I don't know a lot about them, but I always assumed, with the difference of like when they talk about the Anunnaki, they talk about Enki and Elil, meaning 2 different races, but yet related. So keep that in mind.
I know that we don't do the whole evil thing, and I'm right there with you. But is there anything that are they pro-human? Against
okay,
human?
well, let's examine that. You know what factory planet Earth is?
Yeah.
How would say for instance we're living in the 1700s and we sell slaves.
Okay, yeah.
How would the slave owner feel about cloning people.
Yeah, I get the visual.
Okay, but now remember that we have very short lives, and we are not as learned or technologically advanced as they are. So how would they then view us?
Jesus Christ! I mean, well,
okay. Now notice also that you are interdependent on the economy that we provide.
You know, I have to say, Sam, like there's a lot of times where I honestly I never take that into consideration when I think about these things. But I probably should start doing that. It's just the idea that we're the fact that we are placed here for the reasons that we are. It's something that honestly I try not to think about as much because I don't know that I'm ready to accept without being bitter about it.
Well, here's a direct metaphor.
I agree with you. Like, no matter what reason we were put here for, the fact is that we're here and we should be grateful for it.
In Star Wars,
the fact that that we are basically slaves, that we are basically, purpose. I mean,
where do you define slave? Because we were granted life in the existence that we have, and that in itself is a gift.
It is absolutely.
So,
but it also makes me feel like I mean, it's hard not to be at least a little bitter and say like, we want to raise up out of this, and we
that is enlightenment through forgiveness. Because if you
see us elevate,
if you hold blame, you don't see the higher purpose.
Yeah.
The idea is to live longer, to grow our genetic inner chakra tower and development of our genome to the higher cells, and like 12-strand DNA rather than 2. And the only way that we can do that as a race, because our genome strand is clipped on the 24th chromosome. So therefore we have to incorporate a connection to a higher power to evolve.
Yes, but Sam, don't forget the coronavirus. So it's changed the DNA, and a lot of people get damaged with this. So they can't grow, even like you say. Don't forget that.
You're right. Let's talk about what they call CRISPR technology. Do you know what I'm referring to, Thomas?
Yes, of course. I know CRISPR. So it's playing with the DNA.
I just figured, yes, there has been an incorporation due to the C virus in the human population that is detrimental, and we have to bypass that topic, otherwise we'll get really banned.
Yeah, I want to say something. I don't know, maybe you don't believe me what I'm saying, but if I look, let's see. If I look at people who get the vaccine, I can see it because the body change. You know what I mean?
Did you look into the specs from the UK vaccine?
Repeat it again, please.
Did you look into the specifications?
No. I don't, because I only want to tell you something else. I look at the people and I can see the change in the body. You know what I mean? So if someone gets the vaccine, the body changes. Because I will say it's simple. Normally, the left and the right side are in alignment, but after the vaccine, people get more to the right. Can you follow me? What I mean?
Yes, because I even know why.
Yeah, because DNA changed, because they put something in and they changed the DNA.
Let me correct you. It's in the RNA structure.
Okay, but the result is the same.
Correct. And I have tippy-toed around this for several years. I actually spent some time looking into that vaccine that was, oh God, here I go. Oh God, do I dare say this on radio?
You can like abbreviate.
Okay. All right. CRISPR technology is banned in worldwide. Too fast.
But Chinese or other countries working on this?
No, worldwide CRISPR technology. It's genetic splicing. It's an introduction of segments of DNA or RNA into the genome to create a suggested effect. Because of the ability to do so now, cloning and CRISPR technology was banned worldwide. There was Chinese scientists that broke the ban. You're correct, Thomas. You are aware.
And they do it today, cloning, for example. So that's nothing new.
There is a variation between the United States vaccine and the UK, European, Asian spread vaccine. And you are correct, and I cannot publicly go into too much detail.
No, it doesn't matter. I think that the result is the important thing, not the way to the result.
I won't tell you what they did, but you are correct. They did that. They did it.
Of course. So this is what I say. People can't reach this consciousness because they change the people.
Right. Which is what happened. Which is what happened the last cycle, and the cycle before, and the cycle before. And humans have an off switch, and there's a level of control, and we only get 80 years old because we don't self-generate because of the clip in our 24th chromosome, which would allow us to self-heal and live thousands of years.
Yes, of course. But this is because Jesus come here. He's manipulated with the other DNA and give it.
And he had a 12
other people.
He had a 12-strand DNA helix, and he was a upgrade, not a religious figure.
Yes.
And he was whisked away to the south of France, and then Rome created a story about him that is completely not true.
Of course, because of religion. They believe in a person.
And why we have Friday the 13th and the destruction of the Templars and the Templar money and the story and the tale of, for example, the Da Vinci Code syndrome and angels and demons. And there's so much. And we talked about this earlier in the show where even the Spanish Inquisition and all of the Holy Roman Empire is still existing in a money scheme that still runs our world today.
Of course.
Including
like Trump, the church, the Catholic Church.
And Spain and in some ways Russia. But they're on the other orthodoxy. But all of that is controlled. And we don't even see we're being mass led by it.
And the gelatin's in the fridge.
Including the vaccine.
Yes, I know, but I think people don't know. Not much people. Some don't know, but I think that's important because they damage really the people. And look at the people now; they get sick, and the immune system is damaged, and so they can't get to another higher stage, and that's very. Very bad in my opinion.
Sad. It is truly sad, but we are at this stage. We talk about this all the time, where things are going to be direly. You have to go back to 1650 BCE, and you will see what the population scenario was, and climate migration, et cetera, et cetera. We are at a transitory state where people are having to leave their home because their climate has changed. So, not everyone is going to be happy. And I'm warning about that now to prepare, prepare people. And I have to do my due diligence, although I'm not going to throw my hands in the air and say, okay, whatever, but I have to say something.
Yeah, and I always tell people, because if I tell this and they don't like this because maybe they do the vaccine, for example, and I tell them, okay, let's see. Maybe you get a chance next time, because you reincarnated. Let's see how the circle next time goes. You know what I mean?
Oh, well, absolutely. We you and I were talking about Buddha the other day and reincarnation. Great debate. Great debate. Thank you.
Yeah. I have fun. I told you.
Oh, I enjoyed it too because of the pondering of the other, sidebar possibilities is always awesome. I love to spectrum think and see all different patterns. Definitely, the harmonic possibilities.
Yeah.
Yes, we are in a transition right now, and I am going to change the world. Period. And Jesus, you look like you're almost asleep or are asleep.
No, I'm answering I was answering
You're
some
reading.
comments on the phone. But
Good.
I was just going to interject and say this.
Please do.
I'm a firm believer that if you're meant to see this, you're going to see it regardless. And I don't feel anything human developed is going to stop you from doing so. I truly believe that. I'm not a proponent of these. I don't want to say names because jabs or whatever, but I'm not a proponent of anything that isn't completely necessary. I agree. But I do feel that if you're meant to see what's happening, if you're meant to level up, I think you're going to do so regardless of human interjection. I truly believe that.
You know in your heart that things are wrong. The sky's not right. That the sunlight isn't right. We know that where the sun is going, the high noon doesn't even exist anymore.
Yeah.
And 10 years ago, that was a different story. And all of this information piles up into one big pile that, taken 15 years to prove and correlate. And the big undertaking of all of this is people have to, they've got to share this information. They've got to like this information. They've got to affect our algorithm. We've got to get out. This has to get out because it's the truth. It's the fact. This is the cruelest. I can't talk. 7 hours, 18 minutes. It's the coolest damn thing that ever was. And by God, I think it's time for a Ricola.
Poison again.
Hey, Zeus, talk for a minute, man. Somebody talk. Everybody's gone. Christopher's gone.
I'm here. I'm listening.
I'm here.
Okay, the other guys can talk. My English is
I'm
not
back.
the best, so go
I
on.
had to go feed my cat.
Lost my shoes.
Thomas, your English has been perfect. I understood.
Yeah, man, you're doing great.
No,
Yeah.
Look, if I can speak German, I have so much to say in my own words because I know all words. And in English, I must to try, get at the corner, get back, and look for another word. And so I don't.
Okay.
I
know
What
what I
other
mean?
languages do you speak?
Hey, I have a compliment for you. I walked in the other room, and it sounded like Arnold Schwarzenegger was talking in the other room, and I loved it. What are you saying? Don't do that. Yeah, I loved it. I loved every second of it, dude. I heard everything you said, and I understood everything you said. So
I love it.
Yeah, look, we can break it down. It's only frequency what I'm putting out, so
Yes, sir.
you can
you're
get
right.
it.
You're right. I do read Taiwanese, and I do hear other languages. And also, remember, my parents were Dutch, so I know the accent.
Right.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I can
forget
tell
what you
what I'm reading, but I can't understand what I'm reading. Like I can tell which language it is, or I can hear which language you're speaking, but I couldn't tell you what you're saying.
I think body language is also important.
Sure.
So sometimes I don't need to understand what they're saying. For me, body language also fits. So
absolutely.
Right.
Sometimes that's all you need to hear. That's all you need to. That's sometimes that's more than enough.
yeah, of course. Look, for the language here, I understand in percent maybe 50-60% because I don't know all the words, but I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, you know what I mean. So
Well,
That's
you know, you
okay.
could try to speak German to me, and there ain't no way. Even with body language, I might.
Also
I
ganz
can
ehrlich,
guess,
wenn ich
but I hear German's very, very hard to learn.
pass auf, Deutsch ist eine sehr, sehr schwere Sprache. Aber wenn ich jetzt nur Deutsch zu dir reden würde, dann würdest du nichts verstehen.
Oh,
I said,
Yeah.
I said German is a really, really difficult language. But if I say all the things, you don't understand anything. That is what I say in German.
Part of the problem with learning Dutch and German is they put the noun at the end of the sentence, where we Americans put the noun at the beginning of the sentence. And all you ever have to do is like try studying Latin.
Sure.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
And then, you know, when the 2010 Ascension started, all of a sudden I could read Italian and I could read other languages that were, you know, the en français I could translate and in ways, and Jesus talked about how things become easier.
Sure.
And then I started recognizing Russian, and it was weird. And so, yeah, and I spent a great deal of time trying to read German and Dutch as a child. And my parents, and I begged them to teach me Dutch.
Yep.
And they said, no, well, this way we can talk behind your back at the
That's
dinner
what
table.
my problem was. Both of my parents spoke Spanish. Well, my stepmother taught my dad how to speak Spanish, and yeah, that's how it was for me. So body language was key.
Chris, my mother for years pretended not to understand English.
Right.
So she would always hear what we were up to. And then right around when I was turned 17, I caught her.
Oh no.
I caught her what was it? I caught her on a phone call. I don't know what it was. I'm like, holy crap. No wonder she's always one step ahead of us. She's always one step ahead of us. And then after that, it's like her little game kind of came tumbling down. But yeah, she used that with us for the longest time as well.
But imagine if you speak to a higher race only on telepathy, you don't have a language. You know what I mean? So I think it's the thinking. I'm thinking likely in German, but he can understand what I complete mean. I think that's an interesting point.
Yeah. You know, I'm a huge fan of a German band called Rammstein. I believe they're German.
Yes, I know.
I
In
love
German,
them.
it's called
And I don't
Rammstein.
mean just the song Du Hast. They have a bunch of other. I love listening, but I have no clue. I've been listening to them for years. I have no clue what they're saying. And it's rare to find any lyrics with the videos. So I have no idea what they're saying. But it sounds great when they're singing it, man. I love their music. But
the texts are very simple, so that's nothing special. But I have the same problem with the English songs. So I hear only the songs and I got the feeling and I say, okay, it's okay. Sometimes I understand, but mostly I don't understand and only say, oh yeah, so the feeling is good.
Yeah, and
that's
here
all.
I'm bombing poor Thomas with music all the time, and he's going, "Thank you, Sam, so much," but I don't get it. But you know, I'm trying to, you know, mass metaphor him to death, you know, and you know, with me, music, I speak in extra words beyond. With music.
I know. This is
I listen, and that's not the only band that I listen to that I have no clue what they're saying. There's a few other bands that I listen to because their music is just.
Have either of you guys ever heard of Triumvirate
or anything?
Thomas, are you aware of Triumvirate? No, maybe if I hear it, but I don't know this band.
Hocus Pocus by Focus, that kind of techno 70s European music.
Okay, but I must listen it. I can't remember. Maybe I heard it.
Spartacus Triumvirate. You can type it into YouTube.
Yeah, let's check. Spartacus, you say?
Spartacus Triumvirate.
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 Okay.
Yeah.
Write it in the comments. I don't get it.
Triumvirate is a German band.
Actually,
from
their
the
shows are some of the most expensive displays. It takes like 3 days of putting up their pyrotechnics at their concerts because it's such a big spectacle.
Yeah, we hope that the viewers are safe in all of this, and no hamsters were injured in the making of this film.
Mhm.
Right?
They were all willing. They were all willing participants.
Yeah, yeah. Have you by any chance watched Beard Meets Food lately?
Not lately.
You haven't seen the epics of Beard? Oh boy, man, come on!
I
Thought
have
you were the
not.
Beard Army guys. Come on.
I watched it, but it's not so funny.
He comes up on my TikTok channel. He's on TikTok too.
Yes.
So,
Now.
Yep.
I was, trying to get on sidebar while Thomas was looking this up. Triumvirate.
Yeah.
Spartacus.
Yes, I tried to find it, but I think I write it wrong.
Spartacus, Triumvirate, or
So
just
SPER
AR. Spar.
AR.
Spartacus. God, what was that? Actors that played Spartacus. Great movie.
I could.
I love Spartacus. I'm Spartacus. No, I'm Spartacus.
Yeah,
No, I'm Spartacus.
SPARTACUS. Spartacus. Yeah.
Spartacus. Okay, yes.
Great album. It talks about freeing oneself of its bonds of enslavement. Great theory that we're all doing right now as we're freeing ourselves from the bonds of bad science and empirical, pardon the expression, UK, but English stuffy guys that wore powdered wigs that have tea in their private clubs and rule us with their science rather than the reality of what's really going on. Jesus, was that barely stated or was I incorrect?
No, that was stated just great, Sam.
We are being driven by old mummies in old museums, and we can't do that anymore because there's real science out there.
I mean, the fact that we're still running off of Einstein's, which wasn't even fully proven. Even Einstein knew he wasn't satisfied with his results. The fact that we're still piggybacking off of 80, almost 100-year-old information.
Yeah, 1880 through 1940.
It's alarming and it's upsetting, and we should do better.
The
It's so stubborn when it comes to science and religion. We're so
the
stubborn.
Heisenberg uncertainty principle. Go look it up, and that is basically and that's 1880, and we're running off of that, which is Tesla and Charles Edison, and this is part of what I got yelled at by the Langley scientists when I got my free vacation. How dare you think that you're smarter than? Yeah, well, I try to put that
than
in
Einstein. My goodness.
Okay,
Somebody told me recently that somebody close to me, I'm not going to mention names, but tell me that it offends them when I say that Einstein was wrong. And I'm like, well, that's the problem right there, is that you refuse anything alternative to what you believe to be a fact. And the thing with science is that it's constantly evolving. So for you to be offended by it, that's where the problem starts. Right? Like you have to
an
be
example
able
for planetary repulsion that we, over the last decade, we cannot argue with these sightings around the world of these major storms and the electrical discharging and the planetary repulsion that has been repetitive base cloud patterns for over a decade. And we earned our doctorate on these base clouds. All of us know that.
The contribution that we have done to this topic, Sam, may not be understood as quickly as we want, but
not today.
But it will be. It will be eventually.
Absolutely.
Eventually,
We are
people will
changing.
look back at this and look back at our videos and look back and be like, they were right. You know,
We're doing a weekly log of what's transpiring every week and what we're seeing, what we're citing. And this is absolutely irreplaceable documentation that we get to use in our future.
Yes.
We change science.
You already did it.
Yes, thank you, sir. We're a coalition. We're not one guy in a garage trying to make it, a helicopter. We're a worldwide faction that is grouped together in like-minded scientific research with serious-minded gathering of serious science. And yes, we gossip a lot and enjoy our company of others because we don't get to tell this to the people at the truck stop or the guy at the grocery store that checks us out.
We can try.
Well, I want to.
We're brave enough sometimes.
That part of all this has been so difficult for me to accept. It's made. Well, it's taught me patience. I'll say that. It's taught me patience.
Right.
It's taught me how to be understanding of other people, and it's also taught me that we have been our wings have been cut off from day one. Like they really don't want us.
Sure.
They really keep us as dumb as they possibly can while still being just smart enough to follow orders and keep this machine going. But
I think that's why they swooped in at age 17 when I wrote a paper about the binary solar system and in a private school chemistry class that my professor turned this information into the like a newspaper, and they got wind of it and they swapped in there like a vulture on meat, a dead rabbit in the desert, whatever. And and I'll remind everybody over and over again, they do not come and grab a 17-year-old kid from Montana for being wrong. And even Christoper on the last video, he got me at the end of that sound bite where I go, damn it, I'm not wrong. And my track record alone, and this is why we talked about at the beginning of the show, that arrogance thing. Damn it, it's not arrogance, it's knowledge. I'm producing this information. I'm warning you people. This is really serious. This is my whole damn role. This is my one thing. This is why I'm here. I wrote the freaking paper, God, 44 years ago plus. I mean, maybe I need to revamp the math, but we know it's 44 years ago, and this is why we're here. And damn it, I told Rebecca this today. I said, people like me do not grow on trees. Are you listening yet?
Speaking of bragging, Sam, I don't typically do that, but recently, somebody close to me was arguing, because they seem to really, really want to prove me wrong.
They know better.
Problem is that they just don't do the research. They just go by what they think they already know. But I got kind of irritated. I'm like, you know what? You're lucky you know me. You're lucky you know somebody who's actually has a clue to what's really happening in the world.
Right.
And
you earned your place here, sir.
They paused for a little bit, and they're like, "You are one cocky son of a bitch." I'm like, you know what? I said what you said. God damn it, I'm right. I know I'm right. Like I don't think I'm right. I know I'm right. I've seen things that would blow your puny little brain apart. I'm not usually belligerent like that.
Go. You tell him.
Got a little.
Damn it, tell him.
But
I'm the one screaming, from the telephone booth in the Mexico rain. Now it's your turn. Jesus.
Yeah.
Tell
I want you to actually look at my videos, look at my time lapses, and I
want you to. Oh my God, I love your videos.
And I don't want you to tell me what it's not. I want you to tell me. I want you to explain it. Since you say they're not planets, I want you to tell me what it is. If it's not planets, what is it then? Yeah, we had to stop the conversation because it wasn't going anywhere. So sometimes you just have to we agreed to disagree.
Oh, I hate that term.
Yeah, but
Damn it, I'm right.
as Carol Ann was saying earlier, you have to pick your battles, and then you have to know when to kind of stop. You know,
you can't fix people, and this is what Thomas was talking about.
You can't.
His videos we're sharing as well, but we also have to have, and I'll let another tidbit of meat at the barbecue here. I was chosen many lifetimes ago. I actually remember it. I have other lifetimes in the background I don't go into detail over, reaching all the way back to the Ajante Caves, and you can look that up. But the most important thing is learning and growing to this stage. When you get your self-comfort, that inner thing where you know that you're comfortable, that's what's important, and that's a shield of armor. And Thomas was talking about the armor that we wear, and that armor. That armor. Go ahead, please.
Okay, sorry. And I want to say it's important. I said it before. The outside is one thing, the inside is the other thing. So important is really to get the healing. So you must go first inside you and know about your true knowledge and power and what you can do. The other things are necessary, in my opinion. So because they happen and you can't do anything. And the show in the sky will go on, but you can heal yourself and have a easier life here. And
once once you attain that level, you'll feel what we in the market, the psychic market, would call the tap on the shoulder. When you get the tap on the shoulder, you know it. It taps you, and it's like a foreign entity, and yet you get it's elation, and it's also revelation. And you'll start, and Jesus, I believe you're on that journey path. I know that Rebecca is still arguing with hers. Christopher is moving quickly through his, and I can feel and read all of that. And Thomas, you read me, I read you. We are
yes.
My light recognizes your light. And I envy your comfort zone, sir. And I am so glad that you are here. Excuse me, Rebecca.
Sorry,
no, please.
You were mentioning Jesus being, but you said I'm still arguing with mine. What is it?
Well, you
aren't at the point. You must get
Rebecca,
there.
You don't realize your power already. Whereas Jesus is now experiencing his.
You struggle a little bit.
Okay.
Well, Rebecca has a very high religious doctrine.
Yeah, well.
And she's still, you're also wading through the grief of the relationship that just passed.
Well, yeah, that's been.
And the negative connotations that brought through religion that was causing that. So she has a couple of more chess pieces to wiggle past.
I'm not hanging on to religion, though, just to clarify.
Jesus broke free of his marriage, and he is actually embarking on a brand new spiritual occupation. Although he's skeptical, he is starting to see the belief, whereas Thomas is totally relaxed and enjoying his.
Of course, but you're right. I see it with Jesus. You are struggling. You don't know your really power, which is inside.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. Here's the thing: is that, and I think it's cultural, but I also think the world,
right?
World is that way. We're kind of taught to think really small, not just.
Oh, you were raised deep,
world, but also of ourselves. Like we also we're always taught to think of ourselves as insignificant, and we it's hard. It takes work to get out of that and to say.
Of course.
Maybe okay,
without drama, you can't get there.
This is what I struggle with. Like, why I'm not? There's nothing special about me. Why is it that I see something so clearly that a lot of people are missing?
Let me ask you a question.
I ask myself, like, there's nothing special about me. There's nothing great about me. There's nothing. accepting
You're wrong.
that maybe there is something
Hey, Zeus.
Yes, but
about me
you don't see it.
that is, man.
Hey.
You know,
Hey,
I
Zeus.
have a hard time accepting that. Like I have.
Will you answer a question for me?
Keep going, Sam.
Hey, Zeus. How did you get here?
Sam,
It's an easy one.
well, you said it. The tap on your shoulder, just something one day just didn't seem right.
You want it.
And I just followed it, and I believed. I just never doubted it. You know, this is why I know that you're right. This is why I know that you're
I'll
right.
point you to show number one.
I didn't when I follow my intuition, things turn out great for me. Right? It's when I ignore my intuition where I end up suffering, where I end up tripping over something, where I end up when I go against my essence or whatever you want to call that.
Your inner voice, your inner calling. You have followed your gut, and look where you are today. How did you get here?
I am beginning to accept that, Sam. But you're right. I am in that stage where I'm still.
You're in skeptical mode, but remember, you fought your way through this. You did your ego duel. Remember our interaction in your early days. You did have to learn the ego battle.
I did.
And when you stepped aside of it, knowingly, smartly, wisely, easily, because you are a mature adult, and you got here because you earned every step of this pathway.
Maybe you need tripping. You say it one time.
We all do. I think if you don't trip, you're not going to learn how to walk. You know, it's just, it's.
Well, we didn't have a huge ego duel, but you asked me a lot of questions. And you were highly skeptical in the first, and you didn't have to go through what I put Rebecca through to get here. We actually threw Rebecca out. And I didn't throw you out of the group, and I worked with you on the side, and during that time I still had a lot of time to talk to people, and then we communicated and we took the time, and then you grew your way here, and now you're one of the experts.
That's crazy too. I mean, that just by itself is kind of crazy to go from.
Well, I do remember that time where Rebecca was gone. I didn't know that she was gone because she had gotten kicked out till way later. But I do remember. I was like,
Rebecca was posting a lot of.
There was some stuff that you would post. I was cool.
Trying to save lives. I was like saying it's the end of the world and Jesus is going to save you. I was like on that level.
Rebecca was posting a lot of religious material, and she got warned in Montana Skywatcher that we didn't do that, and she kept doing it anyway. And I think one of my other co-admins or moderators booted her out. I don't think I did it personally, but and then I had a bunch of people on the side contact me that, oh, poor Rebecca, she's really sad that this happened, and she would really very much like to come back. And at that time, I hadn't booted that many people, but I hadn't let anyone back. And I made an exception for poor old Rebecca, and the rest is history.
And
now she's running the show.
Now, back when I got back in, I just typed in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and the date and hit enter. I didn't say a word otherwise. I just posted my pictures and.
But
I was very quiet.
That was kind of similar to. I mean, mine was different, but
they're back.
My heading got me in trouble one time with Sam as well. It wasn't religious, but it was a little panicky and a little dramatic. Hey, Carol, welcome back. And a little dramatic, and Sam didn't appreciate that. And
you weren't
when he got on me about it, I kind of reeled myself back in, and I was like, okay, maybe don't label stuff from now on. Maybe just write the date and those kind of things, and then I just kind of stopped.
Right. We were arguing with people who supplemented summations that were inaccurate.
Yeah. Yeah. And here's another one. The thing I want to thank my dad personally, because my dad was always not. My dad believed in discipline. And he was not afraid to say you're wrong or stop it or no. And I don't think that's something that a lot of people these days deal with very well, being told no or being told you're wrong. But thankfully, discipline was a part of my upbringing. So when I was told no, it did sting a little. I'm not gonna say it didn't, but I saw the bigger picture, and I understood that discipline is a good thing, and it's I'm a big proponent of doing things the right way, and rules. I'm all for. I'm a rule person. I can't imagine life without rules or laws.
And speaking of rules,
I'm a big proponent of that. So
Carol Ann is back. Look out! Hall monitor. She's got a ruler out.
She's here to collect.
Are you kidding me? I always have my
Oh man, you're rich tonight.
What's going on, guys?
We're still
See,
here.
I've got my ruler all the time.
We're
I am a
still here.
stickler for rules too, Jesus.
Oh, yeah.
Jesus,
we
let me
need
tell
them.
you
We
something.
need them. We need them.
Okay, now answer how I knew she had a ruler.
Yeah, you have abilities, Sam.
Yes,
No doubt
sir.
about that.
What else do I have in my drawer, Sam?
Oh God! And don't forget
Candy.
that. She's got one of those big pink erasers too. Look out!
I do. No, it's yellow. It's yellow.
Is it okay?
Yeah, it's yellow.
I'm
but
wrong.
It's big. It's really big.
It's one of those.
Hey.
See?
Yeah,
It's
one of them big. Yeah, that's the old-fashioned one. That
No, there's no candy.
Right? They don't make those anymore.
I don't
No
think they make
candy.
them anymore.
Candy
Yeah,
has
I'm sure they do,
I
but
just have those with my pencil all the time.
There have been no cameos from the hubby tonight, Carol Ann.
No, he's in on his chair.
no hand.
I made
Sure to say
dinner.
hi. How you doing?
What? Is he picking on people tonight? I was
Who?
going to pick on Jesus.
Oh, I
Because
pick on everybody
When
once
I
in a
was
while.
waiting, I heard Jesus say, and he made me cry. He said about, I'm not special. Are you serious, buddy?
He did. Okay, Jesus. He showed himself. He became a special. We noticed him. Now, I mean, we have 80,000 members. So
Right.
I felt
Wow.
his energy. First time I met him on here, I felt his energy. He is the kindest, dearest,
Very
sweetest soul
sincere.
in the whole world. I fell in love with him immediately.
Well, thank you. That's really
Yeah.
nice of you to say.
You made me cry. It's like when I see you, it's gonna be the biggest
Yeah,
damn
like I
hug,
said, you earned
darn
your
hug you
birthright.
ever had in your life.
Where you're
I'm not
one of
gonna
the
let
experts.
go. I'm not gonna let go.
Yeah.
You are
Well, again, it's a cultural thing, but also a worldly thing. Of thinking of ourselves as very limited and not as intelligent, and not. We think in a very small window.
Well, society does that to us.
Yeah, it does. It does.
I mean,
so whenever
anywhere
somebody,
you go.
whenever you're just in a situation where, those, I guess exactly, Andrea. Yes, everybody has special gifts, and everybody has
That's
something to
absolutely
offer.
right.
Yes.
It's like
not
when
be the same as
the
ours.
Pleiadian, when you were arguing with the Pleiadian, Sam, how you said me, like I'm gonna change the world, like little
Right.
me, like
Yeah.
it's like that, and to shake that off and to actually embrace that,
It's hard.
it's a challenge. It's a challenge,
Well, I can't do it alone.
and you won't.
We won't
You're
let
stuck.
you.
Like this is something that I'm gonna die. If I die taking pictures of the sky, I'll die a happy person.
Right.
Yeah, we've been watching this.
You are
for
not
so many
dying.
years now, and it's like a daily elation after daily elation after daily elation, and you can't replace that. This is so insanely beautiful, and oh my, even when we see the asteroids and the rainbow patterns, and You know, we've never seen skies like this in our entire lives. And yet everybody on TikTok and everything is blowing it up. Oh, look at look what I saw in the sky today. And yet they don't realize exactly the magnitude of what they're staring at.
Nope. And then when they do see something, they go, look, a poodle.
Yeah. I love that one.
I can't tell you how that drives
So
me.
true.
You know, there's
Right, or
this
you'll
guy,
get-
this Skywatcher guy that I always come across on TikTok, and I've commented a few times. Well, I didn't comment on his lives. He's always lives. He's always on live. I sent him a message and he never answered me. But it's always faces. It's always that kind of stuff. And I'm like, dude, like,
we can't
pan
get to
out.
the next
I
step.
told him try to pan out and look at, instead of looking at this little thing, right? Think of it as in a bigger, broader spectrum. But I didn't receive any. And it drives me nuts because I feel a lot of potential from this person. He really loves what he's doing, and he clearly is really, into it and even knowledgeable to a certain extent. It's just getting him on board.
Exactly.
It is a challenge.
Right, you think if you are watching the sky every day and taking photos, I mean, I'm not, if that's how you want to present this, then, but don't you want to find out other information and bring that into your synopsis and make the decision based on all of that instead of just one topic?
Well, the fact that this is a reoccurring cycle with these planets and these life forms that live on these planets that are how many millennium ahead technology based and all of that, and how we're we're all a driven force of short-lived self-replicating biotools. I would assume that people would like to know that information.
You would think. Yeah, you would think.
Yeah.
And it adds new resolve to that big thing, like, why am I here, and what is this life, and are we really doing this, and what's wrong? I know something's missing, and this is why I post the Wait There manifesto all the time. In your hearts that this is not normal. That you're something more. There's more to this.
Something doesn't feel right.
Well,
those answers.
Sam, I right now we're in a period where depression is at an all-time high.
Yep.
And people say, well, I'm sure there's many factors that go with this, but I think a big part of it is that people feel something that they can't explain, that they don't understand.
They don't have the words.
And I think that would depress anybody, because I went almost 2 years until I found you, Sam. I didn't find you right away. I went 2 years taking pictures and photographs, and I was on the verge of driving myself mad. I really was.
Well, I'm there too right now all the time, regularly. A couple of nights ago, I had that hopelessness set in. I had an anxiety attack. All of a sudden, I couldn't breathe. I was worried about things that had no meaning in reality, or what was going to come next week or anything, financial, and yet the political system overwhelmed me. And I sat there and I actually had to go talk to my kids because I couldn't deal with the vibration.
Sam. You have all our addresses. You have our phone number.
I already ran
negativity. Well, the negativity right now, Sam, and the hatefulness and the hate.
The hatefulness
vision is really difficult. I'm having a hard time avoiding it. Like, it's everywhere.
Right.
It's everywhere. And you could feel it on the street. You could feel it everywhere you go.
Well,
it's been difficult for me because I'm very emphatic, and I feel like I absorb a lot of that.
We know that
this energy, and it's been difficult. This month has been
Taylor. I was just going to say, Taylor's mentioned that at his new job.
Yeah.
He said everybody he works with is miserable. And I'm like, well, I said, think about it. They probably are miserable because, we're living in a world now where there's not enough money. you just work and work and work and work, and you have nothing. It's like after so many years of that, that's where
It
we're
gets
at.
old, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It
Well,
does
and
not
then
belong to you. And
the,
Taylor
the
needs to remember what he tells me. It doesn't belong to you.
Right.
So you go in a building, it's like
Right.
my energy stays with me. Theirs
Yep.
can stay with them. And when you leave the building, brush it off.
It's kind of like Mad Max
but it
going
is a
into the desert.
constant. You have to constantly remind yourself of that, though.
Yeah.
You have to.
Every day.
I deal with it on a daily because I'm always around other people, random people.
Right.
Sometimes I'll feel that energy, that something
Just
is off, and
remember, it
sometimes
does
people
not belong to you.
will bring. Sometimes people will either add or take away, and you have to kind of. It takes practice to kind of put yourself in a position where you're not completely affected by people's energy.
And that's like that in remote viewing also. Or if you look too deep in someone, it can take days to get them out of you.
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
But you can.
I'm struggling lately with what's happening in my personal life. Carol, I've told you about it.
Yeah.
It's been a challenge, but I feel like I'm doing. Had this happened 5 years ago, I'd probably be a mess. But I've gotten better at kind of protecting myself from
You're stronger.
outside
This
energy.
is.
And
You
also,
are stronger.
I feel like I have a great support system with all
That's
of
the
you.
other thing. You have people
So,
you can talk to.
not doing things by yourself and knowing that you have some kind of support system is so helpful and so appreciated. I
You're
couldn't
never alone.
possibly think of doing this without you guys.
You are
But
not
it
alone.
has gotten better. Had this
What a ride.
situation
Yeah.
happened 5 years ago, I think I wouldn't be handling it as well as I am. But
We are on the crazy train.
absolutely.
And we're all smart enough to know that these occurrences are happening around the world that we're all sharing together. And so that adds to the hype and the discomfort and the stress and our involvement and willingness to stay factual as possible without adding, the henny penny, the sky is falling on top of it, and joining the ranks.
Somebody told me recently, Sam, that it feels like it's the end of the world. And I'm like, geez,
See why they think that.
It's got to be difficult. Even us knowing all these things that are happening,
And the base premise of the new generation behind us believes exactly that. They don't believe in a future. They believe that we are at the end times, and that there's a huge percentage of the Christians that also believe, and we talked about this a few shows ago, at the opening of the sixth seal and that lunar eclipse that we just went through last year, and the mathematics. I took a very serious dive and study on that, and the mathematics actually does make sense. So and not only that, look what just happened to our world. It falls right into all of that. And I don't want to be right here. I don't want to be right.
No, when he
it's
said
not
that,
the end.
when he told me that, I'm like, well, in a way, you're not wrong. And I didn't tell him this because I think that the person was struggling enough already.
Right,
so
you don't want to add to
give
it.
him
No.
different kind of advice, and but in my mind, I was like, well, you're not completely wrong. You're not completely wrong. Things are happening right now that are going to change the world, and even though the world will be here tomorrow, even way long after we're gone.
I truly believe if we would have been able to announce the binary solar system all the way back in 1980, I think we would be the Jetsons by now. I think we would have been more open to the reality of knowing that there was another race that was on the way. And it's like preparing
that
for the
time,
Olympics.
and also the realization that we're so disconnected now from everything. We're so disconnected from the world around us. And I think that's purposely done. But I think if we knew something of that magnitude, we would remain more grounded in how significant our place in the universe is. My way of looking at the world since I learned about this is completely different than what I used to prior to it. I'm more appreciative of living things because I know what it took for us to get here. I'm more and how easily it could be taken away. And I'm aware of that, and that has changed my way of my behavior and my appreciation for Earth and our place in the universe. Is the magnitude of all that has changed my life completely. The way I behave, the way I think, everything. And I think this thing that we know would change the world for a
Well,
better.
we're at the parapet of reality. We're watching our weather drastically change right before our very eyes, and this is also with the mega viruses and the plagues, and this is all it's all representative of the climate change. At the bare minimum, planets or no planets, we are in a world of chaos in our governments, in trade. We've seen with the C virus a disruption in the trade around the world. And that is affected us in the past, and it's continuing to affect us. Sorry, I'm going to sneeze here. Someone else talk for a moment.
Bless you.
And think about the 15-minute cities they are planning and all the things. So the government will kick the people in the ass really, really bad. So with the food, with all of that, so that it will get to a point where are so many rules, like financial, like it's all going electronic, and it's maybe, I think it will get to the point like in China, where you are completely
We're definitely headed in that
control.
direction.
I agree with you. I was just going to mention China. Go ahead. Continue, please.
This is what I want to say. So I think the government will keep us in a real prison. Actually, we are in half prison. But after this period, I think it will be the complete prison. And only some people want to get out because it's I don't know how I can explain it, but I think people don't have the not the possibility, but the thinking of the mind to get really out, because I told before, the DNA, because of the people are changed, and so they are only slaves and don't want to think so.
They fear change, and they believe that the government is there to save them rather than the opposite.
Good night, experimental. Thank you
Yep.
for being
And they'll do, some of them will go to like the ends of the earth to keep those, barriers up, and those.
And they'll fight you over it, yeah.
Right,
cognizant dissonance, where they believe
that's
so
real.
in the system that they will fight you over the possibility of change.
Yeah.
But we've already stepped across change. We're already across that threshold.
Right.
And then the example of that is in our television commercials, in our television, in the way we do things. If you don't have a cell phone right now, you don't function in society.
No, you can't.
And if you're and look at the homeless people that are living on the streets.
Oh, yeah.
They are separate of society. So we are seeing an internal created dissident terroristic scenario. Rather than expecting attack from outside, we are now creating our own monster.
You really don't put that together, with the homelessness and the fact that everybody, you literally need to be connected to function in society. It's just, I don't think a lot of people see it that way, and that's scary.
Well, we completely sidestep the existence of the poor.
Yeah.
When you watch television and they're showing you a commercial for an Airwick or Febreze commercial where it's going to dispense this beautiful smell into your living room. They're showing you $1 million plus $4 million house. They're not
Right.
showing you the medium average income of the guy that lives in a trailer.
Right. You know, it's
Nobody wants to
that
see
is really disheartening all the time. You know, I've noticed that, and it's like, seriously, who lives like this? I mean, you know, I know some people have money, but I mean, come on, this is not the norm at all.
This is 2025. I see lotion and mascara and perfume commercials,
drugs,
car commercials.
Prescription drugs dominate like 70% of commercials.
Yeah.
A pill for every
and then
ailment.
like the other 30% are lawyer commercials saying suing these
Sue somebody.
drugs
Yep.
for
Right, sue this pharmacy company for these side effects.
Or if you lived at Camp Lejeune,
you can collect.
I swear, not a day goes by where I'm not like, we are ridiculous. Our society is ridiculous sometimes.
It's no wonder the kids are screwed up.
Right?
The people
All
are
they
dumb.
are you guys aware of the unattended, empty oil well cap heads all over the United States that have not been checked on?
I was seeing how much carbon or crap they're producing. So now they're
natural gas.
There's people going around.
Oh, the natural gas is the problem.
Oil and chemicals in the water stream, above in the air and in below ground. And there are millions of unattended oil rig capped wells in the United States alone.
Millions.
No regulation.
Especially now, regulations are out.
But bingo. Oh, by the way, there was mass layoffs at the National Nuclear Regulatory Commission.
Yeah, that's smart.
And about 18 other ones. And I've talked to some people in.
Let's hope they hired some new people.
I'm going to say one thing political.
But I want to say something to think about it.
Go ahead.
If we had the old civilizations a lot before, and we could compromise it with our civilization, other civilizations don't do all the poison in the environment like us, for example.
Right, for profit.
Well, you cannot fix a government with a sledgehammer.
Nope.
Well, and then everybody thinks that voting left or right is going to change things, and that's where the problem is. It's we're not going to vote our way out of this mess.
Well, we've been waiting for the good old boys to go away for a very long time.
Yeah.
But we have also civilizations here on Earth. Don't forget that too, huh?
Yeah.
So, and not all are really friendly to human to get the vibration high. Some want to keep us down.
Yeah.
And we have to have somebody of intellect to slowly change things with bright ideas rather than muscle or brute force or bullying.
Well, Rodney, I don't completely disagree. I think there's a lot.
We are educated, we are elevated, we are just stopped by the last draggings and the last finding of the greed. This is the end of the greed of mankind that we have to grow past. And that is original sin.
That's right.
Is greed. We know in our hearts.
Greed is greed is at the center of everything bad that's happening right now. It's greed. You know, very soon we're gonna go from billionaires to trillionaires. Like it's not gonna be not even 5 or 10 years before we have the first trillion. You know, and that.
Are we going to let that happen? The question is, if you have that money, that much money, how did you get there?
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
Look. For every action, there has to be a reaction. So for one person
Right.
to have it all, somebody on the other side has to have nothing. And I don't care
Yep.
what
And
you say, like that's just reality, right? In order for somebody to have everything, somebody on the other side has to suffer. Okay, so somebody told me, or one of my writers told me recently, well, it sounds like you have a bad relationship with money. I'm like, yeah, I hate it. I don't like what it does to people. I think, you
Right.
know, and she tried to argue from the capitalistic side, so I kind of lost interest, and I was like, okay, yeah, I just kind of agreed because you just can't argue
Well,
with people.
if you're a millionaire, how did you get there?
Right.
Other people lose money.
Well, how did you walk upon other people to get those dollars? Because, you know, I'm sorry, I've never been able to keep that much money. Not that I've ever had that much money, but when I am better off, I share with those people around me.
Yeah.
So I don't see how you acquire that kind of money.
Unless they're the biggest.
I mean, that's
Scrooges
essentially
you'll
how
ever
the stock market works. You have, you know, somebody has to lose out for you to gain, and that's just how it works.
Yeah.
And that in itself is a not.
You know,
I
the
don't know.
day of,
It's crazy.
day of being able to save and save and save
Right.
is not. It's not. It's
So be
gone.
sure to send your donations to P.O. Box. Yeah, okay.
We
Yeah.
try. We try.
Yeah, well, we are here. God, look, guys, we made it to 8 hours. Wake
amazing.
up, Susie. Wake up, Susie. Here we are.
Woohoo! Yay!
Thank you for lasting 8 hours and 12 minutes, 47 seconds. Yeah, here we are. You know, wake up. Oh, yeah. You know, good our 50s rock. Wake up, little Susie.
All right, we'll do a promotional video this year, 24-hour podcast.
Yeah, the live 24-hour podcast.
24 hours.
Somebody
oh my
will
gosh.
be here to help you with your fears about the passing planets in the binary twin solar system
Right.
and Nibiru. Dial 1-800.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Call now so you don't forget mail before midnight tonight. That's
Crazy world.
And
I
everybody.
mean, Rebecca did it almost. I mean, she went live for 30 days in a row. That was fun.
Yeah, I know.
It was.
Oh boy, it was. Yeah,
I can see
know.
doing
I
that again this summer.
it crossed my mind, Carol Ann. I was thinking.
And then Chick-fil-A ruined the story.
Yeah. Well, there's two sides of the field, so I still have part of it. You know, so as long as they don't.
Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, the
stay
parking lot
over on your
360.
side. I know they got the side I used to be on, but fine, whatever. I'm right across the street from Chick-fil-A now. In an
Please
empty
wave to
field
Sam
still.
when you will walk by again, okay?
But
Yeah, cameo. Gotta wave,
You
gotta wave.
missed your cameo earlier. Are you still hungry?
Hey, I'll take mine with pastrami and cheese.
We made pizza.
I'm a bologna guy myself.
He loves bologna.
Gotta love
Jesus.
salami.
I love bologna.
hey there.
Yeah.
Summer sausage.
There-
Hello.
There we go.
Hi.
Thank you, then. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I made pizza a different way tonight. Because
We always invite family cameo.
Sounds
And right now, Christopher, what are you doing outside at night?
yeah,
You
how
know,
far did you walk?
I have to go back to the store.
Oh boy.
Oh my
You know, of course, the one store by my house is closed, so I have to walk to the one down the street. You know, you go to the store for one thing, then you leave, and you didn't get what you went for in the first place.
yeah.
That's what I did.
Yes.
Like, oh, great.
Viva Las Vegas.
Yeah, you gotta make it there before they close. Right, yeah, it's really Viva Las Vegas where I'm at.
It feels like you've been walking forever.
Yes.
Yeah, I
Well, I bought the battery pack to keep the phone charged, and of course I left that at the house.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
So I had to walk back. Phone died again.
Definitely got your steps in today.
Yeah, you're in some kind of a area where you're picking up static.
He's Superman. Did you guys know he's turning into Electro?
Yeah.
Electro Man, huh?
Yeah, our Las Vegas superhero. He's morphing in front of us as we speak.
Weird.
It's like sparks.
Every time I talk, the microphone gets shut off.
Yeah, Michelle, the bread.
I turned it off because you got real static.
Was it real bad?
It's real bad again.
I'll go and come back, see what happens.
It might be like something by nearby.
Yeah, there you go.
Just do the thumbs up.
Oh, he's gonna come back in. Okay.
Yeah, he'll come back in.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's that's the Earth is going kooky, and we're seeing really freak waves, and so it might be a cell towers bouncing off each other, and seeing an intermittent recurbing secondary
alien
sound. I mean, it literally sounds like a heartbeat, but beep 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 beep. Electro Man. And we all have that, that's why our heart beats all the way up to the galaxies. We're an opening and closing thread of electrical force that breathes, and that's why the galaxy breathes, and that's why our heart beats, and that's why we're alive, is because we flow at that same electrical harmonic rate that the Earth does, the solar system does, the galaxy does. All of this flows in this spinning thread, and you got to look up thread theory, and God, there's so much to physics, and from the astro to the subatomic, and it's a cosmic connection in dimension, and we're all joined to everything, and it's really big. There's so much out there, and so many people, and so many beings, and so many other worlds, and the Federation's here, and the Anunnaki are here, and I said, we're teenagers and down in the living room, on the TV room, and our parents are just pulling into the driveway.
Babies, no teenagers. We are babies.
Mom and Dad are home. What are we gonna do? Quick, clean up the spilt popcorn, and oh my God, Billy spilled his pop or his Kool-Aid on the carpet. What are we going to do? And that's where we are right now.
But above mom and dad are other mom and dads.
Yeah. And grandma and grandpa are here too, right?
Yeah.
And
so the higher races.
Right,
so
Federation, and the ones above them even.
Yes, this is what I mean.
They're all, there's a huge factional process going on here, and it's so much bigger than we are. And yet, I mean, I'm frightened by it, but also, I'm deeply proud to be part of it, and I know I'm connected to it because I know it's there. And awareness is most of the connection. And it is driving me insane, I promise you.
And I wonder if they think about us the way we think about them all the time.
Well, I was just going to say earlier that they probably watch our show. High up there on the cube or the long box. Maybe they're into our weekly, drama.
I bet they do, because nobody else is talking about them like we do.
We talked about before. So some of us has a higher frequency, and they connect to the higher frequencies already. So they not only watch the show, but they show the enlightened people here on Earth too. That's my opinion.
And they probably look at us and say, well, there's hope yet.
For some of them.
Yeah, just some. But we use mental telepathy a lot. Well, You know,
we use it in more ways than we even realize.
Yeah,
Nostalgia is really a
and
good
it's just
example
like
of it.
far seeing and all that. The
Yeah,
mental
connective
telepathy.
nostalgia is really
Yeah.
huge in our cognitive abilities, including sense of smell, that we don't even realize. And there's so many things that go off in our world that so many people don't pay attention to, or they just walk past it and go, "Oh, okay, it happened," but yet they don't identify that it's a stronger signal than their immediate reality.
Yep.
Well, then when you decide to not ignore those subtle things that happen in your daily life, it's like you tune in to that frequency that's speaking to you, and then everything just kind of happens. Ever since I came to Salt Lake, I felt like I started practicing them more, and things. God, I swear, when you really tune into that, whatever it is, that thing,
It's an energy.
that frequency, whatever you want to call it, it's
Energy or
just
frequency.
things become. I don't know. Things just fall where they're supposed to fall.
They
and
open
you
up
can't
and
just fight
you
it.
take notice to it, you acknowledge it.
And be grateful for it. I think gratitude is something that we don't practice very often, as much as we should. And I think it's a very important part of daily life to practice gratitude.
That's a form of elation that you can actually, do reward yourself with as well. We have to reward ourselves in this ever tiring quest of trying to, point, look at this, look at this, look at this. And yet people aren't really, trying to listen. And yet, we're held back. But we have to give ourselves that personal elation of gratitude for how far we've come. We have to congratulate ourselves because we are there. We are aware. We see what others do not see. And I'm not trying to be a separatist by saying that, we're better or anything or worse. But your journey here was.
You see that right there, Sam? That thought right there that you had right now. That's what I always have when I think of myself. Of you're not special. You're not this. You're not. That right
That's
there,
the wrong way.
is exactly what keeps me from accepting that. Like I don't know. There's always that thing like, no, I'm not special. And all this.
Will you hear these words, Jesus? When you think that the next time, you are very special.
Yeah,
many people.
Well, let's talk about your 100 shows that you've been here. As a expert, and I am sure there is a considerable group of people that you have reached where I may not have, and find you special that they've not even taken the time to tell you.
And you become what you think. That's very important to think about it.
I agree.
If you think you are very unspecial, okay, next time you are very unspecial. So it's up to you.
And here's
what. Okay, so here's what happens. This is a routine for me. There's days where I feel very plain and basic, right? And then
look at that
I
shy
get that
smile.
perfect video, right, of the planets, and I'll be working on it, and it's like, and then once I get the final product, I'm like, I have this moment of I have this moment where I'm like, dude, you are the shit. Like, who else is making
personal
like these are so one of a kind, and I'm like, who else is making these videos?
Yeah, and you have your level of science too. Your videos have their place
in motion, and I get so excited about it, and then a few days later, it's like you're back down, and then it's this routine, and you build yourself up, and then before you know it, it's like you finally accept that there is something special about what it is that you do. Not better, but special.
You are categorizing a legacy.
Yeah, I like.
It's not just the sky either. It's in your personal life, the people you meet in your work. There's always something special going on, Jesus.
Yeah, we are. We're.
I'm your pep team back here.
We're a coalition.
You really are. You really are, Carol. I think
I love you, buddy.
I think one of the most special functions of you is that you're so uplifting to all of us, and
that's why she got her job.
Yeah.
Very special people here.
Yeah,
You know, we've all of us have chosen our own little jobs, and we, you have your videos, and Rebecca has hers, and Carol Ann likes to be she likes to look things up. She's a researcher, so she's also a good fact checker, and she kind of keeps the little ducks in a row when it comes to swimming in the pond.
Yep.
And she always reaches out right at the right time.
That's the thing. Everybody tells me, Jesus.
Yeah, you always reach out to me when I most need it.
Right when you need it.
And that's how that works. And that's
I can't tell you the number of times that you reached out to me just at the right time, and I'm like,
just because.
I love that woman. She's just always.
I do that
always
to Rebecca too.
Always has this way.
It's happened even in the middle of the night. It's like
3 o'clock
in the
morning.
night. Yeah, it's the middle of the night, and was she right when? Yeah, there she is.
And like Sam, it's quiet all day, and Sam will post a music video, and I immediately go to the words, and I look at that, and it's like, yeah, he got it. So we all do this, and Christopher too. He's in on this.
Yeah, the bombing run of the music business. Yeah,
I love the music.
I do follow a source-driven message that I'm actually kind of led by. It's weird how it plays out, and I kind of chuckle about it, and I go, God, I'm sorry I bombed everybody with music all day, but I'm sort of driven to do it.
Really,
I don't think anybody minds either.
No.
I certainly don't. You sent me some pretty cool visuals of I think it was a Pink Floyd video you sent me recently, Sam?
Yeah, Pink Floyd.
Yeah,
the visuals and the everything was really really comforting,
Yeah. I love to look at the words.
Well, I'm just following the path of what I'm being told to do, and I hate to say it.
Sam,
we can get back.
can be a softie at times.
We've had all these people, these trolls going, oh, this guy's, he's being led by demons, or he's Jim Jones going to pass out the Kool-Aid and all of that crazy crap. And I sit and chuckle about that and go, if you only knew that, I'm not necessarily directing this. This is just part of what I'm supposed to do, and I have to share this information because I was told I couldn't, so I have to.
And I'm always amazed because of the things that you send, and then I go, but I do that, or I have that, or I was just thinking of that, or
it's always at the right time.
Yeah,
that's what's so weird about it.
Timing is
and that also leads me down the pathway to believe that it's exterior as well. It's sort of an outside source influence that could not be right this many times in a row, and yet it always is. And that took me a decade to learn.
I love how it works.
Yeah, it's just freaking cool. I mean, it's just outrageous, and there it is again. And this whole thing is like a snowball being let go on top of the mountain, and it just gets bigger and bigger, and down it goes. And it's running on its own, I hope. And let's hope this movement becomes populous and viral. I would hate to see the bottom of Christoper Kuchuris right now.
I know. He's playing squeaky back there.
How many miles have you walked, Christopher?
Too many.
Dude, what, Jesus?
I said, how many miles have you walked by now?
Oh, not that far. Miles? God, I'd be dead.
I don't know.
Everything's pretty close to my house. I'm pretty lucky.
Are you still on your way?
Hopefully we'll have a car soon too, so.
Yeah. Wow.
On your way home now? Or?
No, I just went inside while I was off.
Yeah.
Yeah, going home. Hopefully we'll have some street lights next month.
Yeah, that's kind of scary.
You know?
Yeah,
No, you know, they're
And I'll
stealing
tell
the
you
copper.
from personal
It's not
experience,
too bad.
the later it gets in Vegas, the weirder it gets. Sometimes, well,
Yeah.
especially the closer you are to the
Yeah, I'm more on
strip.
the edge of town, so yeah, I'm way far away from all that. I'm at the edge of the city.
Nice.
It's pretty quiet where I live. I mean, it's an older area, but
Good, because I
I
honestly,
mean,
the time that I was there, I grew to hate the strip. Like I just hated going over there.
yeah,
So the
especially where
area
it's
you
gone.
are now is safer than.
Oh yeah, yeah, 100 times safer.
That's cool.
Yeah,
If safe is what you want to call it. I mean,
knock on wood.
I'd be having my
it's pretty much like.
an AR-15 in my pocketbook.
Yeah, I mean, it's gotten the crime in Vegas is like spread out all over. It's everywhere here. So even the more upper class neighborhoods have a problem too. So it's just the way it is here.
I think that's the way it is everywhere right now. I mean, we are at a population interruption. We're actually declining in population worldwide, but we are overpopulated in cities. We are underhoused. We are underserved as of literally the last 25 years. People haven't been doing what they should have been doing. It's been about greed and capitalism and corporations, and we've lost the point ever since the Reagan era. With an interruption in our reality in many ways, and we've been stumbling ever since.
Yeah.
I think the whole way, but we are destined to follow pathways that are perhaps more designed than they should be. I don't want to dive into that rabbit hole, but I do think a great deal of some of our hardships and concerns are by design.
I agree.
They couldn't do it better. So it has to be somewhat part by design because it's happening so rapidly. Back to we're not in Kansas anymore. Toto, oh God, I wonder everybody carries their dog in a little basket or purse or pocket.
I just saw that 2 minutes ago. Chihuahua in the purse or whatever it was. Some yappy dog in this grocery store. It's pretty funny.
We're still here, as Ricolette, little Sam.
8 hours.
You know us. We stick around.
We're still babbling. So
we're not lightweights.
We're getting in a rhythm here. Listening to Chris walk,
Come for a walk with me endlessly through the night.
I hate that if
to
you
the
have
Vegas ghetto.
I feel you're safer that you have the video one talking to someone.
Right? Well, I don't know. I think everybody's got to worry about me. It's the other way around.
I don't know.
I know. I'm so dangerous, right?
Well, I'm happy to say I can't remember the last time I walked to the store, except I can. It was Shiloh and I in a blizzard, and we both tried to carry the food back in a blizzard, and
I remember that.
Yeah, and she said she could make it. Then halfway there, she went, "I'm never doing this again."
I'm never doing it again. Yeah, we're pretty lucky. Our main store is just across the street, and then the one I just went to is just a few blocks.
Oh, well, they have a natural fear, being that they're little girls and they're teenagers.
Right.
They don't want to walk by themselves.
No.
And
I don't want my wife walking alone. So.
Right.
During the day.
Right. So anyway, they're aware of their world, and they're internet savvy with their friends, and so they get an education that I can't even necessarily regulate. However, my oldest daughter does turn 18 this year. Oh, joy.
Oh, that's scary. How did
Yeah.
that
happen?
Yeah, I think she's tolerably wise in many ways, so we'll see where we go from here. And she came to me about the bedtime routine, and And now, of course, kids don't expect to move out of the house until they're 35.
It happens.
Well, nobody can afford to buy a house or even rent right now. It's $2,200 just for an apartment.
It's terrible.
Oh my gosh, I don't know how people are doing it.
Yeah, and this is why we have
My
thousands and
mom
thousands.
just told us she's selling her house out of the blue. Where's she gonna go?
Well, we're in a new, but guys, we are officially moving into recession, and because we did go, our economy did go up another point, and it was quick, and so we're not that far away from depression, especially with tariff adding. If you add too many tariffs. So anyway, we're in a new world.
I mean, the 2008 recession was fun. We were living in the #1 foreclosed zip code in the country.
Yeah, and I went through the 70s.
So I pride myself on that.
Carol Ann, I'm sure, remembers the 70s recession.
Yep.
And the gas prices with Jimmy Carter.
Oh, I bet.
And the hostage crisis. Yeah. Here we go again.
I mean, I've seen pictures of, the gas lines and all that.
Yeah, you couldn't get gas because they weren't making it because,
Yeah.
We didn't want to buy it from Saudi Arabia. It was like $110 a 50-gallon drum for crude. I can't remember the price. It was huge. And then we went through the government changes with the K car. Oh, that was joy when Reagan came into the office and made the deal with Chrysler to buy all these K cars that barely ran, and they got these great gas mileage and all. God, it was a nightmare back at that era in the early 80s. And here we go again. Let's just pray we don't go to the Dust Bowl era 40s depression, which was also economically and climatologically speaking.
But as far as food storage and things like that, we're already doing that. People are canning, cooking, growing their own food. Well, a lot of people, not tons, but enough.
As long as we don't have climatological migration, because like the Dust Bowl era, the Dust Bowl came in. And they moved, masses of people from the central United States away from the sand dunes, because they couldn't live there. They couldn't survive there. It filled their houses. It filled their lungs. It ate the paint off their walls. You name it.
Can't imagine that happening now. What people would do.
That too was a derecho era period. And now we're seeing mega derechos all over the United States. Before then, it was just in the Southwest. And it shows you, we're seeing a climatological magnitude that is farther above that of the 40s Dust Bowl era. Because this is worldwide, not just in one region. We're seeing high level winds, 100 plus mile an hour, 150 mile an hour, 180 kilometers per hour, whatever, around the world. Super storms. Super rain, super dry, super floods, super volcano, super tectonic plate movement, all of the above. And so we are witnessing a greater magnitude of even the Dust Bowl era 1940s right now as we speak. And of course, the reversal of the Sahara Desert, which is now turning green. And I encourage anyone to go get current Google space pictures of the Sahara Desert. You will be shocked. And we've been watching camels swimming for 3 years now. Everybody's off doing something. Jesus is gone. Carol Ann's bent under the counter.
I dropped a round thumbtack, and I have cats, so I have to find it.
Thomas is chill, and Christopher's in the dark.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Yeah. I think the sun's coming up for Thomas.
Yes, maybe.
I know.
Yeah.
I must look.
Man, you hung out with us the whole time, dude.
All night. Yeah.
It's dark. It's about...
Okay.
It's 7 o'clock and 15 minutes.
That is.
And we will start gaining in the next few weeks. We'll start gaining about 90 minutes of extra sunlight in the northern
Cannot wait.
hemisphere.
Cannot
It's gonna, get darker or lighter earlier, and we are headed toward the longer days, the waxing and the waning of the winter and summer orbits. So the worst is past, and winter's darkest night is but a memory. And
Well, not until after next week. First, we gotta endure that.
In America, here it's warm. In Europe, 15 degrees.
Yeah.
Not
Next
bad.
week, yes. So this winter was very good for me. So it's not like last year. Last year was very cold, but this year it's okay.
North Dakota next week is going to be 30 below.
Oh,
no.
Yeah,
Have fun.
Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa, Nebraska, maybe Kansas. Yeah, they're all going into a very, very cold period. There's a new Arctic blast coming down.
Yeah, we're told we're supposed to get more snow. It seems like winter finally started here. Which I'm not complaining because I depend on the snow a lot. But we're supposed to get some more snow, I hear.
Yeah.
Have you gotten any, Sam? Did you get any this week?
Wow.
Yeah, we like I said, we had a blizzard that we kind of sort of didn't notice. Yeah, we got about 2.5 to 3 feet of snow all everywhere.
Yeah.
It was nice, and then the house got warmer because I got snow on the string and snow on the roof. And we did have 20 below at middle of the night this week, and it was really cold. And average about 6 below, 10 below.
God.
And then
What do you guys do to keep warm?
Sounds really
you just know about it ahead of time. Hopefully, it's currently 23
I
degrees.
get. I mean, like.
Yeah, we have
You get
houses
furnace in your room or something, or
No, we have houses with insulation, Christopher.
Okay. Right. I mean, I'm just having images of like, coal in the bed or something, or like, a campfire in the bedroom. I don't know.
The old Dutch bedroom.
I'm totally inept when it comes to
I think when it
the
comes
coal.
to cold, Christopher is kind of not a. I mean, he lives an honest.
Yeah, it's not my forte. Like, I would try to burn a log in the bedroom or something and burn the house down.
We in Montana like our crisp, cold cotton sheets when we get into bed. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I used to hate winter. I love it now. Like I love love when it's. I love driving in the snow. I just love it. I like it. I love when it snows. I hated it for the longest time until I got comfortable in it. Now I enjoy it.
We have to have our snow because that's our water for summer.
Right.
Water.
Yep.
And it stays there, and then it finally soaks in. It's like it's money in the bank.
Right. Well, apparently Lake Mead, one of the spots where the Colorado River runs into is starting to fill back up again. It was bad. Like, you can see after 20 years, it was overflowing the dam in 2001. And by, 2 years ago, it was less than a quarter full of water.
Right.
It got really awful. And then apparently a lot more water's come back to it. So that's a good thing.
Yeah, we posted about that for quite a few years. Yes, correct.
When they started finding all kinds of
lost bodies and boats and you name it.
When a lot of the mobs' dirty little secrets were rising up. Yeah. I remember that.
Right?
They found quite a few.
I think
Yeah,
Jimmy Hoffa.
they found Hoffa.
I was waiting for Jimmy Hoffa to pop
Yeah.
up.
I think they found him, Jesus.
Yeah, probably.
No,
Honestly, it's like
I think he's under the end zone at
That's too much.
Philadelphia Stadium, but
okay.
Really
Oh, okay.
Need some street
Is
lights.
it that
here.
dark?
Yeah, it looks
Yeah,
really dark.
that's why I'm walking down this street. Here they come. You know?
Looks like the strip is hogging all the light over there.
Do you guys hear the last block where they were having I don't know, they must have been having like a siesta or not a siesta. What is it called, Jesus? Like a
fiesta.
Not a where you turn like a certain age and you turn 16
Oh, quinceañera.
and they have a party for you or like a
Quinceañera.
go. They had a band out there and they were going to town. It was awesome.
Yeah, that's Las Vegas was so I everywhere I went through I just felt at home because it's so Mexican, Hispanic friendly that it's just so easy to kind of just feel like you're at home. Yeah.
Yeah.
I miss
that's why I feel safe where I'm at. I mean, at least people say hi to you when you walk by.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
They'll even, they see
you can you can
get
wait
forward.
people when they actually say something back.
Yeah.
I still
Definitely.
miss Mexican radio stations.
I lived in some parts of town where you can't talk to your neighbors.
Yeah.
So.
Well, guys, I'm gonna call it a night.
I think we pretty much gonna wind it down here. It might as well be a good idea.
Yeah. This transition from days to nights has been kind of kicking my ass too. So.
Yeah, well, we've run out of things to talk about other than the gossip and the mariachi band, which I would have loved to have heard, but
right.
Yeah,
It's been fun though. I really needed this. I had a stressful week, and it's nice to kind of hang out and
Well, the
kind of
funny
pow
thing
pow
is,
with
we're going
you
to
guys.
spin our heads and we'll be doing it again. And I mean, we'll be back Saturday faster.
That's right.
It happens so fast anymore, and same bat time, same bat channel, and all of that.
Right. Yeah, and if you guys are still here in the comments, like maybe we should post like a group like question for people for the podcast. Like, come to the group and leave questions that you guys have. Maybe we can do that.
And be sure to like and then
be like
comment.
prepared for some answers or. Yep.
Yeah, you have to comment how good, how special Jesus actually is, and he needs to hear that.
That's right.
And, yeah. I'm not gonna stop anybody from telling me that. That's
okay. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go. I was under you earlier. No.
Right.
Yeah, we love you. Hey,
you are special
out there, and
That's it.
you're all of our people listening that made it 8 hours and 48 minutes. We love you, and
They finally made it to the end of the show. I haven't done that in a while, so it's nice. I mean, I wasn't done in the beginning, but it's been very.
And Thomas hung out with us all night.
Yeah, and I'm a zombie.
That's great. Thank you so much.
What a
I
champ.
told before I slept.
Yeah. And I love the information you brought to the show today. It was awesome.
Yes.
And
Yes. You'll have to join us again.
Everything that you included was I loved it. I love that side of all this stuff. The cryptic, not cryptic, but what's the word I'm looking for here?
No
spiritual
problem.
side. Yeah.
Yeah. He's a natural.
Physical.
He is. He's a podcaster.
Well, I'll be speaking German by the end of the year.
I'm always relaxed. Not only with the podcast, I'm every time relaxed, easygoing.
Nice.
Cool.
Yeah. He sets a
All
great
right,
example.
Good night.
All right,
everybody.
Are we hopping on?
Be sure to like, comment.
All right, we'll see you during the weekend.
We'll see you all.
Good night, everybody.
And thank you all for to be here, and thanks Sam for the backup, and bye, good night.
I'll be the same.
All right. We'll do it again next week, 3 o'clock.
All
Bye,
right, good
everybody.
night.
Bye bye.
Okay. Here we go. Bye.